He's a sitting duck because the lead draft comes by at 196 miles an hour, and he's still not getting up to speed.
You just got a lucky break right here.
Contact with the 49 car.
That's on the Ford pack stay way back there, Andy, and that really was about to get Matt Kenseth in trouble for being laying back from the pack so bad. Almost got himself flat because of that.
Early on here at Talladega Super Speedway, we've been
closing race, man. Look at this right here. You see that 11 car coming up on this 55 car? Michael Waltrip has got to find somewhere to take that momentum. Right up next to the wall.
And Michael did a good job just holding the steering wheel, stay in the middle.
Well, trouble on the racetrack. A couple of contact that involves the.
Like Greg Biffle.
Greg, tell you what happened to bring this caution out. Greg Biffle in the 16, the 38 is Gilliland.
Wow, see a little bit of contact. Looks like Greg Biffle got turned around, but he got straightened up pretty quick.
That's the first time in a while they've been too wide, bumper to bumper like they've been since the start of the race, but look at this.
Yeah, this is what these guys are talking about when they can't see through each other's cars. They got jammed up right there, and the guys behind probably couldn't see that.
And that they can't, when they throw their hands up and waving them off, the drivers can't see it. Like you said, Andy, that's what caused this problem.
Watch the chain reaction. 38 car into the back of the 16.
You saw that closing rate, and you see these guys when they start closing up on each other, they got to be able to signal each other to tell them, hey, these guys are slowing down in front of me. If you can't see it, they drive straight into it.
They get so compacted, there's not much room. You're talking bumper to bumper, and you need to be running at the same speed when you get out of the throttle. If you jump out, everybody's going to check up and cause a big crash. Watch it from Kevin Harvick's car. See what it looks like from this angle.
We've got a lot better angle up on top of the roof with this camera than the drivers actually have.
Down low, stay right there.
Up there by himself because his teammates are in the back of the pack. Guys, what's going on with the 31? Alan?
Jeff Burton just jumped on his radio and said, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. Jeff Burton, one of the championship chasers, heading for the garage. And now, these new car tomorrow engines close to 8,700 in the draft. A lot more RPM. Drivers are worried about that.
Wow, you see all the fire coming out of the bottom of this thing. This is a big failure, probably a connecting rod or something going through the oil pan, causing all this oil to come out on the headers, cause this fire.
Remember, his teammates Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer also in the chase have the exact engine. Here's the engine just detonating again in the 31.
They just throwing pieces out from underneath, and Jeff did a good job getting it off the track, getting it slowed down, coming down pit road pretty fast, and still getting it stopped and behind pit wall.
Not only did the teammates that RCR had to so did the DEI guys. They all had the same engine package.
Place in the middle right there.
It got so hot underneath there. Looks like it got so hot under the back of the 31 car, inner panels started flying out of the car, aluminum pieces. It's just shedding them. Oh, you know what that is? That is the cooler, the pieces that go on top of the exhaust system to keep the heat from getting up to the driver. See Dale Earnhardt Jr. mind helping him. Let's watch this. Our draft lock is getting ready to go solid white right now. They're in a perfect lock.
Caution as a one car roughing an engine.
There's another one of those RCR DEI engines.
98 with engine troubles, and here on lap 113, watch the one car left of your screen.
Very similar to what Jeff Burton had. You don't see any fire, but you still see the smoke coming out both sides of the car. Can't see inside the car either. Martin's probably not even able to see it all right here. We're riding with Martin Truex right here.
Middle clear.
You see all that smoke instantly. Can't see it.
Drafting the 19 of Elliott Sadler, trying to push him back. And the 8 car showing smoke. The engine woes have bitten the 3rd car. Today it is the 8 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr. I'm going to go right side of your screen.
And look at that, a real compacted draft, really tight in the draft. Engines are really singing right now. Big RPMs in this tight draft.
Boy, when this happens, that motor just stops running, and now these guys have to find somewhere to go.
And look at Michael Waltrip. He's totally blind, and he finally gets some vision and gets around the outside of Dale Jr. Let's take a look from the onboard of Michael Waltrip and what it looks like.
That air just buffing it around there. That smoke comes.
The motor, just hold what you got. Keep coming, keep coming. Cross it out, cross it out, cross it out.
It was the 44 car that got the damage, not the 24. Spotters were saying there's damage.
Just to be sitting here doing nothing for no reason just didn't make any sense to me. But I liked it when we were battling and racing, and that's why when we got in the back, we kept trying to go to the bottom to get to the front.
Oh, trouble on the racetrack, trouble way up high, and we now have the big one here with 44 laps to go, the 5-car involved. McMurray is there, Ruderman's involved. I'll show you what happened. Watch the 43 car. Watch the 12 in front of the 43 of Bobby Labonte.
Looks like Bobby Labonte just lost the car up against the wall.
Yeah, Bobby really didn't have anybody around him. It looks like it just maybe a possibility a right front tire went down or the car just got flat out from underneath him and got loose. It just took off.
As much grip as these cars have, as good as they handle, I can't believe that you just have, actually lose the car like that without having some kind of a problem.
Car just abruptly turned left. It came all the way down and got Kyle Busch. That chain reaction then gets Robbie Gordon and then several others.
And Matt Kenseth's got a big piece of that. Got his car tore up, got the right front corner damaged, and Matt Kenseth's car from this last accident. So we got 2 chase contenders tore up right now because of this latest incident.
Oh, Bobby just turned around on it. I don't really get why that happened like that.
Yeah, that was really peculiar.
Not biased, but the last 2 races, seems like things have gone a little bit sour. What happened there?
Just a product of the restrictor plate race and everybody being bunched up in a pack. I guess Bobby lost the tire or something like that. So, nothing of his doing. Just came right across the racetrack. We were the first one that hit him. And, it's a shame not only for us and the Kellogg's Carquest Chevrolet, but everybody, all the other guys that got involved in the wreck as well, too. And, unfortunate for our chase chances, but, we knew that Talladega was going to be our mulligan. We circled it on the calendar that this was the one we're going to wreck in, because every time we come here, it seems as though if there's going to be a wreck, we're right in the middle of it.
It's the reason for caution number 7.
Kenny Schrader, exact same thing. Looks like happened to Bobby Labonte, happens to Kenny Schrader. He just gets sideways at about the same spot on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's very peculiar, Andy. I mean, I don't know why these guys are getting so loose going on at the entry of turn 3. They start going up at the turn 3 in the middle, and they lose it.
Makes me wonder if there's some oil up there from maybe one of these other engine failures.
Oil on the race. Welcome back to Talladega Superspeedway. Hard contact for Kyle Petty in the 45 car. Contact with the driver's side of his Dodge to bring out caution number 8 here on lap 162. Here's what happened to Kyle.
So just coming to your picture on the right side of your screen, he loses a left rear tire, goes down on the apron, and the car just shoots straight back up across the racetrack.
Oh, and look at that impact. You saw the soft wall actually move back. And Kyle's got one of the carbon fiber seats, one of the very, very safe seats in NASCAR now, plus the soft wall. And it this really helps that blow that much better.
Watch the impact now as the car up across the track, probably still over 175 miles an hour, sliding backwards.
Right here is where that soft wall really does its job. You see it deflect and take a lot of that force out of this impact.
It looks like that wall moved about 6 or 8 inches at least, Andy, maybe close to a foot. Really helps it. Look at it, top to the bottom, bottom to the top.
Whoa, that move might have cost him right there. He went to the bottom and across the top, and he's got no help now. The 2 Penske cars will hook up and go by Tony Stewart.
This car's big, but it's not big enough to block the whole racetrack.
Clear to the top.
Whoa! Contact, a 96 car, Tony Raines involved.
And Michael Waltrip's in it after such a good run.
Watch the contact here. Now, you heard Michael Waltrip say right front, watching her right up across the racetrack.
Just too bad he clipped Elliott Sadler in the process. When that tire went down, he just took off straight right. Poor Tony Raines, too, got caught up in this.
Hold her straight there. Hold her straight. Caution's out. Caution's out.
Elliott Sadler gets involved. So does Greg Biffle, who comes up and gets contact with Elliott Sadler. Caution for the 9th time today. 197 miles an hour. They take the white flag 3 wide. Here comes Tony Stewart up on the high side.
And the white flag is out. It's waving 3 wide.
Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon trying to hang on the bottom, drafting help from behind with Blaney in the Toyota. Up high, Tony Stewart gets help from Casey Kane.
That's 4 wide down the back straightaway. Hamlin on the inside.
Here comes Gordon on the outside.
Jeff Gordon has moved up in front of Tony Stewart to get the push by. Jeff Gordon, a 5-time Talladega winner. He knows how to get it done. He hung at the back of the pack all day long. He
Watch the 26.
And starts up 3 and 4.
Starts up the hill right there. And once it does, you got to put some wheel in it. Then Gilliland sticks the nose underneath the back of him, and that's not exactly.
He did a great job of driving
down in turn number 1. And it is Bill Elliott, who was trailing the field by about 12 seconds, and we're told Elliott cut down a tire.
Yeah, that has every look of a right front. And that was so reminiscent of 1989 down here. Bill cut a tire down.
Hard against the wall, and sparks fly. It's from Jamie McMurray.
26 car. Caution will be out.
And in front of the rear, the 11 got in the side there, the back there. 10-4. Take it to the garage.
Sounds like he may have got a little push.
Second caution of the night. Let's see what happened. Watch the 26 McMurray coming on the top of your screen.
Here comes Hamlin at a pretty high rate of speed. I'm out here. I'm out here. Boy, and the 11 got in the wall just a little bit too.
And for the second night, including practice last night, Denny Hamlin was last year's runner-up in the Budweiser shootout. David Gilliland becomes the second Ford driver to pop a right front tire. And watch for Greg Biffle, Martin Truex, and Casey Kane to be involved.
Inside's covered.
Right in the middle of turn 4, car just goes straight. Just nowhere for Martin Truex Jr. in the 1 or Greg Biffle in the 16 to go.
Bud car gets a little damage too as it was going by.
You're riding with Casey Kane.
Bam. Yep. Good job of saving it on Casey.
Keep coming, you got it. Good.
36. He and David Gilliland in the 38 car. They got together, which eventually sent Kurt Busch to pit
on top of the wheel.
Oh, Kurt Busch is in trouble in the 2 car. He's got a tire down, it looks like.
And he hangs on.
Look at that car, Larry. I mean, it finally spins it out.
Caution is on the speedway. They'll come to take 6 laps to go.
Well, I'm impressed because that's a car that was headed for the wall and coulda, woulda, shoulda hit it hard.
It sure should have.
Good job.
I don't think that had anything to do with it. He just gets loose getting in there. I'm not so sure that tire wasn't soft going into 3. Look at that car. I mean, that thing should be spun out and going back up the racetrack. It finally does, but I'm telling you, it's incredible how these cars will straighten themselves up.
Say, I don't know that the tire's all the way down, but it's all.
And they're 3, almost 4 wide in the
Clear
back.
by 1 there, side by side behind him still.
Stewart in second, looking back from Earnhardt.
Almost every position changed places as they came to the white flag.
Junebug's been getting off at 2 real nice. If he protects the bottom, little blocking if he goes down the back.
1 back there. 48's got a big
Johnson
run here behind
coming
him.
on the outside with Sorensen and Mears.
Watch that outside. Watch the outside. Protect the bottom.
Now is that yellow line your best friend?
It is now. It is now.
Because you can't pass below it, but that outside line, they're getting a run. Here comes Johnson to the high side.
And Earnhardt comes up to block. That opens the bottom for Stewart. And the 30th Budweiser shootout goes to the National Guard Impala, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yes, sir. All right. All right. Bank it, baby. Bank it.
100. So now it's Vickers on the hot seat. He is on the bubble, but Boris said is the next transfer car, who is about 7 positions behind him.
It's going to get pretty tense here these last 4 or 5 laps because I got to believe all these guys' tires are pretty much used up.
Yeah, most of them were on pit road for green flag stops roughly
in the wall.
ago.
Sadler in the wall.
And remember, he had the problem back on lap 22.
There goes the tire.
We will get a caution, though.
He has lost the entire surface of his right front tire.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, you know, and obviously they've got a right front issue with the car. I don't mean just because of the tire, but something's using up that tire.
Care of it, bringing it to us. And already messed it up with a 500, guys. Hit really, really hard that time.
As Sadler pits, let's get an update from Dick Berggren on Jimmy Johnson's stop. Well, all right, Darrell, recess is over. Come join us upstairs.
He is having way too much fun. Thank you.
3 3 wide for third place.
Well, we got a car in trouble. That's Brian Vickers in the 83 car off turn 2.
Caution waves. Brian Vickers was that car that was 3 wide, way up top.
Get it going there.
Coming out of turn number 2. And Larry, there just wasn't enough room.
Turn 2 is so treacherous. It's just as wide as all the rest of the racetrack, but the cars want to lunge against the wall when they come off the banking of turn 2.
Let's get 4 tires on us.
Watch the 83 on the outside.
It looked like, again, Boris said in that 60 car, Boris didn't drive into the left rear quarter panel. His car lunged to the outside. But see the roof flaps deploy? No contact with this 83 car.
How did he spin through there without getting collected by anybody else?
That's amazing, because he was right up at the front of the pack. Remember, he's one of the go-or-go-homers trying to race his way in. There you see the contact with Boris said in the 60 car.
First caution of the day comes on lap 3 for Brian Vickers.
I mean, the 78 car is dancing around, and Vickers has got a little grip. He goes right by.
He can drive that race car now.
Hanging on to her.
What a comeback for Brian Vickers. He is in the final transfer spot. Remember, Nemechek can fall back on his speed and be in the 500.
Nemechek will not push the envelope because he don't want to get up there and pass Kenny Wallace. Nemechek's in the 500.
78-2 back.
I tell you what, I am shocked at. I know this is some good racing right in here, but those 2 cars up front have put a huge gap on everybody else and holding it.
This is the first time we've seen anybody get away from the lead package.
Yeah, that's the biggest lead I've seen anybody have here all week.
There's Kenny Wallace in the 87 car trying to come to the finish line to get him the Daytona 500.
Oh, 3 wide behind the leaders. It sorts out. And the second checkered flag for the Sprint Cup cars in Speed Weeks, Dale Earnhardt Jr. again.
Boy, Menard in the 15 got pushed all the way down on the apron.
He went down there. He had nowhere to go. He had to try to get by Kenny. I don't know why, but he had to.
This is Dale Jr.'s 3rd victory in a Gatorade duel. He won in 2003. He won in 2004 and went on to win the 500.
Thank you, Mike. You really inspired me. Thanks a lot there. My car just started
Kenny Wallace and Brian Vickers have raced their way into the Daytona 500.
And you know, so many interesting stories here. Brian Vickers had to race his way in a year ago. He got wrecked in turn 4. Both Red Bull cars had to go home. But think about Kenny Wallace. We know that he will race in the 500. We know that Joe Nemechek, there they are right there. This is actually a single car operation out of Denver, Colorado that's only 3 years old. They've never had a car in the Daytona 500. He came in that 9.
Just quietly worked his way from the back to the front.
He's got Hamlin right behind him. Harvick on the inside. Oh, trouble, Villeneuve.
Yeah, I just told the guys, I said 27's in trouble.
And Jamie McMurray, who was pushed down below the yellow line earlier, has smashed the wall, and I believe that's Franchitti behind him.
Those were some hard licks.
Stanton, it was not Franchitti, it was Stanton Barrett. There's Franchitti's blue car right behind Jamie Mack. Now there's some damage to the left front of Jamie's car, but hard to tell if that was a consequence or a reason.
If we look at this again, I think you'll see the 27 car was having an issue. Something happens to him. Oh, it could.
John Andretti, is that something?
Shoved up. And then the car, when Andretti went by, it just loosened the car up, and man, up the hill he went, and
just nowhere for Stanton Barrett to go.
A couple of really hard impacts right there.
Yeah, Franchitti took a hard hit into the safer barrier.
You see, it's going through the dips, going through the bumps, and the car was getting on the loose side. It just came on around. He overcorrected. Up the racetrack he goes, and the hard lick. Stanton Barrett, nowhere for McMurray or Franchitti to go.
We saw the 27 car in practice yesterday. Same place. Get into the dips in the track, got a little bit loose, and went up. No one was there that time. Scraped the outside wall. Very similar, but then I think the 34 car had a little bit of effect on this car, too.
That was a hard lick into Stanton Barrett.
It really was, and Jamie Mack too, because his back wheels popped up off the ground. He hit so hard.
We're quite sure pit road's going to be a busy place, but right now it's closed because of Stanton Barrett's car.
Got one smoking off turn to Blaney there.
That'll be Blaney.
Apparently he doesn't know it.
Caution will wave.
Caution's out.
As certain we can't say it's the same problem, but remember the Toyotas, they have been flirting with engine problems the entire speed week so far.
Well, that's not a battery problem.
No, not at all. We're hearing that Michael Waltrip did beat Jeff Gordon back to the scoring loop, which is actually, I think when the caution came out, that one was at the start-finish line, so he is the leader.
Something to remember about these engines. We're turning these engines about almost 1,000 RPM more than we did a year ago. They're making about 50 more horsepower than they did about a year ago. So these engines are going through some cycles here that we haven't seen ever at Daytona.
Steve Burns, what's wrong with Blaney?
Mike was just listening to Dave talk to his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin. At first, he thought an oil line may have come off. He said he didn't feel this engine seize up, but he has no oil pressure. They're going to take it to the garage.
Blaney is in the 500.
Cars to get to him.
Because they are staying hooked together. 3 to go.
And Carpentier's fallen pretty well back.
Yeah, I think he used up his stuff and pretty well used up the right side of that car.
John Andretti has passed him. Andretti in the 34.
Oh, he hits the wall again.
That's pretty hard. That's
pretty much out of it.
We're in the wall, boys. We're in the wall.
And I would say the caution will fly.
Yep.
The caution will fly. So this is going to come down.
Right. You're all clear and only one coming behind you. Only one coming. All right. Just run the bottom right there.
So we have the same situation that we had in race number 1. We've got all these go or go home guys. We're going to have a 2-race shootout. Who's going to come to pit road? Who's going to stay out?
Pontier, he's just there. You saw the right front go. I mean, I think that's why he was hitting the wall, pushing up off of 2 over there. That right front was worn out and finally just blew on him. I'll tell you one thing. These restarts now, anything can happen on a restart.
Darrell, of all the open wheelers that have come to NASCAR recently, I think Carpentier probably embraced drafting and Daytona the best of them.
See Bobby Kennedy there, that's over in Michael's pits. Well, they didn't want to see that caution. I think they were pretty happy with things the way they were.
But here's what's interesting. When I
walk on Jeff Gordon, I can tell you that.
So where are the go or go homers? Now there is Kyle Busch alongside Greg Biffle, and they are racing for 11th. Here comes Hamlin for the lead.
Into turn 3. He's got help from Jeff Gordon in that 24 car, as well as Casey Kane in the 9.
Well, they're going to hang Tony out to dry here. Tony doesn't have any help on the outside. These guys are scooting him right up out of the way. He's not going to be happy about that.
Well, just like in race 1, the leader is a sitting duck.
Like the chances of Dale Jarrett right now in that 44 car. White flag, 1 to go.
Nobody close to Jarrett. He will race his way into the Daytona 500. Look at Harvick in the 29 helping Stewart on the outside.
I think this race isn't over yet. Here comes the 24 on the outside.
Chevy, Toyota, Dodge, Toyota. Here comes Stewart up to help the 11.
There's John Andretti in the 34 car. Remember, fresh tires. He drives by David Rudiman in the 00. John's trying to get into the Daytona 500.
And he might just make it, Larry. He has come from nowhere. Look at that thing go.
Right now he's in, but there's still 1 mile to go.
I tell you what, if John Andretti gets in, this will be the feel-good story of qualifying for the 500.
Coming with you here.
Denny Hamlin wins it. Dale Jarrett is in. John Andretti is in.
John Andretti almost beat Dale Jarrett. That shows you right there what 4 fresh tires will do for you.
David Rudiman will be the last driver to get in on speed, and Doris said we'll head home.
Only thing better than 4 fresh tires, 2 good teammates.
You got it. You got it.
Nice job, guys. Good job up there, Roman. I appreciate your help.
That's Dale Jarrett to his spotter, Roman Pemberton. And Denny Hamlin will go to victory lane.
For the first time in a Toyota in Sprint Cup.
fastest lap of this race so far.
Trouble off turn 4 here. We got a big one.
David Reagan hard into the wall in that AAA car.
We got about 5 or 6 cars that went down pit road, and I don't know. Matt Kenseth has some damage, but that's amazing if we only have 2 cars with damage.
Reagan, who finished 5th in his first 500 1 year ago.
Comes up from the bottom, and I think he must have hoped, because he sure wasn't, hoping that Matt would cut him some slack. But that's 2 team cars, and I think Reagan hoped that Matt may give him a little break.
Darrell, did it almost look like that he had no control over the car going up there? It looks like it was just in a slide up there to some degree.
Kenseth has gone to the garage.
That's just, this is just so typical the way a race goes. You race, ride. But then when it comes down to showtime and the money time, this is what happens.
With 100 miles to go, David Reagan's car litters the front straightaway. Now this will be open this time.
The pit should be open. Mark Martin and Yates will.
Where they go? Off of 2.
Jimmy Johnson goes around Martin Truex. Johnson had been stuck in the middle coming by the start finish line, what we call the sucker hole, and backing up. And he got turned around coming off turn 2 to bring out the 4th caution flag of this Daytona 500.
That wasn't exactly the storm I thought was going to happen.
Now we got hit.
It's up into him now. Jimmy got loose. I don't think Hornish had anything to do with that. Jimmy just got snapped loose.
Denny Hamlin, the 11, he's going to have some damage.
Fourth caution of the day. Pole sitter Jimmy Johnson gets loose and is collected by rookie Sam Hornish. Around goes Johnson and Truex. Involved in the crash. Stewart.
Great shot.
Contact.
Round goes.
There goes
Boyer.
7.
Hang on to it. Just hold it. Nobody's down there with you. Turn left. Turn left. There we go.
Caution.
All right. We'll be fine. We'll get some tires. No problem.
Okay, you want to pit this time, Larry?
Did you tell the whole story about the chicken and the pig? Junior Johnson, the 1960 winner.
It's like a traffic jam. Oh, Blaney's up the hill. Blaney's in trouble.
And in the wall off Mark Martin.
Took Martin with him.
Caution.
Golly gee.
Dave Blaney, who has Toyota's best finish in Sprint Cup racing.
Dadgum, boys, we're in a tight place.
Got up in the
fence from Montoya, sends him up the hill right into Mark Martin. There's the 11 car. He got in at 15 spins. Half spins. We're very rate is so fast.
Mears had enough time to get up there, but they were coming too hard, too fast.
He waited too long. He should have hopped over there when he knew they were coming. He should have hopped over. Now that's not saying it's okay to wreck him, but he should have moved over. Stewart's got a great car, no question about that. It's just a matter of if Kurt can get a little help.
And now, Ryan jumped to the high side. Tony Stewart blocks him. Here comes Kyle Busch on the bottom.
Toyota drag race down the back. Toyota drag race.
Teammates.
Newman was trying to get help from the other blue Dodge. Now he's got it. Toyota on the inside lane. Dodge on the outside lane. Who's going to win it?
It's going to come all the way to the wire. Here they go into turn 3.
Teammates working together. 2018, 212. 12 is going to win this race. I don't believe they can catch him back to the line.
He's going to have to make it wide.
Pedal, baby.
He's going to have to make it wide.
It's the Boilermaker, Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman, Roger Penske win the Daytona 500.
Way to go, guys. Way to go.
Roger Penske's first restrictor plate win and his first 1-2 finish.
You're looking at Kenseth.
And when they turn hard right like that, that's a right front tire. That thing just exploded. Watch this shot here. You just see the car take off. Bam.
And a totally different type of a racetrack.
Problems with 2 tires. They changed both on pit road, and moments ago had problems with a third right front tire. Bang, and he has brought out the second caution of the day.
That's such a sick feeling. Man, you're in the middle of the corner, and that thing lets go. TV can never do a blown tire justice.
And I know that Goodyear's taken a lot of heat this year.
NASCAR on Fox, we are under caution for the second time today. 45 laps to go, and Tony Stewart, who was leading.
Yeah, he's right in behind and being pushed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. He goes off in the turn and looked like maybe Jr. got into this a little bit. All of a sudden the car slides up the racetrack, and fortunately for Tony, the right front tire did go down, but he was able to keep it off the safety barrier. If he can get back to pit road and not tear that right front fender up, he may be okay as far as that's concerned, Chris.
And we were coming up on pit stops anyway in the next, 18, 20 laps.
You see right there, Patrick Carpentier also gets in the outside wall in that 10 car, but you're talking about being lucky. Tony Stewart
right away, Menard.
Stay down, stay down, stay down, stay down.
Lock it down.
He does.
Good job, man. 42 turn.
Wow. Everybody gets by.
Woo. Caution will fly.
Get it fired up. Get it fired up.
Larry, a couple teams will be glad to see that caution.
Yes, they will.
Very easy on those tires getting back around here. Very easy.
Anybody who might have been a little iffy on fuel or wondering?
I think everyone that was iffy, Mike. Top 31 cars a second from each other.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Big one.
Was Bobby Labonte getting turned. Kyle Busch, Tony Stewart, the one, Martin Truex in it, and Jamie McMurray knocked down to the inside wall.
Yeah, but I can finish, I think. So we have to come in.
We were lucky we didn't have more cars that were involved in that.
Man, Stewart, for the second time today.
Into each other.
Oh, Junior gets
Junior
and then gets turned. Bobby Labonte.
Nowhere for Truex to go, nowhere for Jamie McMurray or Kurt Busch and the two to go.
It just gets too crowded right in here. I mean, you do 4 or 5 cars bouncing around there. Stewart's trying to, I think he was trying to force his way in between the 43 and the 88, and it just wasn't enough room.
I think Tony had contact there with Joe Nemechek in the 78 and Bobby Labonte and forward into Dale Jr.
Yeah, and you just get to bouncing around and you can't do anything. You just got to, you see the 43 down below the yellow line, and Stewart gets into the 88.
The damage from on Dale Earnhardt Jr. came from Bobby Labonte's 43 car.
Boy, Jeff Burton made a great save, trying to hang on to the point lead here. Hard on the brakes and then drove through the middle of it.
That one outside there.
From Dale Jr.
2 inside there. That's 2 inside there. Keep digging, man. That's 20 you got in your bumper there. Big wreck behind you.
And let's watch.
Outside there. That's not your fault.
Let's watch from Denny Hamlin. Watch Jeff Burton in that 31.
Slow up. You're good. Go down. Go down low. Go down low. Go to the apron. You're clear to go back up. Go back up.
Casey Mears in the 5.
There,
Hamlin and Burton did a great job of avoiding all this.
Great job of that spot.
Coming up.
This is Jamie Mack.
All right, clear low. You had some fun there. You got it right in the middle of it. Had nowhere to go. Did you hit anything?
All right, Digger's turn.
I don't think Digger's going to like this.
Bobby Labonte, who was involved in that last crash, you would tend to believe that there were still problems on that.
1 lap to go. Kyle and trouble. A spin in the trial of Michael McDowell has spun. The white flag is out.
Caution. No caution.
If he can get out of the racetrack, we shouldn't have a caution.
Kyle Busch
still leading.
Oh,
trouble. A big one.
Much worse.
Turn 2.
48.
Keep rolling.
We still are not cautioned. Caution is out.
They got cars out. We got to stop.
That's ours.
That's it. You can't. The race is over.
Because we took the white flag.
We're in the white flag lap. The race is over. What a wreck.
Kevin Harvick in the 29 car.
Well, I don't really believe in betting a whole lot, but I would have bet you we'd end like this.
That's Regan Smith. And Kyle Busch.
Oh, man, I don't believe it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Eminem. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, you are my man.
Checkered flag.
There you go.
Kyle Busch Rowdy Bush wins at Talladega. Steve Burns.
And Mike Joe Gibbs congratulating his race team. Great comeback win. Joe, you guys got a lap down. Describe what this feels like.
I tell you, this is a great feeling. I'm so happy for Eminem and Mars, Kyle. Denny got back up there. I felt bad for Tony today, Home Depot. Got a tire down, got ourselves back there, stuck in doing a wreck. It was a great day for our race team. FedEx, the 11 car. But it was great for Kyle. He's been red hot. He's super competitive. Today, he had to come all the way from the back, and Lord bless us with a great day. We got a bunch of great guys. We got a great sponsors. We're really proud of them.
Congratulations, Joe.
And a great Toyota.
Back Mike Joy.
Thanks, Steve. Michael McDowell spun in the tri-oval. That, however, did not bring out a caution. He was pretty much trailing the field. A little contact with his teammate Dave.
But this down here is where the problem comes. Oh, looked like it.
McMurray moved up, but did he have help?
I think Junior may have. I don't know if Junior got in the back of McMurray and shot him up the hill or not. And then 40 car.
And then everybody.
And poor Strimmy had a great run all day. Well, all these guys did really, but
Nemechek, the pole sitter.
Jimmy Johnson was involved, the 48 car.
Harvick, Casey Kane, Elliott Sadler. A wild finish to another.
Obviously hit the wall. He's made his pit stall under caution, cut tire, coming around to complete lap number 20 under the caution. You saw the battle between Earnhardt and Menard for the lead. And right now we on our computer have the 88 scored as the race leader, and we'll confirm that with
yeah, he definitely blew right front. The wall like
oh, trouble. And Ryan Newman, Daytona 500 winner, is around.
We're good. We're good. We need some tires.
6 comes up right out next to the wall, just as we were talking about, and he just turns. And that's just
help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing.
It's Juan Pablo Montoya and the 42.
He was just, I think Biffle was trying to use all the racetrack because he needed it, but Montoya was already there.
Yeah, Montoya had a good run coming up out of the corner, and just like we saw coming out of 2 earlier with the 12.
And to the grass.
Seems like we get right to this spot where these guys have run all these laps on these tires, and so, you want to make it to this part, Kyle, without being
oh, here we go.
Finally.
Yep,
38 must have got it. Oh,
Jeff Burton is around, second in the championship standings. Cars diving for pit road.
That's a great job by a lot of people. Boom, up the racetrack. Newman had no place to go. But look at the front of Newman's car. It's just perfect, man. It's like nothing happened to the front of his car.
He did hit it pretty good with the right rear.
Side.
Yeah.
But when the car bounced off the left of Newman's, see, he's turned. He got turned right there.
I believe Vickers got into him on that one.
Okay, well, you saw it just get turned because it's easy, boom. It moves to the left. And that's not you braking. That's somebody running in the back of you and turning you.
And that could have been a lot bigger.
Yeah, that was at the front of the field.
Yep.
Kyle said it. Everybody did a really good job avoiding that. A lot of cars went down the pit road.
It's Jeff Burton in the 31.
See, yeah, that is Vickers. That's Vickers. Yep. And just barely turn. Just barely.
Pit road is open. The cars are there. Here's Ralph.
Well, they're going to make a gamble on the 6 car. 2 tires and fuel. Jason Rigg.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Keep it down there.
That's incredible.
Oh, he's trying to keep it. He's on the gas, trust me. I can't believe how many one-car accidents we are seeing at these super speedways. It's amazing.
You know,
Ryan was he just got caught up in somebody else's mess. The 11 got turned. I couldn't tell who that was. And Ryan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all that was.
And the first accident, Ryan's on the outside, gets pinned on the outside wall. This time he's on the bottom. And it's just one of those nights where you can't get a... That's the 1 car. I think it's the one of
was Truex's card. Yeah.
Truex's card.
And, it's just, this is what time of race. Everybody's going to get more and more greedy.
That's right. And it's the same thing we saw in the first accident off 2 when they spun down the backstretch, when Ryan spun down the backstretch there. They just all come up off the corner, and they're trying to get out to the wall. As you see the 1 car, the 11 car is all the way out the wall. The 1's right there. Boom. He touches him, and as he comes straight back across and just clips the front of the 12 car.
Free pass goes to David Rudiman.
Rudiman's going to get back in the lead
4
lap
in a
here.
row, and he will now be 1 lap down.
Yeah, the thing was sideways coming out. I think the 20 car caused that, and I'm sorry, but I think the 20 car got sideways, and these guys were just trying to avoid him.
Oh, another wreck for Jeff Burton. Again, he's 2nd in the championship standings. Casey Mears.
Oh, we got trouble.
That's off of 4. Denny Hamlin.
Sorry.
Ryan Newman. Did he hit you?
No.
Kyle just about jumped out of his shoes when he lose.
Yes, and JJ did a great job of hanging on. But those guys, this is a chain reaction accident right there. The 6 got into the 20, and everybody sees it, and they begin to check up. And we saw the 31 get run over a minute ago. He just got run over again right there.
That's why, guys wanted to stop and get their stuff, make their stuff better, but you don't want to be at the back, like you were talking about.
JJ did a really nice job hanging on to that race car.
Yeah, he did.
Jeff Burton hasn't finished out of the top 15 all season.
God, he did not hit that car.
I don't know.
Every time I see it, it's like, I can't believe he didn't hit it.
Oh.
And the five just turned sideways. And I'm trying to see who got into the 31. That would have been the 2 car, Kurt Busch.
But they were checking up because I think the 83 got in the back of the 5 car almost.
Oh, jeez.
If you look at it.
I know, I'm telling you. He doesn't. Like, okay, he's going to hit him this time.
I think
that's right. On board with Jeff Burton.
What's the 83 in the... Oh, no. 5 car just got on the brakes. I think the 5 car. It's amazing. Every angle you see something different, man. Because it's like the 5 car, I thought he got hit, but he didn't really get hit. He just kind of checked up and it got out from under him.
We got more guys.
Big spinning
her.
Caution is out.
Caution's out.
Where's Ted?
It's coming off of turn 4 right there through the tri-oval.
We've seen this so many times tonight where you're coming from the bottom, you think you're clear, and you're not.
It's Joe Nemechek in the 78. Sorry, Wally.
And basically, you're just running over somebody's left front fender.
Yeah, and you think you got the guy cleared, and you need that extra 3 foot of racetrack. That's all you need is that, because you see him come straight off the bottom of the racetrack, right up and get in.
Yeah,
here we go.
Turn to 48.
That's Jimmy Johnson. Rudiman got
this
one.
Is bad right here. Because going back up the racetrack.
Yaley is down there. Look out.
Nice job.
Nice job by JJ right there. Nice job by that whole group, right? Wow. There's a 48.
You see the Army car up there, and they start wiggling back there, and then Blaney just turns left because they start checking up. But man, there's middle of a pack right there. And then the 44 Rudiman gets turned. It just, then once it starts happening, you're just along for the ride practically.
Does Terry have it on board?
I don't know, but he's probably questioning why he's in that car right now. That was really pretty amazing. Terry just held his line, and it's been amazing how these guys have just held their lines tonight. You see JJ out in the grass there, and the 15 car who's had a great qualifying run, and this night's just not been the greatest.
It was the Coors Light pole sitter, his first career pole.
Yeah, here we are.
It's just a lot of guys going for the same spot. Yeah.
And then the 48 gets hit in the rear and turned around, and you see, I think the 01 must have got into the 48 and then was trying to.
Trying to what?
I don't know, because he just, once he got into him, he was spinning almost the wrong way.
We're going to obviously go to green-white checkers here for the finish. It's Yaley.
Stay low. Yeah, he got hit by the 15, I believe.
Look how close this is. Oh.
Now this is on board with Kevin Harvick.
Inside.
This is where a lot of it started right here. You see him close in on the 28, and he just moved to get out of the way.
Yeah. Spin behind you. Spin behind you. Caution's out. Caution's out. Watch your back.
And here's the problem when you have wrecks like this, because you're trying to drive out the front.
Here, hang on one second. Here's Terry.
Yeah, a little bit of that, but not much.
You're trying to drive out the front, and you can hear the spotter saying, watch your back, watch your back. Look, my eyes are in the front of my head. I can only see one place. I can't see out the back. You can see him check up, and I think Terry just gets into the 22. 22 gets into the 28.
Yeah.
Boom. And then they just turn around.
Boy, Vickers made a nice move.
But I think when he's saying watch your back, you got to look in the mirror to make sure you don't slow down so much that you get run into by somebody.
Because the majority of the wrecks that we see like this, like the 20 car of that JJ's driving right now, these guys are run out through the grass because they get hit in the rear. It's not because they're avoiding the guy in front of them. They're just getting knocked in the rear and knocked to the left.
This will be our 6th green-white checker finish of the season. Marty?
Well, Bill, Jeff Gordon not very happy with himself. He said, I should have never given up the bottom line. But here's the dilemma, Kyle and Wally, I want to ask you about. What should Gordon do? His car runs better on the top.
Wow, that was a really, really slow start.
That could have been one of those starts that just turned people down.
Oh, Jeff Gordon gets turned.
Right there.
Like that.
Just like that, man. Just exactly like that.
Watching the flag stand, still under green.
No harm, no foul, because he's far enough out of the way. Unless he just sits there. If he sits there.
No, they're not. I don't think they're done yet.
If he sits there, they'll throw the caution because he's in a bad place.
Kyle Busch fighting for the lead with Carl Edwards.
He's going.
Gordon is back underway. A lap and a half to go.
Edwards is just looking for a way to get around. He's got it. Got the spot, and he's got help. Oh, no!
Oh,
Kenton!
What did Kenseth do?
Couldn't hold it down.
He couldn't get it turned down in time to follow Carl, or to get it to the right to follow Carl.
Kurt Busch in second spot.
Just like last year, but.
Wow, they just covered up.
Last lap at Daytona.
Oh, we got it, guys.
That's it.
Oh, man. Oh,
yeah, it's not.
Believe he did not wreck.
Keep rolling here.
Oh,
there it is.
Now
Oh,
they're
my
wrecking.
goodness. That's incredible.
Now the caution flag is out.
I think we got it. That's ours.
There were 5 wrecks before the wreck.
My God, I could not believe those guys waited. I thought they wrecked coming out of 4.
I thought they wrecked on the restart. Again, the field is frozen.
This is why Carl Edwards didn't want to come down pit road. You see these guys coming out of the pit stall. David Reagan's trying to avoid the 70 car, Tony Raines, and just spins the car out on pit road.
He just missed the 9 car of Casey Kane.
Dangerous down there. The one thing that the 99 team needs to be careful of, though, is the same thing that happened to Jimmy Johnson. You know, yeah, you can stay at the back and you can still to the front. Oh, trouble.
David Ruderman sideways.
Right rear tires up down on this 44. Oh, no, Jeff Gordon's torn up. Oh, man, this is going to kill him in points.
And he is nosed into the wall.
How bad is it? He's behind the scoreboard. Can't see him.
Yeah, he's got fluid coming out. It's what they can't see. And that's not good. It's either the
got a lot of damage,
radiator.
A lot of damage to the body, which is extremely
got the
important.
right front really hard, left front.
There it goes.
There's the tire.
The tire just exploded, almost just like what we saw Friday on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car.
Oh, he came right across the front of Gordon, who then went into the outside wall. He didn't hit the 44 car. He might have just grazed him, but I believe then he was. We could get another shot. I think we'll see Jeff Gordon hit the outside wall.
Yeah, look, he veered to the right to dodge the 44 coming across his nose, and looked like he might have had a bump. We'll see him turn into the wall.
Yeah, I think he just these things, when you make a hard turn like this, you just lose control of them. Now let's see, right there it is. He has to make. Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Close. Out of nowhere, and I tried to avoid him, and when I did, the car turned to the right and just lost control into the wall. So, pretty much.
We've got our Haynes on now. Napa Auto Parts. Napa. Get the good stuff. And Subway Restaurants. Subway. Eat fresh.
Watching back here to see if Edwards got through.
And the big one has happened at Talladega. Carnage all over the front straightaway here at the exit of pit road. Cars that have just been ripped apart. Martin Truex.
Blue on the 83, guys. Right front.
Junior's the leader of the race.
Oh,
right there.
Man.
Yeah, tire blows. Well, he just gets misses the 31. 9 cars involved into the 38.
Look at Bobby Labonte. He's fishing his way through that. I'm telling you, he missed 2 or 3 guys by inches. Then you see Martin Truex had a hard lick on that inside wall.
How did the 31 not get hit here? Watch the car come across right to Burton, right there.
Ooh, that was
goodness.
close.
Well, didn't we say in the top of this you had to be lucky? So that's one of those times it was lucky. You see Terry Labonte spinning down through there in the 45 car. 70 of Tony Raines involved.
Come on, buddy. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. There we go. Caution's out. Nice job. Blue tire.
Sure, these guys are just riding along in their draft.
Yeah. Well, Martin Truex, just a victim.
Yeah, he had a great car. He'd pushed Junior to the front here. Harvick's view looking across from the 29 car. And you see Jeff Burton right there. He's on the bumper of Brian Vickers, but he's able to sneak by. Oh, right there. That is the Allstate Good Hands move of the race. The 31 car of Jeff Burton and the 29 of Kevin Harvick. 2 of the Richard Childress cars somehow making a move to be able to get by. Watch it again from the front angle. When all of this happens, you're just sitting there trying to drive straight through and hoping that somebody doesn't come across, just like you see right there, and collect you in it. And it's just a matter of if it's your day and you were lucky to make it through when it happens that close to the front.
Pass. Well, that may be in a product. Oh, trouble on the racetrack. Montoya gets shuffled below the yellow line.
Come on up and
will blend back in without.
Guys. Out. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Denny Hamlin in the wall, the leader. Another problem now.
You okay, Denny?
And he hit it a ton up there.
That thing just took a dead. Definitely got some kind of issue right here with these tires.
Yes, we do. All the way from the bottom of the racetrack, from that yellow line all the way up into the safer barrier. Watch Tony Stewart getting by, right in front of the 18 car. Watch how fast this car goes up there to the outside wall.
Half back and outside. Keep coming. Keep coming. Yellow's out. Yellow.
Now, Elliott Sadler was in the high lane.
Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. You're all right.
Adjustments on Travis Bubble's machine.
Carl Edwards spins it around, exiting pit road, and does a 360, Joey Chipwood style. Walton's got to be humming at Beatles to not get by with
Kevin Harvick.
Trouble. Harvick on the bottom of the racetrack.
Like he doesn't have any damage yet, other than what the grass did here. Okay, he's got it started up, so he'll stay on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Looks like
David Reagan got hit. Yeah. Wow, how this didn't create something major. Wow. Look at this. Look at Reagan getting by. Woo. That's some really good driving and a lot of luck. You see.
88's backing up. All right. Just got turned there.
Harvick couldn't go any further up. He was hitting Jeff Burton, so just a product.
Oh, got trouble up front.
Biffle right in front of Junior.
Carl
Edwards is in it. Oh, and turns Quapple into the outside wall.
And Kevin, a lot of chasers involved in this one.
Oh, 17.
When you get off there, if you can drive it.
This is definitely the big one we were looking for, guys. I was hoping we had not seen, or we had seen it, and we wouldn't see this, but
these guys hung back all day, and that's what they get in then.
We don't have any brakes.
We told her to look at Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, all torn up in the front. We mentioned to see on the replay exactly what did happen. Travis Quapple, the pole sitter, having a real run. You see Blaney gets turned a little bit there, but that was okay. That looked like that could be big. But the trouble's going to start right up here in the front whenever looks like maybe the 99 gets into the back of the 16. That's all 3 Roush cars that it takes out right there. And Dale Jr.
Look at Jimmy Johnson just squeezed by this. There's still some wrecking ahead of even of Jimmy Johnson yet.
We talk about bump drafting. It's hard to see from that angle we were right there, but bump drafting in the corners, you have to believe that Biffle got a shot right there. I don't think that the car would just turn sideways. Jimmy Johnson right there in the middle, just behind Kevin Harvick, who was involved in the accident, but Jimmy Johnson's going to slip through. See Jeff Burton down the apron. Let's watch right here.
Still 3, keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Right there, you cannot touch somebody right there on that left rear corner.
You just can't keep hitting them, especially in that corner. You got the wheels turned already, and you just have to lay off right at that point. As much as you're wanting to help move forward.
Turn 2 here.
Yellow, yellow, yellow. Put debris up at 2.
Jamie McMurray's car slowing off of turn 2. Looks like a cut tire.
Yeah, it looks like a right rear tire has gone flat on the 26.
What happened here to McMurray over in the corner?
I believe that right rear tire didn't hit anything. Sure, there's a lot of debris up there in turn 2.
A great move there, but nobody wanted to go with him.
I can't believe that these guys at DEI cars are going to be satisfied with 2nd and 3rd. They're going to have to go for it here.
Now watch the 31 and the 07. Teammates for Childress, Burton, and Boyer.
Still content to run single file.
They're all wanting to go, but everybody's just filling that spot, so they're not getting that opportunity.
David Reagan hasn't won. Regan Smith, the rookie. Paul Menard is there. Tony Stewart has never won at Talladega in a NASCAR Sprint Cup car.
He's going to have to do a lot of blocking right here. They've got to run on him. Got to run.
Here they come.
I can't go down there and do that, though.
Actually, I think it's legal on the last lap. He might have got it right there. I think it's legal on the last lap. We're looking next door to see.
Below the yellow line. It was below.
We still haven't got an indication, but it looks like Regan Smith won this race.
Why would it be legal on the last lap?
That's what they were
187.
You heard Tony Stewart, some of those guys commenting on you can't go below the yellow line to make that pass. There's Tony inside the car. We are waiting to get definitive information from NASCAR.
He definitely passed below the yellow line pretty much the whole way.
Has won the race. Tony Stewart is the official winner here at Talladega. They would not allow that pass below the yellow line. That's all.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 car going for the lead. He's right beside Denny Hamlin at 11 on the backstretch. And I think the fans will let you know who's fighting for the lead. Boy, Kurt Busch in that 2 car was sideways. Casey Kane got into the back of him.
Man, Sadler jumps down behind
You're
Junior.
all clear, all clear.
Won't hear that very often. All clear.
Junior went to the front.
We got trouble. David Reagan in the 6, Joey Logano in the 20.
And Robbie Gordon. Scott Speed, the 82, and Greg Biffle are in it.
Caution out. Well, that didn't take long.
Logano 20 on the right, underneath Jeff Gordon.
That actually starts, I think, a little further up here.
It does.
Robbie Gordon in the 7 gets into the back of David Reagan in the 6, and it's the accordion effect from there. And Joey Logano in the 20 just gets clipped as Scott Speed, the 82, comes off the banking.
Second wreck at Scott Speed's
Jeff Gordon
been in. He was in Scott was in a wreck last night here, very similar.
Watch the 24 of Gordon up high as this unfolds, snaking his way through it.
Boy, look at that.
Unbelievable.
Jeff did an incredible job. I mean, that was, but to dodge those cars and weave his way through there.
They're having a blast up there at the front.
And as they play cat and mouse, Jamie McMurray comes into the picture, and that 26. Whoa. Denny Hamlin almost slid it to the wall.
Boy,
what a save.
That backed a bunch of them up.
That was a big slide for the number 11.
This is what you call push loose. This thing comes off the corner. He's got a lot of wheel in it, and when those front tires dig, That's when you go push, 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 go push, 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 loose.
When you can see the right door numbers from that view, we got trouble on the back straightaway. David Ruderman and David Stremme on the left going for a spin.
That will bring the caution out as we're coming to lap 23.
This is Stremme, who gets it pointed the right way in the bus stop chicane.
He'll be in the right front.
This is about
because he was headed to that inside wall in a hurry.
This is one of those times when you say, where did that come from?
Boy, Stremme took a hard hit.
No, both of those cars did. You can
up, they will blow by you like you're sitting still.
4 abreast into turn 1.
Uh-oh, Jeff Gordon's in trouble now. Yikes, he made contact with a 16.
He got Greg Biffle in the 16. Nowhere for Jeff Burton in the 31 to go.
And Casey Mears tags Biffle.
Boy, I mean, I knew Gordon was getting mighty close to Biffle there, and they made a little contact and turned him around.
Ruined the front splitter on Biffle's number 16.
I don't think it was that bad.
And Jeff Burton got a piece of it.
Burton said, and he makes just enough contact to turn the 16 around.
It doesn't take much at 190 miles per hour.
I don't know how much damage the 48 got. It looks minimum, but he got into the side of Greg Biffle.
Looks like Casey Mears in the 07 got some there at the tail end.
I think the worst of them, though, was the 31 car of Jeff Burton.
Let's have a look from the DirecTV blimp.
You can see that car just get that wiggle.
Boy, there's
Kevin Harvick, that's 29.
Some more really good driving to get through some of these accidents without them being worse than they are. Now you see Jeff Gordon, he's getting forced up here. Watch Michael, he's on the 55 car at the bottom. He just gets Jeff where he's got to move up just a little bit, and Biffle's there. And look at all those guys wad up on the outside but make it through.
Comes up short. Now Jeff Burton is out of the race. Here's Dick Berggren.
Well, I just think the problem that Kyle's going to have as we go down to the end of this race is the maneuverability of the car. I think.
Oh, we got trouble.
I think looks like he just got around all by himself.
It looks like he took the nose off for Ruderman's car going by.
Nice save, man. Real nice save. Real nice save. We'll bring it to you, Kevin. Bringing it to you.
What do you
think the 18 car will do now, bud?
I think the 18 and all of his buddies out there will hit pit road.
I think you're right.
But because this is exactly what Steve Addington, as crew chief, said with about 15 or 20 laps to go. Just got tapped from the back from David Stremme in that 12 car. Did you see how that car lifted up and the roof flaps deployed and the car just set right back down?
You know what happened, though, Larry? I think that the 19 got just a little wee bit loose, maybe had to get up out of the throttle, and that's how come Stremme got into him.
Right. Watch the gap between Sadler and the car in front of him. We won't see it from this angle open up. This is the Verizon onboard camera for Stremme. Yeah, Darryl, you're right.
Yeah, see, Stremme had to start playing with the throttle, and I don't know what happened to Elliott's car, but it just got a little bit loose. Looked like he had to lift up a tad, and when he did, Stremme got into the back of him.
McMurray in the 26 and Edwards in the 99 fighting their way back.
You just get so frustrated because you're up there, you make the wrong move.
Trouble.
Oh, big
Menard and Junior. And Biffle.
Right there. Keep digging there. You got one slide in the grass. Keep digging.
88's torn up big time.
And Bobby Labonte against the wall.
Bobby Labonte's car crashed the 16 for the second time.
You know, Darryl, these last 3 laps, things were getting racier. The moves were getting a little bolder. The car's sliding a little more. And contact.
Yeah, Mike, you just feel the intensity. You know, as it gets down here with just a few laps to go, you stop giving and start taking, and this is what happens.
Dale Jr. is going to have to take that car to the garage. 88 of Menard, the pole sitter.
See what happens back here to start this melee.
Well, you see them 3 wide, 3 deep.
On the 98's getting a little loose already. He's fishtailing.
Right in front of his teammate, Bobby Labonte.
He gets Bobby Labonte, and that turns him.
But Biffle also goes around.
Now, I'm not sure
front of them.
I'm not. You don't reckon that Biffle slowed down because of the hollered there's a caution, do you? because he looked funny that he would have gotten in. He was ahead of it.
There wouldn't have been a caution yet. Watch Biffle up on the high side, number 16 behind Kenseth. He got hit, I believe.
Yeah, he
One
did.
of the black cars.
Yeah, he came. Somebody got
into Biffle.
Not much, but a little bit.
He got a
with
bump.
The 18 right with him.
Got a bump from Kyle Busch. Put him right up behind McMurray again.
Boy, this is a real high-speed chess match right here. Which way do we go? Which way do we go?
Biffle in the wall.
Again. Biffle, one more time.
With 2 to go. Caution is out, and we will go to overdrive.
Dadgum. That 12 car and the 16 car, I think that, what is that, the third wreck they've been in tonight?
That's
it is the
third
7th
caution that Greg Biffle has been involved in.
Yep, 7th caution tonight. And it's the 3rd caution for Stremme as well. Watch the 12 and the 16. Back to the pack.
The 12 just gets this pushing up the hill, and he gets into Biffle. So I'm telling you, sometimes you got the wheels turning, the thing just will not stop. It just keeps going up the hill.
Watch from our Verizon Wireless onboard on Stremme's Penske machine.
Clear low, outside.
Did you hear him? I mean, he lets off, but it doesn't do any good at all. It just keeps on washing up the track.
Stay with it, stay with it.
He can't open the bottom, Jamie. You can't open the bottom. He's going to get back down there now.
Jeff Gordon really gave the 11 a big shot. And when
Harvick gets the 11. We're okay.
Hang
White
on,
flag.
Boys. Hang on, boys.
White flag. Kyle Busch was pushed down, gets back up above the yellow line. McMurray 1 lap away.
I know that lead looks good, but as long as they don't get a run on him.
And here they come.
If they can stay 2 or 3 wide behind him, he can work both sides of the street.
Look at him, 4 wide going through turn 2.
Go high, go low, go high, go low. Just look for somebody that's coming. And
about 3.
I tell you, he's got a perfect scenario right here. They can't get lined up to get to
Watch
him.
your mirror, 29 coming to you.
Harvick has help on the outside.
Here comes the 29. Just like, no.
Johnson into the wall with Mears and Hamlin.
That's it.
The caution is out. So Harvick has won this race.
I'll tell you, that is just like he did 2 years ago here. Looking behind him then.
And Jeff Gordon, watch the 24. Misses another one. Wow.
Man, oh man, that was close. Again. Jeff's right. He needs an in-car camera tonight.
Wish he had one.
Who, the 07?
Yep.
Did Gordon get into the 07 and get him sideways and get him into the 48?
To me, it looked like the first contact was between Mears and Johnson, the 07 and the 48. But we'll have some time to sort it out here as Kevin Harvick will drive his Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet to victory lane. Positions are Brad Keselowski.
Trouble off turn 2 here, or 4, I'm sorry.
Kurt Busch.
Car number 2, turn 4.
And the caution will wave.
Hold your brake. Caution's out. All right, guys, get ready here.
Next car came to him.
From the DirecTV blimp.
There you can see the car wobble. He gets down in the bumps, down low, and turns off of turn 2 here. You'll see the 1 car start to wobble. See that? It lost the tail. The 6 looks under him, gets into him.
Darrell, did that have a look of a tire going down?
It wiggled like it may have, but he's been falling off the pace the last several laps. I think could very well be a tire.
8 laps to go.
Keselowski just a sitting duck on the outside in that 09.
He's more worried about Tony
Here we go,
Stewart.
guys. Big wreck. Got a car off the track. Got one in the wall.
Casey Mears in the 07 spins.
Joey Logano is trying to get through. Michael's there in the 55. Waltrip.
Get rolling there. Come
down here. They just try to get 3-4 wide, looks like.
Oh,
looks like it all started. The 77 to 17 got together. John Andretti up there in the 34 car. He was a victim.
Logano got into the back of the 07 there of Casey Mears. Turned him around.
Chain reaction from there.
Here the last time by. Let's see if we can get a shot of it.
As Boris said, at the bottom of the racetrack.
Car just gets that arrow push, and it doesn't matter what you do, you can't stop it.
And he almost got into the back of Ryan Newman in that number 39 Army car. Remember, Ryan started at the rear of the field.
right side of the car.
pretty good on the right front.
Ryan Newman pitting. Now he is locked in to the 500 based on last year's championship points.
Side tires, guys. We're coming. Right side tires.
55 miles an hour down pit road, and Newman will likely fall off the lead lap with his tire change under green.
Left. See if you can see anything on the left. Look good. Right side.
And the thing about it, with him still sitting on pit road,
All the way out. All the way out. All the way out.
and the leader's going into turn 3, he's probably going to go a lap down. And there you see, it looks like Morris said.
I don't think he will. I think we're going to have a caution based on what I see right there.
Got Speed's car. What happened here?
Got a feeling Boris and 82 may have serious contact.
Pretty hard lick on both those race cars. Right now, we stay green, and there's the caution being waved, which is a great break for Ryan Newman.
You're breaking the car.
Now, it looks like Mark Martin and Brian Vickers. Oh, Ryan Newman, hard to the outside wall.
Tell me when you're done here. But
that will bring the caution out.
look at that. I'm still going for a ride. Okay, you're all good. We're going to need another car, Tony.
Joe Gibbs Racing, and now he's looking at it in his rearview mirror.
Nemechek right behind Riggs as they cross the line.
Back. Here we
go.
go.
Transfer spot.
Here we go. They got a little run. I tell you, they got back just enough. I believe they can do it. If Logano could get up there, but he's back just far enough that keeps Tony from getting that good run.
No help.
No help. No help.
Gordon will have to protect the bottom. Logano gets kicked to the outside.
09 coming to you.
Almirola coming for third. Jeff Gordon trying to hang on for the lead and the win.
Jeff Gordon's got this under control. He'll win this thing. Tony Stewart's going to run second again.
And who's going to make the show? Gordon wins it, and Riggs is in for Tommy Baldwin's startup team that came down here unsponsored. Scott Riggs
Look at this.
in the Daytona 500.
Yes.
I am so happy for Tommy Baldwin. He just put
on him so fast. Got him trapped out there, and he didn't. Ratio got a smoker down on the apron coming up on the track.
Almirola. Eric Almirola spins and gets out of harm's way, it looks like. One of the Earnhardt Ganassi cars. And we're under caution for the first time today.
Now.
Oh,
boy.
He tried to stay off Jamie McMurray. Reagan got in him.
Reagan's done that a couple of times this week.
When that happens right in front of about a third of the field, you're mighty lucky when that's all you end up having to do is change tires.
Uh-oh, look
out. Digger never saw him coming.
He heard him coming.
It's a spotter, Bob Jeffries.
Travis Quapple has hit the wall in his Yates Racing Ford.
That's got tar written all over it.
Got the right front locked up. Right front is locked up.
So up into the outside safer barrier he goes. Another angle, different place here. You see again, hard licking that outside safer barrier. But again, you know, that's the beautiful thing about having that safer barrier there. It could have been a lot worse if it hadn't been for those safer.
Front straightaway, Joey Logano pounds the safer barrier at the inside of the entrance to pit road. And it's a hard hit for the 18-year-old from Middletown, Connecticut. He had been doing so well from the back. He climbed up to 27th position as of a lap ago, but something sent that car out of line and hard into the wall.
I'm going to tell you, that was a hard lick.
I have a feeling that
he tried to stay off of Scott Speed in the 82, and then he drove down in front of Greg Biffle. But look at that, a hard lick there.
I love it that they finally put the safer barrier there. That used to be a dirt bank several years ago, and boy, it was worse than hitting a wall.
You would know. You hit that thing a ton. Wasn't it 4th of July race?
No, it was in the 500 in 83.
And you know, no one did anything wrong there. Scott Speed got loose. Joey Logano tried to stay off of him. Greg Biffle in the 16 was right there. David Stremme in the 12 car.
That looks like Ryan Newman's car after practice the other day. And caution for debris.
Caution. Boy, Brian Vickers, Dale Earnhardt Jr., that ain't going to work, boys.
Vickers hard. Here we go. Kyle Busch, the dominant car of the day, in the wall.
That was wrong.
And 10 cars sliding, slamming into the infield.
Jimmy Johnson, totally uncalled for. Totally.
I don't care who you are. That was just wrong.
Back straightaway. Junior gets a good run.
Vickers puts a little block on him. And then you be the judge.
Let's reiterate the rule. You are not allowed to advance your position below the yellow line. If you are forced below the yellow line, you must come back up and blend in.
Vickers puts the block on him, and then Junior just turns right back into the racetrack, right in the left rear of Brian Vickers.
Saw a similar situation like that yesterday in the nationwide race.
And the results are a good 8 to 10 race cars torn up.
Now Vickers makes a legal move coming down to block Dale Jr. But instead of blending in, Jr. caught the back end of Vickers' Toyota. And of all the cars in that crash, you have to feel for Kyle Busch. He had led 88 laps, far more than anyone else today, but his number 18 is junk.
Just all of this uncalled for, mainly with 75 laps to go in this race.
Let's ride with Junior.
Push you. On the bottom, 3 wide. 2 outside. 2 outside there. Go low. Go low. Go low. There you go. Good job.
Jimmy Johnson's view.
Outside, no help. Out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Guys, be ready with our splitter hardware.
With Denny Hamlin.
There's a big pile up back there, Mike.
And finally, here's what Digger saw.
Both of the Gibbs cars were involved, Denny Hamlin as well. And I guess, Darrell, what I would say, putting a block like that on someone with 75 laps to go, I don't know that I agree with that, but that I don't agree with a car just turning off the below the line, just turn.
Especially after that rough week as his first race as an owner driver. But he has said that when he is at the racetrack, when he arrives Thursday night or Fridays, he is the driver. He is a driver while he's at the track 3 days a week. He doesn't have to be an
Crash
owner.
out of turn 2. Paul Menard hits the wall hard. And that wreck actually started about 10 cars in front of Menard. A black and yellow car, may have been Jeff Burton, got into the wall in 2. There's Menard.
There's Menard, but I think the car that got in trouble is Burton right here. I think he goes up and almost, see, he gets into the 78. They make contact. You see parts flying off of the back of Burton's car there. The 31, and
Menard's
Menard
a victim.
Just tried to get by and didn't quite make it.
But you're right, Mike. It all started way back in the middle of turn 1 and 2.
Yeah, Burton just started up the hill, and 78 Regan Smith's there. They make contact, 77-00. But here comes Menard.
Regan Smith came down on Menard just a little bit, trying to dodge Jeff Burton in the 31.
And actually turned Menard to the right.
Now, if Matt Kenseth can bring them all the way back around and lead a lap. Oh, here we go.
There he goes.
Almirola goes off the nose of Casey Kane.
Hang on to her, brother.
Your brake. Brake there.
Man, it gets crowded back there. Goodness.
Caution's out.
Darrell, I think you were right.
There,
I think somebody's glass slipper broke.
This is his mind. He was going to go inside, starts back outside, hits the left front of Reed's car in the 43 there, Reed Sorensen, and shot him up the hill.
But from the DirecTV blimp, now here is Almirola side by side with the number 2 of Kurt Busch.
He runs up on the back of.
Yeah, what a stack up.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
there.
it's just they're just all wadded up right there. He gets hit from behind by
Sam Hornish.
Sam Hornish shoots him to the left about the time that the 43 cars come along.
Or the Casey Kane
the 9 cars come along.
Close quarters. Almirola's way on the outside. There he gets a boot from Hornish.
Yep.
And across he comes. That was very lucky not to be another 10-car pileup.
And Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car, did get the free pass. He's back on the lead lap.
The 8th caution flag of the night. Now, will anybody pit? We'll let you know in a minute.
500 winner in the 51st running of the Great American Race, the 2009 champ, Matt Kenseth, in a backup car, slipping through for the lead, and now the victory in the rain-shortened Daytona 500. And our Steve Burns is down there. Steve?
Well, Chris, Matt Kenseth wins the biggest race of them all. Matt, what does it mean to you as a racer from the time you were a child to win this race?
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be really wet out here. It's probably going to cry like a baby, but just really need to thank my team and thank the Lord for giving me this opportunity, first of all. And just had a lot of great opportunities in my life with my family and getting me into racing. And really, DeWalt, Ford, Carhartt, USG Sheetrock, Arnold.
Like this, never before. We have a lot more to go here in the Libertor post-race show. We're glad you're watching from Daytona.
Jeff Gordon in the middle, and here comes Reagan. Yesterday's winner, David Reagan, in the number 6 with rookie Joey Logano up top. Where'd Logano come from? That would be 22nd.
They worked together yesterday. It was Logano that actually gave Reagan the shot that he needed to get to the lead to win the race yesterday. Oh, goodness. Boy, Jeff Gordon.
And around.
He's
car to the wall.
I think that was Jeff
Here we
Gordon.
go. Here we go. 8, 9, 10 cars. Mark Martin's involved.
Man, you hate to see this early in the race.
I believe Jeff Gordon was the first car sent
Came up on me.
up and into the wall. Somebody
hit Jeff, and that guy started it. See where Jeff Gordon is here, because you see the smoke first when he makes contact with someone.
And it's the car to his inside. Now here's Gordon. Here's Matt Kenseth. Watch the two of them and see if there's a puff of smoke.
Looks like Jeff has got cars on the inside of him, on the outside of him. Oh, and Kenseth just looks like he was leaving a little room on the bottom and moved up a tad and got into Jeff.
Casey Kane involved.
Well, I think
Allmendinger.
Listen, when the field went by, there were only about half. It's only about half a field left.
You can see right there, Matt Kenseth just gets into that left front of Jeff Gordon, and Gordon goes up and gets in the side of the 71. Gilliland, nowhere for Kurt Busch to go. Brian Vickers, and they just stack up from there.
Look, that's a 6-pack into the wall, just all in one move.
And this is the way the big one works at Talladega. I saw cars running in the top 5 that were involved, cars running outside the top 25 that were involved.
Yeah, I hate that. The old Pepsi Challenger is getting opened up like a can of Pepsi.
Got Gilliland as he went around, who spun down off the nose of the 2.
Harvick. And look at Mark. Mark took a heck of a ride in the 5 car.
Now Casey Kane has climbed out of his car. He's okay. It's going to be easier to list the cars that were not involved.
Mike, when they went by here, and of course we'll see them on the track out here, that's half the field.
Most of the cars in the low groove up until then. Oh, Boyer took a hard shot after contact from Gilliland.
So did the 71. I mean, there are cars that were getting pounded in this wreck.
Let's look out from behind Jeff Gordon. That's Kurt Busch.
Man, just like that.
And again. And again.
We're done. We're done. Completely junk. Kenseth came up on me.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Go low, go low, go low. Stay in it, stay in it, stay in it. We're in it, boys.
And let's ride with Casey. Let's go back. Here are the cars involved in the wreck. This is in numerical order.
He drives for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Nationwide Series. We feel like somewhere in the future.
Trouble, guys, in the tri-oval. Michael
Waltrip.
Michael cut down in front of somebody. I think he's going to save it. Save it, brother. Save it.
He did.
All
he
right.
did save it.
Wow, what a save.
What a save.
Hold on. Watch out now. Watch out.
Caution's out.
Slow down. Don't tear your fenders off.
That was unbelievable.
He cut down in front of somebody back here.
That was most awesome piece of driving right there. Woo. Nice save, Michael. I'm wanting to put myself in that spot. I thought I had him cleared. I didn't.
He thought he had let's see who it was he thought he had cleared. He's going to cut down here in front of somebody.
Marcos Ambrose, his teammate.
Goodness gracious, his teammate.
That old big blue wall was coming up in a hurry, though, wasn't it?
But see how he backed off? He's sliding. He's headed for the wall. He backs off the brakes. Car bites, and he saved it.
Now that area toward that inside wall, that used to be grass.
This car
could have been a wild ride.
It would have been gone normally, Mike. I mean, it would have hit that inside wall and just killed it. But he is driving it. He is driving it, baby.
That's the finest piece of driving I've seen your brother do since he won Daytona.
Thank you. I think you're right.
What a save. Twice.
You know what? A lot of times I think people would say he was just hanging on. I'm going to tell you what, he drove that thing out of that.
Well, let's ride with him. There's Ambrose, the 47 to the left.
Inside now, inside.
My goodness. And then he said, oh, look at him. Go, Mikey, go.
Wow, what a save. What a save. Hold on, watch out now, watch out.
That'll put your stomach.
We didn't hit anything, man. That was a...
Caution is out.
Hold it right there on the bottom. Dang good job, Kurt.
Man. Yeah, I don't think there's
dirty up there.
any contact whatsoever. I think he just, as he just said, got a little high. Here he is right back in here. Gets a little high coming through here. Gets a little close to the outside wall.
Came around on him.
Goodbye. Right through Mikey. Look at it. Same tracks Mikey took.
And then it's like, no, I don't want to go that way.
You know how fast he was going through there? 190 mile an hour. Team's out there, but he's all by himself. Dale Jr.'s going to have to get up there. Oh, he turned him. Yikes.
Truex on the bottom. Truex can't save it.
Oh, no.
Pushes around.
He tried. He just couldn't hang on to it.
It's us.
Yeah, but it isn't bad, I don't think.
Nope. And Truex
I don't
is
think
kind of the
bad.
victim in this one, but he's okay.
I don't think he's bad either.
It's us. We're coming to you.
You're all right. Come and get your 4 tires. Let's go.
Well, got to stay on the lead lap now.
Be okay. Gets it fired back up. Do all that spinning around.
I got
all
a
that.
starter. Send a truck.
Oh, it's Kyle Busch. The car will not fire. Let's show you how this all got started.
Well, this
with
checked
Carl
up.
Edwards. He was right in front of Carl Edwards, who'd been trying to avoid all this.
He just checked up a little too much. Down on the apron, down on the apron. Neither one of them ever got hit, other than when the 31 knocked the 18 around.
I know, it's incredible there's no contact. Now, Jeff Burton had been frustrated with Kyle Busch from where Kyle tried to run him down to the flat a few laps earlier.
This is just some amazing driving.
Unbelievable.
Amazing driving. Montoya.
Wow.
Reagan the 6 car may have gotten to the back of Montoya just a little bit, but I don't think that was bad.
And now we hear that, the 18 has no starter. He can't get cranked. He's going to go a lap down.
The fact that this ended up being just 2 single car spins
They're still inside.
is pretty amazing.
Well, we've seen that all day, with the 55 and the 2 here in the tri-oval.
Stay high there.
I mean, we've seen some incredible driving by these guys today. 18 got fired up there. He got a push. He's in the pit.
Go 3.
Yeah, Martin got a boot from David Reagan. That's what started.
He's going to lose it here. Keep coming.
Sent Truex down.
Stay high. Stay high. Yellow's out. Yellow's out. Good job, buddy.
Reagan in that 6 car and Tony Stewart in the 14. There goes Burton right up in the front of him. You get a little bump down the back straightaway.
Here we go.
Oh, trouble hard in the wall, Robbie Gordon. And around goes Jimmy Johnson.
Denny Hamlin's involved. Martin Truex Jr., David Stremme. This is version 2 of the big one.
Well, desperate men were starting to do some desperate things out there. as the laps wound down.
Like I said, Mike, this is when you lay it all on the line. If you got it, use it.
Both ends for Martin Truex. Robbie Gordon, oh, thank goodness he's moving around in that car, because look how the front stove in as he hit the inside wall.
Mayfield going there in a 41 car. He's got a lot of fire coming out of that automobile. Boy, that's a hard lick. That is hard right there. Oh, my.
But you know the great thing? They've installed the safer barrier back there on that inside wall.
Yeah, look at that. Is that Sam Hornish that went up and hit the outside wall?
Yep, and kept going. Let's do some ride-alongs here, starting with Michael Waltrip.
Heavy impact today, hard impact in all these, and the big one and then this one.
Of course, Jimmy Johnson had taken the points lead since his teammate Jeff Gordon, the 24, had problems earlier.
I want to tell you about Robbie Gordon's hit. If he hits another 100 feet down track, he hits the concrete instead of the safer barrier.
Let's see what happened here. Montoya got hit by the 11.
Yep, there it is.
And that turned him a little bit to the left, and then or to the right, and then when he corrected, he got into Bobby Labonte, and it was on from there.
Boy, Hornish scooted through there for a while and then got turned. Let's look back from Jimmy Johnson's car. Carl Edwards.
I'll tell you, I don't know if they can catch him. What we've seen today, two cars get that big a lit run on them. I don't know that the 39 and the 88 can catch them.
They're in the draft of Edwards and Keselowski.
He's all over you here, just you and him.
Carl Edwards restarted 8th.
If that 09 can stay hooked to the back of that 99, it's going to be hard to get him. It's going to be close right here at the line.
Can Keselowski try to win it?
I don't know. I don't think he can step out until he waits till the last second and picks up.
He goes to the outside. Is Edwards going? Oh, no! He turns him.
No, no.
Oh, and that destroyed the front end of Newman's car.
No.
Edwards will not make it to the flag.
Oh,
Brad Keselowski won this race.
Unbelievable.
Carl Edwards' car destroyed, and Junior's protege, Keselowski, the winner, and Carl Edwards is moving around and ready to climb out.
Larry, look at that. The carburetor's gone off.
It's completely gone.
Carl did what he wanted to do. He stayed at the back all day long. He played it smart. Had this race possibly won. Not now. Not sure where Carl's going. Maybe he thinks if he runs across the start-finish line, it'll count.
That's what he's got. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
He's like you know how he is. He's an athlete, a marathon runner. I want to finish the race.
And he did.
Yes,
to a standing ovation from the crowd. Shades of Ricky Bobby. Bought it from Rick Hendrick and leased the engine, a whole Hendrick package.
Let's take a look, Mike. Carl Edwards, he opened it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is a hard lick right into the fence. I mean, that car, that looked like Bobby Allison did here in 1987.
The catch fence did its job, and the car did its job.
Thank goodness we have the new, much stronger, safer catch fences.
And Newman took a hard hit from Edwards as well. Look at just a car with the room left on the bottom.
What happened here is the 09 looked to the outside. Carl went up a little bit to block him, and 09 went right back to the bottom and clipped him.
You know, the move looked a lot like the one that Brian Vickers put on Jimmy Johnson when Vickers won.
Wow.
But what a hit.
Wow. That is 1987 all over again. Oh, my gosh. And did you see that? I believe it was Biffle that almost T-boned the 99. But watch, the 09's going to look to the outside where he already has. Carl went up to block him a little bit. Now he's going to come down to try to block him again, and you get one shot at it, but you don't get two. Watch this.
What a lick.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
You know, and looking very carefully at the catch fencing that held, and I did not see any debris go into the grandstand, and that certainly is
Unbelievable.
It's very gratifying to see. Well,
I knew it was going to be wild. I didn't know it was going to be this wild.
Run here, the 3 back from him.
This is from Carl's onboard
Looking
camera.
inside, 09.
But Daryl, I want to ask you.
And from Dale Jr.
But Daryl, I want to ask you on air, because I did not see Brad Keselowski do anything wrong there.
No, it was a blocking move on Carl. The 09 looked to the outside. Carl went up to block that move, and when Carl came down, the 09 was there.
Another first-time winner at Talladega. Here's the cool-down lap. Dale Jr. kind of getting together. Junior with a big fist pump, and whoa, Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski didn't see him up there.
Now everybody's going to say it. Kyle
through.
Spun us down the back.
The inside of the track in our first caution of the night now.
You all right, Mark? Got a lot of front.
The 17 car up there, and I think Mark was just trying to slide up there in front of Matt, and that was just a close call, and an inch would have done it.
Yeah, and Montoya.
Whoa!
Almost made it.
But you look at Matt, there's 2 cars coming from 2 different angles to the same spot on the racetrack. And, it's one of those deals that's give and take, and I don't think Matt thought that he was going to come up that quick either. I hate that for Mark, man.
Yeah, he was running 6th and 9th in the points coming into tonight.
See Matt up on the high side, and he's got a pretty good run there. I think Mark just closed up on him a little bit quicker than he realized. I tell you, Montoya did a really nice job there. That could have been big.
Yeah. And he got down through the grass, and we'll have to see what it did to his splitter.
This is going to give you a really good idea of what it really looked like. Are you running up high? All of a sudden, you've got a pretty good run, and you've got a lot of room in between Mark and the wall. And it just closes up, and you hear Matt got out of the throttle.
He did.
So he did try to cut Mark some slack, but it just wasn't enough.
And one thing that
first run a little too tight, spin on the track, Ralph.
Yeah, we do. It's Casey Mears, the same spot actually where we saw Mark Martin.
Caution's out, Todd. We spun off at 2.
Whoa!
Oh
wow. Man, he had it saved. He had it saved.
I can't believe he jumped off the brake and let that thing roll.
Yeah, man, that's where you jump on the throttle.
Yeah,
at least.
And look, it's easy to sit up here and criticize, so let me say that. I apologize. But I really thought that when he was on the brake that the thing was going to stop, and then it just rolled off.
I got to circle him. There he is. You do the next one, Kyle. Ooh. And you know what? That was one of those deals where we were talking about earlier. I think getting off of turn 2, the thing just getting away from you. Watch, he's down on the bottom. No, actually the 12, but he's still, the 07 was going up, the 12 was coming down.
And I'm going to say something. He has it saved here. I think he's got a flat right front tire. But he let off right there. He just rolled it back. He does have a flat right front tire, but he just let that thing roll
back. But you'll
back.
see that a lot in turn 2. I mean, you lose the nose.
Look at Stremme just come down.
Yeah,
there.
but Stremme did have he had a lot of racetrack there.
Casey was in 19th at the time.
I'm not sure Casey could have done a whole lot about that one.
No.
I got it. I don't got it.
Clear low behind 07 if you want it. 2 back to 2x2. Anything you need right now, all clear.
Wow. That was a great angle. That really showed that the 12 car just took a
dove to pit road. He was running 3rd at the time, and the third caution is now out.
This would be perfect for him because he's pitted already, and he was on pit lane already, and all those guys are going to come in and pit, so this should put him in front. I saw something fly up in the air.
It's off of Sam Hornish.
Was that a tire?
Looks like it.
That was a
Looks
tire.
like a right rear.
Yeah. And there it was.
Montoya
was coming. So
don't forget, Montoya now is going to take advantage of that. He'll get the lucky dog.
And look how it's torn the side. Absolutely. And that foam, you see that foam coming up? That's the foam I spoke of a minute ago. The foam that I spoke about a minute ago in the side of Ryan.
Practice, he quit early.
Oh,
but there's a crash on the racetrack.
On the backstretch.
big problems going down towards turn number 3. A lot of cars involved. Rudiman is in that. Gilliland is in there. Boyer. You see the 43 of Sorensen, the 83 of Vickers. There's Rudiman. Dale Jr. caught up in it as well. Smoke just pouring out of the 88.
And this is, you know, we talk about this racetrack all the time. The big accidents at Daytona happen almost always in the middle of the backstretch. Guys jockeying for position, inside, outside, and you just don't clear somebody or you clip somebody and you force somebody into a wall, and then it's a chain reaction because you got no place to go and you can't see. I'm not even sure where this one starts. You see the 12 car. Wow. He gets tapped. Yeah. He gets into the back. It's like Casey gets in the back of him.
Yeah, and that's what happens with these cars sometimes. If you're not dead straight when you're hitting the guy in front of you bump drafting, you're going to turn them straight into the wall.
And you saw the 00 turn to the outside. Well, obviously he got hit in the back and turned the opposite way by somebody. Now look at that. You can see nothing. From where we were sitting right there, you could see from there, you could see nothing back all the way to turn 2.
Yeah, Casey definitely got into the 12, didn't he? Watch Rudiman in the 00 come around.
Yeah, well, at this point,
right? Oh man!
At this point, when you're behind something like that happened, all you can do is look straight, hold the steering wheel straight, get out of the gas, and hope you don't get run into or you run into somebody. There's not a whole lot you can do in this situation.
And the thing is, the accident started. Here's what happens with accidents at Daytona and places like this. You see these guys still piling into the wreck down here. There were almost 3 wrecks there, okay? You had the first wreck. You had the 12 and the 9 get together, all right? Then the 00 gets turned into the outside wall, starts another wreck. As those cars come out of the smoke on the other side, they continue to run into each other down in turn 3. That spread over about a mile and a half, or a mile of the racetrack.
And what happened was, when Casey was not squared up with the 12, when he hit him, the 12 was over just a little bit. It wasn't a flat square shot, and that's what turns the car to the right.
Inside the 6th door.
And watch Junior.
Clear.
He can't do nothing. He's holding it straight.
Come on, go high, go high, come on.
Runs into somebody. There's nothing you can do about it. Most of it's luck if you get through one of these wrecks.
And that's why Wally and I said earlier, there is no safe place in this pack. There is no safe place at the back. There is no safe place at the front.
Speaking of luck, watch this one.
Just gets this straight.
Just gets by. Now Junior's right behind him, and it closes up. And that's how quick it closes up. It closes up within a car length.
I'll tell you another one who was lucky was David Reagan, because when Rudiman comes back across the center of the racetrack,
losing it because he's too loose on the high side. Then exactly. Especially on the restarts. Up, we got the 00 in the wall.
Oh, David
clear down, all the way down.
And he's been kind of having some issues. I saw him
coming on the outside there, outside, right front blue.
I saw him struggling when they went back to green.
But we saw that car. That car was torn all to pieces.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
It was
with going
good
back.
before that, though.
Like you said must have cut a right front tire. You see the car, it's humming along there. Everything looks good. He's turning down, coming down the racetrack. Boom. The fender comes up. He blows a right front tire because probably the tire's rubbing on something internally that you don't see from the outside.
Either that, or even if, like you said, once you wreck one of these cars, it's never going to be perfect. It changes the handling and the way these tires are getting in the racetrack, so it just throws everything off, and you have a wear problem somewhere. That can happen as well.
Yeah. Bad break for him, good break for the 26 of Jamie McMurray.
Exactly. 26 car. Yeah, he just pitted, what, 3 or 4 laps ago?
Going down, you heard the voice of Curtis Markham, former driver, now Denny Hamlin spotter, trying to do what he could do to see the right front tire, but obviously still going on.
Kurt Busch and David Reagan.
Oh, there goes the splitter.
I thought they were going to get together a little earlier. They almost had a big problem. They waited a little while longer, and then finally...
And I'll tell you what, I will be surprised if the 11's...
we might have some...
If the 11's right front... Wow. No, it's just... Man, you know, it's hard
Kurt's had his handful.
Well, Kurt has been all over that car the last couple laps. But that's just, you know, you got 3 or 4 cars there. They're all moving around, you know. And I mean moving around. It's hard to explain how much these cars are moving. He's got 4 wide there. And David looks like he's trying to come up. He thought maybe he was clear.
Yeah.
So he kind of brought that one on himself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say David. I think David thought he had a clear spot to get back up in front of Kurt and didn't realize it. But they're, like you said, they're 4 wide right there.
That's
you know what I mean? Here we've already had one big crash, and here these guys are running 4 wide down the middle of the backstretch. You think these guys don't drive hard every lap? But they're fighting for everything.
And as it gets closer to the end of the race, you'll see more. You're going to see more of this. You're going to see, it's not erratic, but you're just going to see these moves because everybody's trying to protect their real estate right now. You can't afford to get shuffled all the way to the back.
And Kurt had saved it prior to that. I thought that's when they were going to get together. And then
Kurt's been sideways the last 2 or 3 laps. He's been, once he was in the middle, he's been sideways. And he was actually loose off the 2 right there, and he saved it.
And you see the flame shoot out of the 2 car. He let off as soon as he got into it. He let off. That's the flame coming out of that thing. And then you saw him jump back on it and it popped the flame back into it.
Too bad.
You're trying to keep that guy behind it. You don't.
Oh,
here we
there
go.
it is. Scott Speed. AJ Allmendinger.
Still outside. Stay in the gas.
Scott Speed in the Red Bull number 82.
And you just get to this point in the race and you can just expect it because everybody is trying to protect their position. And if you look in the mirror, you see a guy has a run on you, you're going to turn in front of him and try to block it.
8th caution of the night. He was running.
Yeah. And, you know, they come up on him. He comes up the racetrack and runs right across the hood of Allmendinger's car. And that's it's just like Wally says. Early in the race, there's give and take. There's give and take. We're sitting here looking at 9 laps to go when they were coming by, 8 laps to go. There is no give. There's all take right here.
So the 44 had to check up a little bit. The 82 had a run. And he figured, you know what, I got enough run. I think I can clear him.
And he slid up the track. Look at him sawing the wheel in there, too. Just being the victim being trapped in the middle groove.
And go ahead. The 26 was coming, too.
Yeah, 26 is coming and has no idea that the 82 is there. Has no idea that the closure rate is that fast. And when it closes, it's over with.
This is a great shot, I think. Watch how he misses a 44.
Stay low, stay low, stay low. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No caution yet. Keep digging. Keep your foot in it.
He's been very lucky at avoiding a lot of incidents tonight.
He's got no help because these guys are running 2 wide behind him. So now it's man on man right now.
I don't think it's gonna get wider here in a minute, I believe.
Here comes Johnson in behind Stewart. Is it enough? Hamlin's high side up there by himself in the 11. First lap led all night by Kyle Busch, and it's the money lap, and it might be all it takes.
It really
now, what does Johnson do to help Stewart?
Doesn't matter. Kyle Busch is going to hog all the racetrack, or he should. He's mirror driving right now.
Tony Stewart trying to get to the bottom.
He may get turned for mirror driving, but he's going to be mirror driving.
Stewart's trying to squeeze in there.
See that hand?
Shoving to the bottom.
Oh, my goodness, he just wanted to touch him, man. Just wanted to touch him.
Can't get him to the high side. Here he comes. No,
there he turns him. He turns him.
Busch in the wall. Here comes Stewart to the checkered flag. And another car gets in the backside. It's Casey Kane. And they're scattering everywhere as they come to the line.
Some of these guys hit hard, man.
And one of them was Kyle Busch.
They're still hitting hard. Man, that's an ugly finish. But incredible. Incredible.
But that was 100% mirror driving, and that's what you have. That's what Kyle Busch had to do.
That's what Kyle Busch had to mirror drive. Tony Stewart had to put the car there and stick the car where. We saw this same thing at Talladega when with the 09 car with Keselowski. He stuck his car in there, he drove it, he put it where it needed to be, and that's the way it was.
Look at the damage to his race car as Kyle Busch crawls out and walks back down the racetrack.
But, I know people are going to start, well, this guy did this and that guy blamed this guy. Let me tell you, Kyle Busch did what he needed to do. Tony Stewart needed to. This is how you go after winning a race at Daytona. You leave everything on the table.
Watch this.
Okay, this is the pass that 18 makes on the 14th. Good clean pass. He had a little bit of help.
Wow, he got a great run right there. I don't know where that run come from. It's almost like Tony's car got out from under him or something, because it's almost like Tony checked off. That's incredible.
Okay, now at this point,
Yeah.
Kyle Busch is just looking in the mirror. He's got to take all the racetrack. He's got to hog it. 1 lap to go, and we've seen this a lot. See Hamlin out there kind of on the high side. And then you watch the 18's hands in 3 and 4. The 14 is all over the bumper of the 18.
And all he really wanted to do, it looked like when he got in between 3 and 4 here, if he could have just put his bumper to him just a little bit and got him loose and slid him up the racetrack. You see him right here. He drives right to that corner right here. When he makes that turn, boom, I want to be right on that 18's corner and force him up the racetrack right there.
Okay, now Kyle's
blocks,
hanging on,
he blocks,
but he's going to block.
Back,
and it just ran himself over the 14 car.
And here's what happened. Just like we talked about at Talladega and everybody talked about, block me once. That's okay. Block me twice, you're going up in the grandstands or you're going in the wall. And that's what happened. The 18 made 2 swipes at him. One to the inside, one to the outside.
Yeah, this one's fair right here. This one's
not fair.
You kind of had it coming.
Yeah, he had that one coming. When you cut back across the hood of somebody after you've blocked him once, and Tony, once he blocked, Tony put the bumper on the outside of him. He was there.
Watch the 9. I think it's a 9 car
gets right in the back.
I mean, just clobbers Kyle Busch.
And these guys, there's a 31 car touring, but these guys hit hard right here.
Logano finally, his luck ran out. He just
but you see these guys going across the racetrack. This is ugly down here. They're very fortunate nobody got hurt right there.
Trying to bump you. Stay on this yellow line. Chase up, coming up high. There you go.
Pick the rear tires off the ground. Now watch this next hit.
Oh man!
Wow. That's 180 mile per hour shot right there.
Man, that was brutal.
Listen to it.
I think they lost the camera on that one.
Yeah, that's incredible.
For Tony Stewart, his 36th win in his 374th start. Oh man, there goes our camera.
And we lost another camera right there.
Daytona fans got their money's worth.
That was an incredible straightaway.
They did an outstanding job tonight as Tony takes his 3rd July Daytona win, all in the last 5 races. You're watching Wide Open coverage of the Coke 0400 TNT. The Sky and Marty, we talked about the look of the driver when you get out of victory lane at Daytona.
The 3rd time for Tony Stewart in a points-paying race here at Daytona, but none more dramatic than that. Wow. Tony, tell me about that last.
Cars up into the outside wall.
Is one of those cars.
Paul Menard, the 98 car, nosed into the wall.
Blew a tire.
And Joe Nemechek is the other car.
Yeah, you could hear, sound like Paul Menard said he blew a tire.
So 5 laps in here, we have the first caution flag today. Right side of your screen, these guys running toward the back of the pack, and you heard him say about a cut tire and heavy damage on both those cars. So under caution for the first time today here at Talladega, lap number 5, 2 cars involved. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Trying to come down from 175 plus, coming off turn 4 down to 55.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little help from behind there from Clint Boyer. They're all trying to get down to pit road speed.
Yeah, AJ had run up on a car that was really slowing in front of him, and as he got on the binders, Clint Boyer didn't as much.
19, Elliott Sadler, our leader on pit road, nearly stalls it. Now gets it going again as he heads down after many have not pitted. They're all those cars that pitted on lap 6 or 7. Here's the 2
Oh, here goes Kurt Busch. This will bring out a caution right here.
Trying to save it through the grass and keep it from going back up across the racetrack.
He's going to be able to keep it in the grass, but you see almost all the cars have pitted. Now you see Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman. All these cars came down pit road that lap.
And they'll be able to go ahead and make their pit stop if they want to. If they choose, Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman are going to go on through. Jimmy Johnson's going to go ahead and make his stop.
They actually should have made that. Dave?
And Jimmy Johnson, of course, will continue down pit road as he was already headed that direction. They'll take 4 tires instead of 2, which was the original plan, so he'll have fresh rubber all the way around. This is the first time they've taken on tires. Remember, they had stayed out because they pitted earlier for fuel only.
Yeah, sometimes when that caution flies right in the middle of that sequence, it's hard to tell whether you should pass through the pits or make your pit stop. I think that was a mistake on Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman not to make their pit stop.
There's a damage on the right rear quarter panel of 2 car. Let's show you exactly what happened. They hit from behind on Kurt Busch.
I think he may have had a...
Yeah, it looks like it did.
I think he had gotten hit earlier. You can see he had taken quite a hit before, and that right rear quarter panel was rubbing and cut that right rear tire.
Fortunately, did not slide back up on the racetrack.
Getting pump drafted too hard.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened. He had, like you heard him say, been bump drafting too hard. Knocked
up at the top side of the racetrack there. He decides he wants to get to the bottom, and he wants to get to the bottom in a big hurry. Take a look at these change lanes. He runs Mark Martin down on the line. Martin gets out of the throttle, gives the position back to Montoya, the proper thing to do, but got a little tight there for a while, guys.
That was the right guy to pull down in front of, too. Mark Martin, one of the most aware guys on the racetrack and probably one of the most forgiving race cars.
These guys are going to have to be careful. If somebody runs out of fuel in the middle of this, man, what a big problem that could create.
Now you can see that. If somebody run out of fuel right there in the middle of that group, it would cause a huge wreck. We've heard, oh, here's a car upside down.
Big time crash upside down.
It's Ryan Newman.
See Kevin Harvick there. Marcus Ambrose.
Ambrose is there, comes across. Harvick stops, and Newman's car comes to rest upside down on its roof. We were hoping it would not happen. Watch a car get turned around.
He and his teammate Tony Stewart got into the wall, but you can see it turns Ryan Newman around. As soon as it does, it's almost like that wing acts as to help to lift the car up. Lands on Kevin Harvick's hood. See Elliott Sadler there involved.
Elliott trying to jam the brakes on to keep from hitting the 39 as it was pirouetting up the track. He's able to miss it. Harvick able to get the car woed down as the 39 just comes rolling down on its roof onto the grass and comes over again another 360 before coming to rest on its top.
You can see Tony Stewart was running up on the car in front of him, and instead of hitting, he rolled out of the throttle, and Ryan Newman had a big run. And when he kind of saw what was happening, he had to turn left, and that shot him across in front.
He was actually getting a little bit of a shove from Marcus Ambrose, too. Yep. Almost all the cars were touching going down the backstretch.
Now watch Marcus Ambrose's onboard camera as the 39 car comes across in front of him.
See right here, he gets that.
The
second hit, that shot him over in front of the 29, and then when he got turned around backwards when the car lifted off. See, that bump there, that turned Tony.
Wow.
You can see the car up in the air down on the inside. Unbelievable.
Lands upside down on the hood of the 29 car of Kevin Harvick. Now watch it as it happened in real time.
To the white flag.
Yeah.
Oh, here goes Kurt Busch around.
Oh, crash behind you. Crash.
Oh, Mark's upside down.
Mark Martin is over on his roof.
Back on his wheel.
Into the wall. Casey Mears, Rudiman is there. Reagan is there. Robbie Gordon, Jeff Gordon.
See Montoya driving through the grass.
And the white flag and the yellow flag are waving.
Martin still driving this car.
Martin coming from his roof, and there's the damaged 2 car sitting on the apron. Jeff Gordon trying to lift back.
Yeah.
Mark Martin trying to get that car to move, and it will not move.
Now it's got some ruptured lines, it looks like.
McMurray would be the winner here at Talladega. Now they will have to go back, NASCAR has to go back and look at the video again here, coming down for the white flag out of turn 4.
Looks like Keselowski got into the 2 a little too hard, but Jimmy Johnson just in front of that 82 car, you can see sneaks by there, along with Michael Waltrip.
Looks like Keselowski was actually getting a little bit of a shove from behind, too, from Brian Vickers. Kind of a stack-up that caused it.
And Mark Martin went completely over on his roof, back over on the wheels, came and hit the outside wall, and slid down across the grass. Right now we're showing Mark Martin in 29th position, a lap down.
You know, what a great job by Jamie McMurray all day, though. He played the game right. He just waited until it was time. He had a fast race car. You can see here once again, as Kurt Busch gets turned, man, it looked like he was going to make something out of a very frustrating day also.
In the mirror here, in the mirror. 09 just wrecked us.
This all happened just behind Jimmy Johnson. Now watch what Mark Martin saw as he was riding here to come take the white flag.
Watch the one coming down.
Oh, man. Yeah, you can't watch something like that. You could hear him say, watch the one coming down, but no time.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s onboard camera here on the final lap.
Say hi, come on.
Goodness gracious life. You saw Truex's one car just clip the right rear quarter panel of the 5 car. And there is the 26 car, Jamie McMurray. His 3rd career win. What a day for McMurray, the crew, and crew chief Donnie Wingo. Let's go down there.
And Donnie getting a lot of congratulations from all his competitors. Just like.
But yeah, we're trouble.
Oh, there we go.
Michael Waltrip goes around off the front bumper of Joey Logano.
Is he safe?
Caution is out.
Miss everything, bud?
Oh, I got a couple of things I didn't have earlier, but
first caught Logano.
I think it just got loose.
That thing just turned around, Larry. I don't think Logano touched it.
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Look at all those. What are those tear-offs flying off of that car?
Off the windshield, yeah.
But yeah, that car just jumped sideways all by itself.
Well, you're right. There was no contact until just there.
Yeah, well, Logano did get in him, but that wasn't what caused it.
No.
Right.
But one of the greatest things they've done here is all of that asphalt to the inside of the exit of the corner.
Need to pave it all. Pave it all, take away all the yellow lines, and let them race. That wouldn't be a good idea. I just thought I'd say that.
All right, the yellow is out, and this will be the competition yellow. The cars will come to pit road. We'll come back and tell you all about it. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Magic number, Doc. I mean, you know, somewhere around 15 to 25. Oh, got a car.
Kurt Busch.
Holy cow.
Got tipped, slides to the grass. Caution is out.
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
He's in the fence.
Sloopy.
Five, clip this, guys.
Thursday night in practice, Juan Montoya tipped Busch ear screen.
He was squeezing up that outside. Ooh, he just. Mark was in the middle. I mean, wasn't it? Mark, where's Mark going to go? He can't go up, he can't go down. He was sort of in the middle. That was kind of strangers in the night there.
And with the hood up over his windshield, Kurt Busch couldn't see where he was going. Tried to scrub as much speed off as he could.
Yeah.
Kurt is out of the car. He's okay, but look at this wild ride.
Second car that Kurt has crashed in a very similar situation.
Caution out as Kurt Busch finds his way into the barrier for the second time this week.
I think Mark was trying to squeeze in behind him.
Burton and the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Kind of caught in the middle here. The 31 is. I'm not so sure. He might probably. Yeah. He got hit from all.
Here's why we're under caution this time around. It's for Jeff Burton. After contact, you saw the puff of smoke at the right rear, and around he goes. The outside of Jimmy Johnson.
Boy, that's a big move by Carl. He thought he was going to be able to swing all the way to the bottom and get by the 48.
Whoa, we got Michael Waltrip, the 51 car. The 50 sideways. Caution is out. He hit the wall pretty hard back there.
Man, I'm not sure about that one. That was definitely a misjudgment on Newman's part. I mean, Michael's just sitting there not doing it. You know, he's minding his own business, and here come Newman, just hooked him.
Looked like Newman may have been trying to get a little separation on John Andretti. Got a little too much.
I think he was trying to swing to the bottom and pass both those guys. There you go. Harv's going to get a good bump from the 9.
Come on, 9.
Yeah. Outside. Come on now.
Oh, there goes Biffle.
There you go.
All right.
Too much
Caution's out. Caution's out. So the race is over. Wherever they were at the time of caution.
Race is over, and they're all wrecking. This looks like Days of Thunder all over again.
And Kevin Harvick will become the 4th driver to win back-to-back Budweiser shootouts.
Kane gave Harvick in the 29. I don't know if the Biff had a right rear down or if he just got lifted off the ground, because the 29 was all, I mean, the 24, Jeff Gordon was all up in the back of him getting in the corner. And I noticed when Biffle came to the pit road here, I didn't see the right rear tire like it was down. I think he thinks that's what happened, but I bet he changes his mind when he sees the replay.
It might be because it was completely off the ground.
Yeah,
like
see you can see right there, it's not flat.
And look, he spins right up and in to his 2 Roush Fenway teammates, Matt Kenseth in the 17 and the 99 of Carl Edwards.
I don't reckon I can remember how many cars we've torn up here in the last couple of days. I mean, that's many cars in a couple of days down here.
See Mark Martin of 5, 2 of the Roush Fenway cars.
Bobby Labonte, Kenny Schrader, Brian Newman all involved. And Kevin Harvick scores a record 7th Budweiser shootout win for Richard Childress Racing.
I reckon he feels pretty good. What do you think?
I think he feels a lot better.
Those flu-like symptoms have become winning. Tonight led twice for 21 laps and made the winning pass with 2 laps to go. Last year he won the Budweiser shootout and went on to finish 2nd in the Daytona 500. After a smoky burnout and a spin through the grass, he heads for victory lane. He ran in ARCA and finished in top 20 in one Daytona 500.
Jeff Burton of 31's got problems, and we're probably going to see caution is out.
Yeah, he's got a right front tire that's
caution's out.
Let go on him here.
Yeah, that tire just exploded.
The camber, when you lean the tire in, it'll make the car turn through the corner. But
now what's interesting?
Trouble. Terry Cook trying to race his way into the 500. The 41-year-old rookie slides to bring out caution number 2.
Got some damage on the nose there. Looks like that splitter dug into the grass. I believe he got a little tap.
The only dodge, I
think, possibly.
Well, Boyer and Pappas came together behind him.
In fact, had it not been for Terry Cook, Clint Boyer would have been in the wall hard after that bump from Max Pappas.
And a bad break for Cook. He went right across one of the drain covers there in the infield. I think it really did a lot of damage to the nose of that car.
And I'm going to tell you what, Terry Cook had worked his way up pretty nicely in that 46 car.
Watch right here, Larry, right there. Hit that drainage cover.
Steve?
And Mike, as we saw, that accident certainly not a...
Michael Waltrip, the 51, gets back into Regan.
Oh,
the 70.
No,
oh gosh, Regan Smith, and around goes Michael. Hard hit into the infield barrier.
That is unbelievable.
Run out off of 4.
It looked, well, we'll wait and see the replays.
I tell you, he got spun out in the... he says it's his fault, so good for, we'll see what happened. Do anything. And boy, he and Jeff Gordon now, they've made contact with the outside wall, and Michael hits this inside retaining wall pretty hard right here. I'm glad they got the safer barriers there these days.
Now, guys, just remember, if any one of those 4 guys that has the 4 fastest speeds from Saturday races their way in, Michael Waltrip is the next car in line to get into 500.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to take a look at that again, but it almost looked like I might have been seeing things, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for my brother, but it looked like a left rear tire might have been soft on that car.
In trouble.
Something happened to Mark.
Collins, white flag.
That's all he needed to see, Larry. He's on the pole for the 500. Get out of town.
I think you're right. I think he felt like it might get a little crazy here on this last lap, and Mark's usually pretty right.
This is going to be a crowded house. Here comes Harvick, right up the back bumper of Jimmy Johnson.
And there goes Kyle Busch in the 18 car. Jumped to the high side. He gets blocked. He goes back to the bottom.
Jimmy Johnson doing what a whale of a job he's doing on those tires. Stayed out.
I think Boyer pushed Harvick right by him on the outside through 3 and 4.
Teammates. Two Chevys helping each other.
Hey, have you ever seen this movie before?
Here comes Harvick.
Don't count Jimmy Johnson
Jimmy
out.
Johnson's fighting back.
It's going to be a drag.
Not over yet.
Check
Who's
Greg Ray in the air.
Jimmy Johnson. Johnson got it.
I mean,
by inch.
6/1000ths of a second.
Wow. What great camera work. What a finish. Right. The caution is just waved at Daytona. David Gilliland came off the corner and got a big smack of the wall, went down to the other end.
And bam.
A hard lick right there.
And then just now.
Yeah, X has off the turn 4.
Turn 4. Logano gets under him and has to jump on the brake as Gilliland takes a ride right across the bow of Scott Speed.
That's about as close as it gets right there.
I think, like you said, that 14 and that 2, if they could possibly get hooked up here, and here comes Matt Kenseth. Help is on the way, Smoke, if you just hang on to her.
And all Casey Kane in that 9 can do is just try to work him back and forth between him. I think the low place is where he needs to be, as long as they don't get the run on the high side.
Looking back from the leader, Casey Kane.
Here comes 14 on the outside.
And he's going to get a shot from Montoya. Watch him through 3 and 4 on the high side here.
That's all it took right there, just that extra little boost.
That 2 Chevys hooked up.
Here we come.
Slingshotted Tony Stewart right alongside Casey Kane.
Looks like the first race. The man on the inside won the first one. Let's see what happens here.
All right, who's going to make the Daytona 500?
I believe Stewart. Now Kane's fighting back. It's Kane, I believe.
Got it. Kane, Casey Kane. By about another inch.
First Daytona win of any kind.
The way it's supposed to be right here. Look at that.
The banking between turns 1 and 2. Regan Smith is in it. Brad Keselowski and Keselowski's teammate, the 77 Sam Hornish, are all involved.
And I mean, Jeff Gordon in that 24 just squeaked by.
And, you know, most of the wrecks we've seen down here have actually started mid-pack and back.
First caution of the day. Oh, Max Pappas from Como, Italy. His first 500. He's on the apron.
Another one.
And Sam Hornish, IndyCar star. There is Gordon. No apparent damage to the left side of his Chevy. And Regan Smith, the young driver from outside Syracuse, New York. Boris Said has his car torn up.
I don't know if it lost an engine or I'm not sure.
Right behind the yellow car is the number 12 of Keselowski. And you see him just get a little loose right there. Gets up into the wall, collects Smith and Hornish.
I believe that 12 car had something happen to it, like it may have lost a right rear tire or something. There's really no reason for it to step out like that.
So Roger Penske had 3 cars in this race, and that gets 2 of them, the 12 and the 77. There you see Gordon just squeaking by in that 24.
Remember, Carl Edwards is one of those who had to start this race at the back of the pack due to changes.
Right here in front of you. A lot of smoke. Slow it down. Slow it down.
And he goes to the apron to ride through this off the 31-degree banking.
There's one thing about a car here. It's going to go up the hill, it's going to go down the hill, and it just might go back up the hill. So you got to miss it twice if you try to go low.
Keselowski and Hornish have taken their cars to the garage. Some of the others have come to pit. Caution is out at Daytona International Speedway.
Turn 4 down here. It's the Joe Nemechek car.
And Joe has had a pretty hard hit.
What was that all about?
Sounds like he's not happy.
Good question. The unsponsored Toyota of Nemechek. Well, I say unsponsored. He picked up England Stoves there yesterday.
Yeah, they heard Joe's
car.
story, and they really liked Joe, and they decided to jump on his car for the race today.
Let's see what happened to the 87. Oh, boy.
Is it?
I mean, Hornish, the 77, did not get against him. He just got loose. Hornish just went back out on the racetrack a few laps ago after being in the garage.
Seen that a little bit down here. If your car is loose and somebody kind of gets under that left rear quarter panel, it seems like it'll almost just blow you around. I think it's that big shark fin, possibly.
Well, and you know, Darrell, at the speeds these guys are running, if you're a little bit loose, doesn't take much.
he might have even looked in the mirror to see where he was, and you know, like got behind there for a second.
Caution, look up here, coming in at the top of the screen, and Mike Bliss goes around
all by himself. Don't know if he had a tire problem or what, but the thing just spun out.
And just remember, he was involved in that first caution earlier back on lap 8.
And remember, did the same thing in practice, just spun out.
Third caution flag in this year's Daytona 500 on Fox. Car of John Andretti just coming into view, and you can see the smoke where he cut down a tire and pounded the wall.
Boy, Larry, all of a sudden, you know, the 48 had looked like a tire issue. The John Andretti did. Those are long runs we've had here, and looks like we might be wearing those tires out a little bit.
Of course, more pit stop.
Oh, trouble back there on the back straight.
Allmendinger
in the 43. Caution is out.
And he stays off the wall. Nice save. And a wild slide by A.J. Allmendinger.
I think we'll see him.
Can you get rolling there?
Possibly
Yellow
get a
is
little
out.
push.
Leaders are just into 3.
A little unburned gasoline in the exhaust pipe, no big deal.
That won't hurt anything, but I think he's stuck in the mud. Look at the front tires. I mean, he's down. The splitter sitting on the track, on the ground.
Well, there's probably a good chance not only is he stuck there, he's probably got flat tires on that thing from where he slid across the racetrack.
As we've said, heavy rains in Florida over the last couple of weeks. Friday was a complete washout here. And with the high water table throughout the state of throughout the Florida Peninsula, not a lot of places for that standing water to go. So the grass there is pretty soft in a lot of areas. Allmendinger was running 6. Let's see what happened to the 43.
Coming off of turn 2 back there. I think you're going to see that he just gets sucked around. That's all that happens to him. And he's getting a little bit behind on his steering right there. And what happened was, we've seen that with this. I don't know if it has anything to do with the big shark fin or not. But when a car gets to your outside like that, it's almost like it has a magnet. It's almost like a vacuum cleaner. And it just sucks you around.
See here if he puts a left front down on the apron exiting the corner.
I don't think so. And that's not a bad thing off of that corner anyway.
It's like the minute that 24 car got to that right rear quarter panel and started sucking it around.
Yeah. It just gets him loose, and he just starts juking the wheel, and you get behind. And
the close call on that 18. How many of those has he had this week? He's had a bunch.
I don't know, but I love it. I wish that whole back straightaway was paved like that right there. It just, that grass back there will catch you. See, the car got loose. When you say he got down on it, it got a little bit. But, man, look at Kyle. Woo. And Allmendinger, he's doing all he can. He'll get off the brake right here.
Watching from Carl Edwards.
Green is still out. Yellow's out.
I just
off the bottom.
Back wreck. Big wreck.
3 cars around in the middle of the back straightaway. Ryan Newman is in it. Through the grass goes the 37, excuse me, Travis Quapple. Newman's car destroyed.
That's the army of none right there. None left.
And there is Travis Quapple. Looks like he'll get back to pit road without a whole lot of damage.
I think they just get a little bit wadded up back in there. It was a hard lick.
That was a hard lick
for the 39 car.
Somebody turned
Elliott Sadler got loose.
Yeah, he got loose, and here they all come and just piled in.
The 19 of Elliott Sadler.
Look at that 39 car. Those splitters, they're like snow plows.
Wow, Bill Elliott just missed Quapple.
What a miss.
Top of your screen.
Yeah, you see Sadler, he just gets loose as Newman's going by, and he clips Newman in the right rear and just turns him straight into the fence.
I know Ryan Newman won this race a couple of years ago, and we're getting a report Newman's out of his car. Everybody's out of their cars. But I'm telling you, other than that win in the Daytona 500, restrictor plate racing has been hard on Ryan Newman.
Not good to him. I still have visions of him flipping over down the front straightaway here a couple, 3 years ago. Talladega flipping over.
There's Ryan Newman in the black suit, making the walk to the ambulance for the mandatory ride to the care center.
But Larry, I know we're Daytona, we're not Talladega, but I haven't seen any of these race cars look like they want to get up in the air.
No, I think, you know, Jeff Hammond talked about it earlier, you know, the extension of that shark fin down the back window and making that one on the window taller. It increased the liftoff speed by 8 to 10 miles an hour, which is a good thing.
Yep. Team player right there to jump out there and help Harvick like that.
He's going to have about one more chance.
And you
as
see
Greg Biffle takes the lead, and Bill Elliott gets piled up in turn number 4 with, I believe, Joey Logano.
Caution's out.
The caution's out. The leader has not taken the white flag, so we will go into overtime.
Imagine that.
There were 3 cars involved up there at turn 4. Elliott and Logano couldn't see the third car through the smoke. Let's see it as it'll come in, Darrell, from the right side of the screen. A lot of damage to Joey Logano and Bill Elliott.
Gaggle of them. Bill looks like he just took it, almost like Bill had a flat tire. He just washed up the hill right into Logano, and here comes Boris Said, who's been kind of riding around at the back, staying out of trouble all day until the last lap.
But definitely Elliott's car, the 21, just
it looked like, yeah, it looked like
four-wheel drift almost.
It looks like maybe he got, see how it takes off back there? It looks like he's got a tire down to me.
So the 1985 and 87 Daytona 500 winner in the 21, Bill Elliott.
Joey Logano is just a victim of being in the wrong place. Oh yeah, I thought I could see the right front a little soft on Bill's car. I'm not sure.
And I think Joey could see it happening because you could hear him starting to get out.
That 56 got a great restart.
And he's got Harvick pushing him when he took the green flag.
He's got Harv all up behind him.
Harvick trying for the bottom. Made it!
He tried to put the block on him, but Harvick was there.
That's what he
wanted. Wham, bam, and here we go.
Here we go, boys.
That's why Harvick had to get to the bottom. His car is junk on the top.
Look at McMurray in that one, jump to the bottom.
Oh, I got another wreck. Dadgum.
Casey Kane.
Caution is out. So we'll try
Casey
it again.
Kane in the 9, Robert Richardson in the 38.
Now I want to know who the visionary was that said we better try this 3 times, because once ain't going to be enough. But if these folks are going to stay here all day and wait on the finish, they deserve a green flag finish.
Everybody deserves it.
Now here's the restart. Watch Mr. Harvick. Pardon me, excuse me, coming through, out of my way.
Yep, muscle, man. He like he said, I've got to get to the bottom. I'm not good at the top, and we saw that on that last restart. He squeezes in front of Biffle. Truex says, no, you can't go there, and that was not a good move.
When Truex came down in front of him and got squirreled up, it took all his momentum. Here comes McMurray and everybody else.
And look at these guys wearing each other out behind Biffle because he lost his momentum.
But yeah, the door was open just wide enough for that one car to jump back in.
Middle of your screen, the 9 of Casey Kane.
Boy, Jeff Gordon, well, it just got bottlenecked in there. Jeff gave Casey Kane in the 9 car, a little bump, shot him into Mark Martin in the 5, and then they rebounded from there.
Now, because of this overdrive, this green-white checkered, another attempt, we're being told that Martin Truex Jr. is being told to save fuel.
Okay. I'm sitting up here in the front of the field. What do you want me to do?
Under caution.
What do you want me to do?
Darrell, the way that accordioned, Mark Martin in the 5 got hard on the brakes. When Casey Kane hit him, it squirreled him up. And then Jeff Gordon got in the back.
Here's what happened, Mike. Jeff Gordon bumped the 9 in the middle of the corner there, shot him up to Mark Martin, and when he uncoiled off of Mark, he got hit. You'll see Jeff Gordon, I believe, come up here, bump the 9, shoot him into the 5. Boom, right there. That shoots him into Mark, and when it did, it just got him out of control.
Because when he came off Mark Martin, the second contact from Gordon, Kane wasn't pointing straight anymore.
No.
Agree.
But that was right down in the middle of the corner when he did that.
Oh, yeah. Not a good place to be bump drafting, I might say.
From Martin Truex, Harvick makes the move. Truex tried to come down and block, couldn't do it.
Nope. And you see how squirrely everybody is here because of all that. You know, I think it was Jeff Gordon that gave, who was it, a shot at the last lap of the
at the Budweiser shootout.
Greg Biffle.
And I've got to say this. Back at Talladega, Jeff Gordon was the one that went to NASCAR and said, you've got to stop the bump drafting.
In the corners particularly.
I know we're coming down to the checkered flag for the Daytona 500, but he's the very one that did that.
But in this case, Jeff Gordon never would have gotten the back of the Casey Kane if the whole field hadn't stacked up in front of Casey.
Good chance, but Darrell's right. You know, we saw him do it in the Budweiser.
Comes Dale Jr. pushing Clint Boyer.
Where'd Junebug come from?
This will be the white flag. Jamie McMurray is in front to try to win the 500. This will be the last lap.
Whatever happens now happens, folks. They can all wad up down here, and somebody's going to leave out that second turn, the winner.
Junior on the bottom with Boyer. Biffle ahead.
Truex trying to get up there and help McMurray, but Boyer's right there behind Biffle in the 16. There goes Boyer to the outside.
Look at Junior. Come on, Junior. Come on.
Can they make it to the flag?
Nah, no way. They'll never get through this third turn.
Junior got squirreled up right there.
No, it's just perfect. He's flying through there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. unbelievably has caught Jamie McMurray as they come to turn 4.
He'll have to go to the high side, though. McMurray will guard that line.
Crash at the back, never mind. Green flag still out. Checkered flag in the air. The 52nd Daytona 500 to Jamie McMurray.
Yes! Little Jamie, baby!
Hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, sir. Billy Bass.
How about that? Jamie McMurray, Teresa Earnhardt, Chip Ganassi, Felix Sabates winning the Daytona 500.
And don't forget Bono.
Oh, my God!
The cars that crashed.
That was so awesome.
The cars that crashed at the back were Robbie Gordon, I believe, and Jeff Gordon.
They got bottled up about halfway down the back straightaway.
I really thought that Kevin Harvick would watch and see which line was coming and the outside was, and he would drive up there and block it.
They were trying their best. Yeah, and this is Jeff Gordon, Robbie Gordon involved.
2-car, got into the wall.
Bobby Labonte.
But you know what? This was at the back of the pack. Attaboy to NASCAR for letting them race back.
Yeah, man.
The Daytona 500.
He's saying his prayers right there, boys.
And we'll be back to Daytona after this.
You got it, man. We won. Great job, guys. I can't believe we just won the Daytona 500.
6 hours and 10 minutes after the drop of the first green flag of the day, Jamie McMurray has just captured the flag in the greatest day of his racing life. Down to victory lane and Matt Yoakum.
Unbelievable.
You're spinning your tires, Ed. I'm going to get him straight.
It was awesome. It was awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
A big spin down into the tri-oval by last week's winner, Denny Hamlin, has just brought out the second caution flag of the day. Bunch up, and then Logano gets bunched up, and the last car in that accordion line way back there, sorry, is Denny Hamlin. Tries to save it, and around it goes.
You know what I saw, Larry? Didn't get airborne.
No, this is true.
2 wide.
And he did it. See the cowl flaps come open. That pressure
Hold the brake.
under the hood.
Hold the brake. Hold the brake. You're on pit road.
Very nice job.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
And here from our aerial coverage.
You can see here that looks like the 55 he went up and bumped the wall. Right here, that's the 55. He went up and bumped the wall. That caused Logano to move over. And then I think that was just a chain reaction, one of those things where the guy saw something happening in front of him. Hamlin may have lifted a little bit. When you see cars in front of you starting to move around like that, all that he had a chain reaction here. See him back at the back right there, and he was running up on the back of Sam Hornish's car, and he had
Bobby Labonte right there with Rudeman and coming for the lead. Labonte trying to become
trouble.
Sam Hornish,
Sam
in the 77.
He got into
and Elliott Sadler was involved.
Menard, Stremme, and Kenseth.
Michael's going out there. He got damaged too as he went by.
The 36, the Tommy Baldwin car of Johnny Sauter, all involved in the tri-oval.
Darrell, you talked about the tri-oval, most treacherous 2.66 mile
see if
track.
we can see what happened here. We see the yellow cars up on the outside there.
Way up high, the yellow car, that's Sauter. And around he goes.
Looks like that's
the
off
front
the bumper
of Kyle Busch.
Yep. And of course, all these other guys down here on the inside. There's a lot of cars bouncing off of each other. Matt Kenseth gets a good bit of damage.
Sauter is okay. He's put the window net down, signaling emergency crews that he's all right, and everyone else drove away.
One of the things that I didn't like about that last sequence of pit stops, fuel only, no tires. Somebody took 2, somebody took 4. Cars get a little bit off.
Look in the high lane. Michael Waltrip right behind Kyle Busch in the 55. Pow, gets it in the left front.
Boy, he did. That's a hard lick. Poor Matt Kenseth, his day was just doomed from the get-go.
One thing I'm most impressed about as you see this unfold, we have cars sideways, we have cars backwards with their tail to the wind, and we have every car firmly on the ground.
Yeah, the roof flaps now are doing their job like they used to do, keeping the car. You see, which car was that? That's the 26 maybe, or the 19 there that was around backward, and the car never did anything.
But I mean, there's no question Kyle Busch in the 18 gets into the back of Johnny Sauter in the 36, but he had Michael Waltrip in the 55 stuck up his rear bumper.
Yeah. Kurt Busch also. We stayed green for the moment, but a very tense moment for a lot of drivers in the middle of the lead pack.
I think we're going to have a
We got Bobby Labonte in the 71 car.
Caution.
There's the caution. Now it's going to get interesting.
Hang on.
Poor old Jeff Burton is saying, oh no. Why'd that have to happen?
Burton, McMurray, Montoya, Biffle, Reagan, Dale Earnhardt with 12 laps to go. Bobby Labonte drafting along.
Looks like somebody may have gotten into him and turned him around. I think it may have been David Rudeman.
It is.
That's a roughing the passer penalty right there.
You just think about it, though. We talked about it at the top of the show.
Trouble. Front straightaway in the tri-oval. It's Jeff Burton. Jeff Gordon and Scott Speed.
Something was going on with that group back there. There was a couple of them falling backwards when they went through 3 and 4.
Caution's out with 6 laps to go. And there is perhaps the best car here coming into this race. Jeff Burton will not win. Mike, now, something happened with Jeff Gordon.
Let's watch out.
See the 48 car really backing up.
Yeah, they both lost their momentum.
They just lost their momentum.
And then look, Mike Bliss in the 09 car tried to make it 4 wide on the exit of turn 4 into the tri-oval, and there just was nowhere for these guys to go.
Once you lose your momentum, it just backs everything up until somebody runs over somebody.
And Bliss had to be afraid to lift, because in this situation, lifters are losers. You want to try to maintain that momentum, but Burton just shut him off.
Yeah, he did.
Not intending to.
No, Burton kind of got shoved up there, if you will, and Mike Bliss in the 09 had nowhere to go.
And then the 24 car had nowhere to go as Jeff Burton in the 31 was coming across.
Good look. Here's a good shot of the whole thing.
Casey Kane, the 9 was involved. Scott Speed, the 82.
Bam.
Nowhere for Gordon to go.
Jeff Burton, Jeff Gordon, Scott Speed become the victims as this white knuckle restrictor plate racing claims 3 more cars. Looking back from Jimmy Johnson. Under the 5th caution.
Advantage that inside does not much. You know, the other thing he may have considered, Larry, look who's the 3rd car in line. His teammate.
And it is the inside line that goes.
And they just slid up in front of Tony Stewart in the 14 and Junior in the 88. That's what they needed to do. Protect the bottom and then slide up through 1 and 2.
I'm almost certain McMurray knew that Biffle would go wherever he went. He wasn't so sure about Junior or Tony Stewart.
Drag race. Down the back straightaway.
Now it's cat and mouse. Who's going to go? Who's going to go where?
If the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag will end the race. Oh, around goes Newman. Newman up into Logano. 5 cars into the wall. 7. Caution.
Caution is out. The race is not complete. Not complete.
Had to get to the white flag to be complete.
What did we say 30 laps ago? You said, Darrell, not sure if you want to be around Ryan Newman. His luck here is not very good.
And no disrespect to him as a driver.
Not at all.
He is just snake bit on these restrictor plate tracks. That's his 2nd car of the weekend.
Keselowski, last year's winner in the 12. Elliott Sadler in the 19, who's come across on his roof here a few times.
4 wide is usually not a very good thing.
The 20 car of Logano gets into the back of Ryan Newman, and the 39 started this whole mess.
I almost wonder if the 39 of Newman didn't say, uh-oh, we're 4 wide, and maybe even eased out the throttle a little bit.
Maybe this aerial view will show it, Darrell.
Let's see what we got here. We got a wad of cars going off in the corner. They're going to get 4 wide. You're going to see this, and here's the 39 right out here.
4 wide. You see there's plenty of room right there.
Plenty of room. I think that Logano just got in. I think Logano thought he could give him a push, clear that pack of cars, and go to the front. And he got him in the wrong place. We saw Carl Edwards do this to Greg Biffle here a couple of years ago.
See Vickers in the 83 involved, a car that led a bunch of laps, and Casey Kane in the 9 just had recovered from the repairs from the last wreck. Tell you what, that's a hard lick on some of those cars.
So many times, you know, we kind of slow things down so we can see what the fans at home and everybody can see what's going on. When it's real time, it's real violent.
Riding with Jimmy Johnson.
Front of you, spin in 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 front of you. Stay to the bottom, stay to the bottom.
That man was lucky.
Clear. All right, it's reported that all drivers are out of their
inside line if they got enough fuel.
Green flag.
Short shift it, man. Get it into high gear as soon as you can. That'll save a little bit.
Greg Biffle in the 16 looked like he wanted to tuck in front. Wow. Kevin Harvick in the 29. He couldn't get down there.
No. Made an evasive move to the outside. That Junior backed everybody up.
Biffle's in trouble. I think Biffle is out of gas in the 16 car.
Yeah, he's one of those cars there that could not get up to speed. Looks like he's
here comes Junior to the outside. Everybody else to the inside, and around goes Jimmy.
48. And Biffle, yellow flag is out. We still don't have a race, boys. That is not what those guys at the front wanted to see, though. This is really going to make it tough on them.
Larry, they just about got to come to pit road now. I just don't see how you can stay out there and run a couple more caution laps and have enough to finish the race.
That group, Denny Hamlin will not have to, Darrell.
Enough guys that got to come to pit road that it might be all right.
There they are right there. Jimmy Johnson in the 48 on the inside. Biffle in the 16. It looked like he just could not get going. And then Jimmy Johnson tries to jump up in front of him, but did not have him clear,
He just wasn't clear. That's it. Pretty hard contact to that inside wall. Yeah, Biffle was in trouble from the get-go. He just couldn't get up to speed.
All right, the free pass will be Jeff Gordon. There's a free pass car on every caution flag all the way to the finish. Here's another look.
Yeah, I mean, Biffle really and truly never moved there. If anything, Biffle may have moved up a little bit.
Boy, hats off to our NASCAR on Fox camera crew, because the pictures and these replays they've given you today have just been outstanding.
I think Johnson thought he was so much faster than Biffle right here. He needed to get out of that box and couldn't do it.
Just made his move a little too soon.
All right, in Jimmy Johnson's defense, I'm pretty sure, maybe we can even play it again, heard Earl Barb and his spotter say, outside only.
Kurt Busch just missed it. Wow. And Jimmy Johnson, who came in here as the bushing, here we go for the final time.
Looks like you're going to have teammates side by side going through turn 1 and 2. Harvick in the 29 pushing McMurray. 42 getting a push by Denny Hamlin in the outside, side by side.
It's whichever line back here where you see the 56 coming. If he goes with the 29, that will push them ahead of the 42 Montoya and the 11, but he's got to get there, and he's not getting there.
And Dale Jr. did not keep pace with Martin Truex. He's fallen back a bit. He will not be among those who will settle this for the win.
Boy, they are. That's the roadblock now, even when you get there. Where are you going to go?
Look at the run. Truex is getting in the 56 with the push from Kyle Busch in the 18. White flag this time.
Can Montoya and Hamlin do the 2x2 tango, or will Harvick shove McMurray to victory lane? White flag in the win. 1 lap to go.
ECR engines at the front of the field working together and looking good.
The big question, both those guys, they have to be on fumes as far as fuel, the 1 and the 29.
I don't like that. There's a little bit nervous getting a big lead out here. You got to be careful, but with these guys 2 by 2 behind them, it might work.
Staying to the inside, the 2 leaders have no drafting help, but they are scooting away from the pack. 3 corners to go.
Now Harvick, he'll keep pushing him, and he'll get over here to the tri-oval, try to make the slingshot on him.
As soon as he knows that he doesn't have to worry about that 3rd place car of Montoya, he probably will try to make a move, although I don't know if it'll do him any good or not.
Last chance through the tri-oval.
Here he comes!
Here they come!
Oh, he got him! It's Harvick!
He got him!
He timed it perfect!
He got him!
Where did he come from?
Yeah, baby.
You said you wanted to be.
You see what happened? He got him wiggling a little bit, Larry.
Through the trial.
Got him a little bit loose, and that's what won the race for him. When he went across the back of his bumper, got him a little loose, opened the door.
I don't know who it was, Darrell, but on Friday I saw him do that to someone in practice. Wiggle him up a little, move underneath, and make the pass. Harvick on Friday was practicing his race-winning move.
You see right
and
there.
it pays off right here.
Yeah, you see right there, Mike, he had the 1 car of McMurray sideways.
And how fitting, Shell Pennzoil was on that car when he won the Daytona.
No way.
12.
Look, I had to whack him one time, see if I could slow him down. Coming to the...
So that's the best part of the whole thing.
Kevin couldn't wait for the celebration to begin. In fact, I think they had to cut your window net to get you out of there.
Yeah, the latch froze up on the window net, so they had to cut the window net off with a knife. So that was a first, but winning here at Talladega is a first too.
Congratulations, Kevin Harvick.
We saw the most competitive, the most lead changes, the most number of leaders, another surprise winner right at the end. Was this the best Talladega race ever?
It was in my mind. I've been here a long time, and it was as good as it gets.
Hunt you down and I will make you pay.
And a whole lot of Southern charm.
You are but a peasant in this vast kingdom called woman.
Meet television's coolest new cop, Memphis Beat. All new Tuesday at 10 on TNT. We know drama.
When you're a part of wide open coverage on TNT, you don't miss any of the action. And unfortunately, this action involving 8
under. The 18 comes off the wall, and they just get together right there. And part of this is you see the racetrack still a little damp here. As he's sliding, and this thing begins to slide, he's in the gas trying to make it do something, but there's no grip on that wet racetrack, and he just slides into the inside wall.
Yeah, what happens is he tries to stay off the 18. You can see him cut down on the 18, and as he's cutting down, he's getting loose, and him and the 18 made contact.
It was Bobby Labonte that went right behind Allmendinger as he slid down. Watch the inside lane.
The 18 did
being in front of you, stay where you are, just keep coming. Caution's out, caution.
Right in there.
Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT, July 19th.
Oh, he just turned us.
Kyle Busch into the wall will bring out our 4th caution of the night, and there was no question he got turned.
Wow. Yeah, there was definitely no question there.
You all right, Kyle?
He's got his neck down before the car's even stopped. He is hot.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch leading this race. caught a big break early after having to make an unscheduled pit stop.
And you know, that's kind of...
He's okay. He's getting out.
He's going to be looking for the guy who turned him, I believe, which was going to be the 42.
The line trying to get out of the way, and they just hook right there.
Happens virtually every time we come here. It's going to create for some interesting situations. As you ride
outside you.
Kyle here.
Too wide here, just two. Corner. Hanging on your corner. Oh, he just turned us. 42 just turned us.
And you hate to bring this up, okay? But it's kind of the same situation that the 18 did to the 11 the other day. Down the back. Oh!
And here's a big one. David ran into the wall. McMurray and Truex get a piece of it.
Wow. Too bad. A couple of real good race cars that were running up front up there most of the day are now done.
A break for Kenseth. We just made that pit stop under caution. We look at what happened once again.
Reagan gets just dead sideways loose, and I'm sure these guys just stack up behind him. Yeah, Jamie McMurray had nowhere to go, and neither did Truex.
No.
Those were two innocent victims of that crash. But again, at Daytona, when you get a guy that gets sideways or crashes in front of you, how
up there? That sounds good, but I don't think so. No.
Now online.
Trouble.
And there it is. David Strimmy goes around.
You okay there, David?
6th caution flag of the night.
I got loose either spot. I don't know. Something happened there. That was pretty big.
That's Robert Richardson Jr. sliding through the grass.
And everything Larry just talked about, just on the apron goes back up the racetrack from just, and that's just correcting. You're trying to catch the car at that point in time. These guys did a really good job of avoiding him right here.
Oh, somebody just got into him right there.
71 of Mike Bliss able to get through unscathed, but Robert Richardson Jr. not so lucky.
Robert just got caught in the right rear as Strimmy came.
Well, we got problems in the back of the pack. Elliott Sadler, and it looked like Matt Kenseth. Perhaps, and there's Mark Martin on the inside of the track.
Yeah, and they run into somebody or something's thrown up.
See the caution out for the 7th time, Tony Stewart.
Wow. Up to speed completely.
No, Matt and the I don't know if Matt and the 5 got together or the 5 turned left, because Matt goes up. You can see the right rear corner where he slammed the wall, and the 5 comes down on the bottom. And everybody kind of drives between them. There's the 18.
Oh, hang on, Jeff Burton.
Burton up into Hornish.
He's going to come back up
and now the big one.
There it is.
7, 8, 9 cars involved, many which were running inside the top 10.
And that's the whole field, isn't it?
That's the whole field.
And look at that. Nowhere to go.
And these guys were trying to avoid the 2 coming back up on the racetrack, and the first group that saw them check up, and everybody runs in behind them. That is massive right there. That's incredible. I don't think I've seen a wreck like that at Daytona.
It happened with 12 to go.
Yeah, the 12 and it looked like I don't know how they got together, but the 83 and the 12 were at the front of that pack. And look at these guys. They're packed in there. Montoya's headed backwards, and you can't see. I mean, they kind of slide out of the way, but they're 4 deep and packed on top of each other, and they're still coming in behind them. You see the 12, you see the 42, you see these guys.
And there's just nowhere to go.
There's
no openings on the racetrack whatsoever.
Nowhere to go. And you can't imagine sitting at home driving into that at 170 or 80 miles an hour, getting up to speed, but driving into that and not being able to know left or right. And the spotters are
trouble. Hornish out of trouble. He hits the wall.
Big wreck behind us. Come to the line.
And there goes
Come on. You're clear. Come on.
The leader did not take the white flag, meaning we will get a green-white checker finish.
There ain't anybody to have a green-white checkered finish with. Boy, 19 went in the wall hard. He got turned, and boy, he went in.
And poor Kurt thought he was safe at that point in time. These guys behind him did a really good job of avoiding. You see, I think it's the 99 that goes down pit road. He's getting ready to turn right here and head down pit road. These guys hit pretty hard. He's got to be.
Kevin Harvick, the race leader.
That 29 car is going to get wide here in a minute, because he's got to stop this momentum of this 9 car.
Look at the 2 car up there on the outside. Coming. Look at Kurt Busch.
He's been involved in the last 3 cautions.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here.
Driver number 2 will not be denied. There goes around.
Backing up a little bit. Got spin behind you. Come on. Keep coming.
As of now, we don't have a caution. We'll see if they let him race back to the line, and it appears they will.
And there's no caution because he's so far behind and there's nobody back there. I'm sorry.
Kevin Harvick, the race leader, off of turn number 4. Casey Kane and Jeff Gordon behind him. Will they make a move? They will not. Harvick wins at Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 car, they got together right here through the trial. These guys did, the 2 and the 71. 33 looked like he kind of bounced off the outside wall and came back across Rudimann's front end. I don't think Rudimann had anything to do with that at all.
Carl Edwards just shot out of line.
Yeah, Carl just up the race. Oh, right in front of Bliss right there in the 71. Bliss had no place to go.
And after all of that, Kurt Busch finishing 7th tonight. Look at that race car and explain how he
the pack, and here's the reason why.
Whoa, look out.
Here goes
going across. That's Allmendinger sideways, but it looks like if he can keep it down.
Get a caution. Again,
he's off the wall.
Still nothing.
And the first caution of the race is out.
Leader spreading out. Well, the 2 Red Bull cars got together. Scott Speed got him and AJ. Looked like it might have been Keselowski that got into the back of AJ.
Plenty of room at that section of the track. And the only damage is to the rear of the car, as you see right there. Here's the angle from behind. See the 12? Yeah, 12 gets into the 43. We'll step aside for just a moment. Here is our first caution flies at Talladega.
Radio, his spotter doing all the work as he works his way through this traffic. Mike Ford, the crew chief, hasn't said anything. Now we've got a problem, Marty.
Jeff Burton has got tagged from behind, turned into the wall. So far, it looks like he is the only victim. A hard hit for Jeff Burton.
Yeah.
Now there's flames shooting out of the right side as the oil line. Our caution here, second of the day with 54 laps remaining. The window net's down. Jeff is climbing out.
And Dale. Yeah, looked like just a little bit too much help from Junior. Was lucky that wasn't a big wreck right there.
Dale's damage on the right side of his car. Joey Logano, Greg Biffle, both of them miss. How about from Denny Hamlin's point of view?
You can see right there, they're in the middle of the corner, and it doesn't take much. And NASCAR's always tried to tell them.
Caution will be coming out.
This bump drafting in the corners is a bad idea.
Well, here's the bad news for Denny Hamlin. As you get one more look at this, see where the 39 is of Ryan Newman? He had just been passed again, so he is in the lucky dog position and not Hamlin. 88, look out! 4 going around. Marcus Ambrose, 29, and Kevin Harvick is involved as well. So Harvick, who had been running up front all day to avoid this, now has damage to the front.
Too bad. Just put some tires on it.
The 26 of Bill Elliott also involved. There's the damage to the nose. He says it's not too bad on the radio. It looks a little worse.
Yeah, I think it's a little worse. Definitely worse than he thinks. See Ambrose right here. They got actually 4 wide right here. See Kyle Busch going to the inside. Kind of squeezes into 33, gets into the back, and then the left rear quarter panel. There's Harvick getting involved.
Gordon misses it. I don't see where the 11 was involved.
Nope, didn't see it there.
4 wide right there. 4 wide. Come on. Stay in it. Stay in it.
From Harvick's camera.
Now Harvick's just going to be in position here that he was not wanting to be. Yeah, you can see there's going to be a lot of damage on the front of Kevin Harvick's car. You feel like sometimes when you're sitting in there, there's not that much. It wasn't that hard.
From Marcus Ambrose.
He's going to go 3 wide middle, 4 wide.
Yeah, Kyle's one that kind of started that.
All right. Get it stopped.
You can see Kyle Busch goes right down to the bottom. He's not doing anything wrong. It's just that the 42 really doesn't know that he needs to give Marcus Ambrose some more room. That's where things get started, and Clint Boyer couldn't stay off the rear bumper of Marcus Ambrose. See Jeff Gordon just sliding by.
You see the 11 car right back in the back of that. I don't see him involved at all in this.
Oh, there he is coming through.
I don't know.
Well, we'll wait for official word from NASCAR.
Bill Elliott hit the wall hard down on the inside.
All the way to the bottom. One's on your bumper. Trouble in front of you. Trouble in front of you. Stay on the track.
White flag.
White flag is out. 2.6 miles to go. Oh, trouble, trouble. The big one on the dinger, on his lid. Side over side, end over end.
Kevin Harvick's going to win this race.
Yeah, that's.
The race is official because the white flag was displayed, and Kevin Harvick was in the race lead.
He was at the he was in the lead at the start-finish line, but did he continue to have that?
Actually ended this race.
Jimmy Johnson got out of shape first there. It saves it. And right behind him, everybody starts getting together. Looks like Tony Stewart forces Allmendinger upside down.
Boy, and that, thank goodness, the safer barriers on that inside wall.
Yeah, and we've seen in past that when something happens behind the leaders that NASCAR has let these guys race back. But obviously this was in an area they would have been racing back to, so they had to throw the caution.
All right, let's talk to Kevin Harvick.
He's got a fast car. He and his teammate, Burton. The mayor, trouble.
Junior's in the wall. Montoya. Joey Logano. Logano gets hit. Edwards in the infield. And more.
I just saw that coming, Mike. It was a much wilder start than what even the first start was. I think these guys got a little too confident, a little too comfortable.
Regan Smith left of your screen involved. First caution flag of the night on track. We do count the competition caution at lap 25. And there is Kevin Conway driving one of
car.
Ooh, Carl Edwards and Regan Smith.
I believe Carl got into. He definitely got into Dale Jr. I'm not sure if Regan Smith pushed him up there or not. Take another look at it.
From Jimmy Johnson.
Outside, too wide.
Oh, yeah. Carl got into the right rear of Dale Jr., and Dale Jr. got into the 78 car, Regan Smith.
Almost looked like Carl Edwards tried to go through a hole that wasn't quite wide enough for that 99 car.
Yeah, he's trying to slip right in there, and he couldn't make it. And then Dale Jr. bounced off of Carl and got into Regan Smith.
A wild slide into the corner. And let's take Joey Logano's wild ride.
Still inside two.
Cheers.
But Kyle
Trouble,
Busch,
turn one. Kyle Busch and Mark Martin.
Check up. Come on. You all right, Mark?
I think Mark's car looked like it hit anything.
They still have a shot on TV. You okay?
Looks like both drivers may drive away from this one. Now, under last year's configuration, the front splitters would be heavily damaged on these cars, but that is a change this year. No more splitter on the front end.
Pain in the 5.
Whoa, just got in there on the outside and, bumping, pushing each other in the corner like that. Over 205 miles an hour, the 18 car got loose.
And Denny Hamlin in the 11 narrowly misses another one from the Goodyear blimp. Third pair of cars, right of your screen.
Just got in that real high up there with Mark tucked right up under him, pushing him, and it got the 18 car Kyle Busch loose. I'd heard a number of guys, and then I watched Kyle in practice. His car wasn't the best handling car of the cars I watched out there on the racetrack the last couple of days.
It's like he just had him at the wrong angle, at the wrong place on the racetrack, and maybe wasn't completely squared up with him, had him more in that left rear.
Yep. And that's tight getting into turn one. You got getting into both turns, 1 and 3. You really crank it in there. When somebody laid right up against you. Pretty heavy contact.
You all right, Mark?
Wow. Let's watch and ride with Kyle Busch.
Come on, get it. Oh, we're racing, boys.
Both cars have made it back to pit road. Here's a look from Jimmy Johnson.
Outside. In front of you, smoke, smoke, smoke. That was nice.
Tell you what, not only was it a close call for Jimmy Johnson, another close call for Denny Hamlin at 11.
Yeah, but what were all the sparks flying out from under Hamlin's car as he tried to drive through it? Oh, from getting down on the flat.
Yeah,
that's it.
Probably the skirts on the side were dragging on the racetrack.
Matt behind the lead. Oh, hard. Michael Waltrip into the wall.
14 got to turn around.
He and Tony Stewart were coming.
We just ran through the grass.
They were coming toward the front. Running 9th and 10th.
Little wee bit loose, and around he goes. That pushing off into the corner, either one or three, looks like it's a little treacherous for some of these guys.
But you know, Dale, it's almost like both situations has been the car wasn't just locked onto that car. It was maybe right there actually pushing on the left rear just a little bit.
Got him a little off center. So we can get a shot out the back here and see what the. There's Tony just right on him. A little movement getting in the corner. And then just a quick little D-dido right there.
Ow.
And that's a hard hit.
14 got us turned around there, trying to push through. We just ran through the grass. Yeah, we're done.
Waltrip was in 9th position.
Oof. You think that nose isn't tough?
That's a blade, isn't it?
That thing is kicking up some earth. And you know the old splitter that was on the front of these cars last year.
Shootout for the first time. Hamlin low, Busch up high. Here they come. 3 wide to the stripe, and the winner is
3 wide.
Probably Kurt Busch, because Denny Hamlin went below the yellow line.
Yeah, that was definitely he advanced his position by being out of bounds. There's no question on that one.
For the line, the question is, would they deem that coming to the checkered flag and game on? And I've always thought on the last lap, when you can see the checkered flag, you do what you got to do.
The line is still a line, but Darrell, does Hamlin get the lead before he goes to below the yellow line? If so, he may be the race winner.
Yeah, it's hard to say about that.
And McMurray, he never came off the rear bumper of Kurt Busch in that 22 car.
Kurt Busch has won the Budweiser shootout.
That would have been my call, but I'm you never know.
Pretty good shootout win. Further back, and you can see how those 2-car tandems are able to work their way away from the rest of this field.
And the unknown, Mike, is how long can they do this now? We got trouble already. Newman.
Spin behind you.
Brian Newman is going to stay off the wall after spinning off turn number 2 to bring out the first caution flag of the day.
My, looked like he just lost it, Larry. I don't know. Did he get any push or not?
There was contact, and Newman goes around 4 under yellow quickly in the Gatorade duel.
Getting Smith through in that 78 car coming to the tri-oval.
I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to push, push, push.
Well, he's got enough room to look out and try to win it, but he's steaming along. It's going to be Kurt Busch.
Whoa, he looked, but he couldn't do it.
Oh! You got it, baby.
He gave it a gallon effort.
He did. I was really surprised he even took a look, but the yay to him.
Kurt Busch is 2.
Here in just a second, and here they come right up through the middle. Whoop.
Whoa! Goes for a ride.
I think he's going to save it.
Caution is out. Nice save by Joey Logano. But look what he's got left. Well, we saw it with Ryan Newman off turn 2, and now we see this with just to Joey Logano here, the orange number 20.
Yeah, I just commented that that group back there was closing on this front crowd here in a hurry. I think what happened was Logano got to the 18 car of Kyle Busch, might have had to check up a teeny bit, and when he did, Michael got into the back of him, and man, that could have been a whole lot worse than what it turned out to be. He was headed for the end of that wall.
The closing rate is so fast. One pair of cars to another. You're riding with Logano. And next, our Fox Exmo camera, our extreme slow motion camera. You saw good use of it at the Super Bowl, and here it is.
See, what happened was Logano was going to try to drive out from behind Kyle Busch. He started to go to the inside of Kyle Busch, and Michael was laying right up against him. Just that turning out from behind Kyle and Michael pushing him got him around sideways, got the 20 car around sideways, and off the track he went.
So pit stops for fuel, and we'll be back to Daytona International Speedway and the Gatorade Duel.
No, he loves it.
Now, a couple of sets of teammates that's lost touch with this top 6 is Jeff Burton and Clint Boyer.
Trouble, turn 3, car
one
around.
Car all by itself, it's Brad Keselowski. Caution is out for the 3rd time in this second duel race.
Nice, he's back her down there, got the shoes spun into.
Like he got away with minimum damage to that car. I believe, Larry, as I was looking at it, I think he just spun out, getting it. I think it got loose on him getting into the corner.
Well, let's take a look.
Going down the back here with Todd Bodine pushing. Woo.
Darrell, that wasn't just pushing, that was the bump draft, just as he was turning off in the corner.
Saw the same thing happen with Michael and Tony Stewart in the Budweiser shootout. Just that extra little bump getting in the corner knocks you loose.
Yeah, just make it last. We can go like hell at the end, you know. Let's just try to separate ourselves enough so that at least one way or the other we finish first, second if we can.
How's that working out?
Whoa.
Not too good. There goes Hamlin around.
That was another one of those incidences where he was just closing so fast with nowhere to go, and he got run into.
4th caution flag of the race for Denny Hamlin. And that was a caution in the making for about 2 laps of squeezing on this pressure cooker of a front draft.
You'll see the 11. He's coming. Man, he's got a head of steam. Nowhere to go. The yellow line, he's already broken. He's violated that rule once. He come right back in front of his teammate. Got hit.
For a moment. Jeff Burton has never won a Gatorade dual race. Nor has Clint Boyer, but they are at the front of this one with 6 to go.
They have the Budweiser shootout, these two guys do, that they worked all the way through. Didn't get the result they were looking for. Oh, there's trouble. 60 car of Bodine.
Todd Bodine crashes out of the 500.
It's Stephen Wallace in the 77 involved.
And I think we'll see there was contact in front of Bodine. That started all this and put us under caution for the 5th time.
Oh, boy.
With 5 laps to go. Todd Bodine has 2 Truck Series wins here.
Let's see what happened here, Mike.
Number 60.
Man, look, did he get in on the apron?
It looked like he did. I know when he ran over Digger, it looked like he was on the apron when we had that shot.
Look at the job that Greg Beffel's doing to get by that. Nice work.
Now, Stephen Wallace got into him, but that may have been after Bodine had trouble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
There he is down toward the bottom of your screen.
You see him wobbling a little bit getting in that corner. He was already having trouble when he got to the corner. That got him down on the apron, and then he came back up in the racetrack in front of Stephen Wallace.
And Stephen was getting a push from Travis Kvapil, who's trying to race into the 500.
Hey, it's go time, guys.
And you'll see they almost get into David Rudeman in the 00 car when he goes back up the racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like that possibly. I don't know if Stephen was up against him or pushing him or not, but if he was, that's what got him loose getting in that corner. And getting in the corner with somebody right up behind you like that pushing is pretty tough.
It happens this fast.
Yep.
How about the job that Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle did, splitting Stephen Wallace?
In that 18 car, he's not going to be content to run fourth in this race.
This will not be the way they finish.
2 Chevys, 2 Toyotas, 2 Dodges, 2 Toyotas, a Chevy and a Toyota. But on point, Jeff Burton trying for his first Daytona Speed Week's checkered flag. Clint Boyer locked on to him.
I know Michael and Kyle would like to pull out, but they're afraid to.
2 wide behind them with Brian Keselowski in 5th.
They're going to take a look here, Michael and Kyle. Here they come. They got to run, but they're going to
crash.
Oh, no.
Trevor Bayne is in it along with David Reagan. And Burton will win it over Boyer.
5 1/1000ths of a second.
A thrilling finish, but in more ways than one, as they got 3 maybe. Well, here they come in turn 4.
Oh, you see Gordon and Bayne, they already get sideways up there in the middle of a turn 4. Woo. And looked like Jeff kind of ran down on the 21 car.
I mean, Jeff Gordon went from the top to the bottom to not get involved in that wreck. Remember, he's sitting on the outside of the front row for the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if the car didn't clip the wall here when it gets loose. You see here, gets a little bit of right side damage, but then I'm not sure. He was about to wreck. Yeah. Jeff was just about to wreck, and he got down there and got into Trevor Bayne and turned him, and then the 6 car had nothing to do with that, but except slam the outside wall.
Bob Keselowski, longtime journeyman racer from Mount Clemens, Michigan. He has 2 sons. Oh, Kyle Busch.
Speed behind you, wave to 7.
Gets it down on the apron without further contact. Jostling further back, but no other collision.
See what happened here up on the outside. Gets a shove from Michael there in the 15 car. Wrong place, wrong time. Was somebody pushing?
Trouble turn 3.
Big wreck.
Brian Keselowski, David Rudeman, Michael Waltrip, Matt Kenseth,
big
and
wreck.
half the field.
I see about 3 of the Hendrick cars there that's involved.
Mark Martin is there. I see him. There's a Biffle. Jimmy Johnson's laying over there. There's a 24 car. Looks pretty bad.
Ryan Vickers limping around. Pow into Michael.
Nope, didn't make it. Didn't make it.
Brian Keselowski, we just talked about, was involved. That white car up against the wall there.
There's Mark Martin down here, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon. My. Let's see if we can see anything. Well, there's not a whole lot to see. Michael just got into the back of the... Tony Stewart did the same thing to Michael in the Bud shootout. Got into him pretty hard and turned him around right there and got Michael with it.
And Darrell, everybody was going to the apron, but those cars sliding off 31 degrees of banking, that's where they're going to end up.
It's kind of an old saying down here. What goes down must come up. And you try to go around on the outside if you can.
Jimmy Johnson's 48 just barely got into the back of Matt Kenseth to do enough damage to the right front.
The old Aaron Stream machine, she's done.
Marcus Ambrose is going to the garage for repair. Michael Waltrip's car comes steaming toward the garage.
Brian Vickers in the 83 car gets a lot of damage. Marcus Ambrose in the 9.
Look at that. 3 Henry cars, 24, 48, and 5, all slamming into each other.
Driving for Tommy Baldwin and Al Hankey on, car in the wall, front straightaway. And it is Richardson, Robert Richardson, into the inside wall, coming toward the start-finish line. And that will put us under caution for the 5th time.
Yeah, tied up the corner.
37, Robert Richardson. Oof.
Sure glad they put that safer barrier down along that inside walls.
His car is in harm's way. And look at Stewart. Boy, he got a little bite from the left side from Jamie Mack.
I think these guys have got so many voices in their head. They got so much going on that when the caution comes out, they're not slowing down like normal. That's just, the caution comes out and you bam, you start running into people.
Travis Quapple, who turned Richardson around for the last caution, gets up out of the groove, knocks the Long John and the silver off the right side of his car. And Ryan Newman, watch the 42, the target car. Jamie McMurray behind him. Montoya goes around, and what a save at 200 miles an hour. He drives it onto pit road and to the caution flag.
World class right there.
Winner of the 500, Matt Kenseth, has crashed hard in the tri-oval. He's climbed out of the car. He is okay. He was being bump drafted by Greg Biffle. You're riding with Biffle.
Guy in front of Matt can't pick a lane. Easy, easy.
I think Biffle was trying to go down to get him behind Matt and just mistimed it a little bit. Clipped him in the right rear and shot him into the outside wall. And again, see all those styrofoam blocks? That's the safer barrier. Man, that is the greatest thing since interliners and tires.
Again, here's looking back from Joey Logano. Pretty vicious hit. Here it is on our Fox Exmo cam.
And did you see how close he came to taking Montoya out?
Tenth caution flag of this Daytona 500. It comes out with
Matt Kenseth, trouble on the racetrack.
And it is Montoya crashing along with Greg Biffle. And again, Montoya makes a great save to come down pit road as the caution flag flies for the 11th time today.
For the back, and we're kind of going up through the middle and had some slow cars, and Logano tried to block. And
caution flags in the 500 at 11. Top of your screen, here they come off turn 4.
Well, I think you got to remember something too about that 16 car. It's been wrecked once. And so it's not handling all that great, and Montoya just got into the back of him. And you know, Larry, one thing, and Mike, these guys have been so complimentary of each other. Oh, it wasn't his fault, just racing.
Look at that yellow car of Kurt Busch, dive to the inside and escape down pit road, as does Ryan Newman.
So much of that has to do with this fresh asphalt. It has a ton of grip. You can turn that car just dead left, straight down pit road.
Fresh grass.
You got me, Trevor?
Oh, trouble.
Yeah, who's this?
Turn 3.
Hey, bud.
Into the wall goes Kozlowski.
They were 3 wide getting in there. I was just about ready that there was going to be trouble in turn 3, and sure enough.
And there's more. Another car involved after.
Is that
Regan
Regan Smith?
Out of it, and it's Regan Smith.
I thought it into the back of Brad. And you know, you just can't say what happened. You don't know if Brad had to lift. You don't know if he was trying to change lanes.
That's what sent Smith to the infield.
He got down there and hit Joey Logano on the 20 that got into the side of Regan Smith in the 78.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty hard lick on that 20 too, Larry. Robbie gets a little contact.
Oh, Tony, big miss right there.
Great job there.
Look at Montoya.
Once again just slips by. When he comes down the hill, this is when he's going to get into the side of the 20 car. Right there.
Look at Stephen Wallace in that 77. What a job.
He missed one.
What a job by him, though.
Yay!
Right here in front. Stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low. Just check up, stay low. Get on the apron, no apron.
Ah, that sounded pretty hard.
Casey Kane. Into the wall, and we're told that the defending champion of the 500, Jamie McMurray, is down a cylinder.
Yeah, he went by here sounding really, really bad, really ragged.
Watch the number 4 of Casey Kane. It's like Carl Edwards knew something was wrong. He got off Kane, and Kane went up and into the wall.
Looked like Kane had a tire go down. He just kind of eased up the hill there and smacked the wall.
And Kyle Busch, they're blocked. They can't go anywhere right now because they're 3 wide in front of them.
6 times a driver has scored his first sprint. Oh! Smith gets turned in front of Boyer and Newman and Hamlin.
Keep coming, keep coming. Caution's out now. Wave them off, wave them off.
That's because Smith got a little bit of a gap between he and Bush slammed into him.
From the blimp. Watch the bottom of your screen, 78-22.
Watch this gap that the 78 gets off the corner here now. Now, Kurt Busch says he's getting he's getting a push from Tony. He slams into, he didn't get hooked up smooth. He slammed into the back of the 78, and that just turned him into the outside wall.
Dave Blaney scoots through.
Hamlin was on the brakes, locking up. He's going to have to come to pit road because he's got flat spotted tires. But that was just from getting a little bit of a gap. And then Tony Stewart got behind Kurt Busch and just pushed him up, and he slammed into the back of Regan Smith in the 78 and turned him in the outside wall.
Left front damage on Hamlin. The nose gone on Boyer's car. Left front damage to Newman. Right side damage to Smith. There you see it. Green flag.
Perfect. Good hesitation. Now if they can get hooked up and push.
And Tony timed it a little better. But can Bobby Labonte get up there to help Tony Stewart, or is he a man alone?
He's in no man's land. I just don't know if he can hang out there.
But look at the two Busch brothers, Kurt Busch in the 22 and Kyle Busch in the 18, working the high side.
I'm hearing they're going, oh, we got a car around. Got a car around right
Robbie
there.
Gordon saves it.
But the 6 is being black flagged, passing before the start-finish line.
And a car on the wall.
Newman again.
Ryan Newman hits the wall.
Junior.
Truex and Junior.
Oh, no, and here's Truex.
Caution is out.
Caution is out there, yeah.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., Martin Truex tied up in that one with Ryan Newman. And the caution is out with 2 to go.
Mike,
and here is...
Yeah, let's look at this restart because this is crucial.
Watch the 6 of David Reagan. He is the leader right there on the outside. He must maintain lane position to the start-finish line for this to be a legal start. When he changes lanes, he has violated NASCAR procedure, and he'll get a black flag.
They timed it perfectly. They just went too soon.
Yes.
They just needed to wait a few more seconds. And then back in here, it just gets wadded up.
Tony Stewart was just a sitting duck right there with no help.
He gets in right here, which is good. But here comes Robbie Gordon with a head of steam. And Tony had filled the hole that Robbie was going to try to go in. Robbie almost saves it, saves it, saves it.
So Gordon's down and off the racetrack. What happens behind them? A.J. Allmendinger got into Ryan Newman, who got into the wall, who collected Truex, came across, and Junior spun.
It's like some drivers were checking up, some were not.
No pressure there anywhere you want to go. Spinning up there, go high, go high. Watch that 7. Oh, he's coming, come back, come on, come on, come on, come on. No caution, come on. Slow, come on, come on, come on. There you go. Hold the brake, hold the brake. We're in, guys.
Looked like not Allmendinger, but someone to Newman's right.
Yeah,
Tim.
Newman definitely bound to go by. And I think what happened here is they saw the 7 coming back up on the racetrack, and they were trying to make room, and there wasn't any room. And then Junior just got out there, got turned.
Now Kyle Busch has come to pit road. Flag with Bobby Labonte. Here comes Kurt Busch and Juan Montoya. Carl Edwards in 5th.
And we know Kurt Busch and Montoya is going to make a move. DW, when will they make it?
I don't think they're going to make it till turn 4. I mean, we keep hearing about I'm a sitting duck when I'm leading this thing. So I guess that makes it 21, a sitting duck right now. But we'll see here. That 22 knows how to win from that position. That's where he won the Bud Shootout from.
Edwards and Gilliland down to the inside, trying to...
Where did that 34 come from?
Trying to spoil the party.
Oh, my gosh.
They spoiled the party for Kurt Busch and Montoya, and here they come through turn 4.
Gilliland, former pole sitter of the 500. Edwards has room underneath. Now he pushes Trevor Bayne.
It's over. Trevor Bayne is going to win the Daytona 500.
Unbelievable.
Happy birthday. 20 years old.
Are you kidding me? What? That was awesome. That was awesome, Trevor. You are the man, buddy. You are the man. Everybody coming inside, congratulating you here. Awesome job.
Saw Leonard Wood down on pit road where he stood in '76 when Pearson won it. 3 teammates in this race: Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, and Paul Menard. But from the start, he and Michael Waltrip have been nose to tail, and it's worked well as around goes Vickers, and caution waves.
Remember, Brian Vickers in '83, he had been hooked up with his teammate Casey Kane in that 4 most of the first part of this race.
Brian Vickers got his first win here at Talladega. And we're going to look at this group right here.
He's down on the bottom. He's getting the shove. There's some separation right now, and I think when you make the hookup, when
actually,
no,
Kurt Busch
I
was
see
22.
what happened now. Yeah,
got Landon Castle in the '09 sideways.
Oh my gosh! And look at Kenseth just squeaked by.
Darrell, there were about 30 drivers coming at him right there.
That was amazing.
Vickers on the inside.
I thought it was when they did the hookup, but you'll see here, 22 car gets Castle loose and just drives him into the side of Vickers' car there in the '83.
How'd Casey Kane get past?
How'd
any of them get past?
The 17 car's got to have a little left rear quarter panel damage, but out of that wreck, that's all we got.
Let's have a look with the Fox Exmo, or extreme slow motion.
Gonna have some damage, obviously a lot of damage to the left front of that '09 car now. But this is amazing that he can turn this car right across in front of all these other cars and nobody gets into it.
When the pits are opened, what will they do, Matt?
Well, judging from Clint Boyer's reaction, he is extremely pleased with that 33 machine. Right now, they're looking at just going right side tires only and just waiting on fuel. He doesn't want any change. Steve.
Matt, pretty much the same case with Joey Logano. He says the car is fine. It feels bolted to the track. Don't anticipate any changes. He does want a windshield tear off.
And Newman for Stewart Haas Racing with Kyle Busch. They're lapping past Landon Castle and trying to stay
Trouble,
out.
turn 3, Mike, sorry. Cars around everywhere.
3, 4 against the wall and sliding down to the inside. Reagan's in it. Casey Kane, Marcus Ambrose, Trevor Bayne, and Brad Keselowski. And a whole lot of dreams just went up in the fence in turn 3. Second caution of the day comes out at lap 90. Casey Kane aflame. And Keselowski may have been bumped by his teammate.
Boy, it sure looked like it.
Think back to that first caution, it was Kurt Busch that got into Landon Castle as well. Boy, Marcus Ambrose in that 9 probably wondered what in the world, where did he come from?
Boy, a bunch of them are wondering that right now.
And he got hit twice. Or Reagan got hit.
Yeah,
by
the
Casey
16
Kane
there. See the 2 going up the guy, he just clipped him.
And here's David Reagan. Just getting pounded. So at least 5 cars involved. There's Keselowski up and into Ambrose after a hit from Kurt Busch. David Reagan.
Reagan's car is, I mean, it's already on fire. I guess that's from hitting somebody and breaking the oil cooler or something.
Trevor Bayne down on the apron, but Reagan comes down and collects him.
This is where I think Casey Kane in the 4 gets in trouble right here.
Michael Waltrip and Jimmy Johnson, or rather Michael Waltrip and Johnson, the 48. Whoa.
Yeah. Terry Labonte in that 32 car got Mike.
Trouble on the back straightaway.
Big wreck.
Kyle Busch is against the wall, and other cars are damaged. 49 laps to go. Matt Kenseth is in it. Lot of right front damage. And Joey Logano and Kyle Busch would have been a major part of this one.
Just haven't liked this personally. I haven't liked this combination.
It was right there on the exit of the corner. It looked like his car was a little bit loose to begin with.
Allmendinger spins.
With the 11 car of Hamlin, great job of missing that.
Here's another look.
You know, that could have been one of those situations where the 18 was closing on the car in front of him there. I think it may have been Menard, and had to get out of the throttle just a teeny bit, and that's what caused the 20 car of Logano to turn him.
And we actually documented, Kyle Busch said earlier in the race, I do not like being hit in my left rear.
Yeah, it's the 27. They come up here, and maybe Kyle has to lift a little bit, and when he does, Joey doesn't know it, obviously, and maybe that was part of the problem.
Yeah, Darrell, about 6 cars ahead of them, even up at Jeff Burton and Boyer. Cars were starting to drift up to the high side. That hole was closing up, and it just accordioned back to Kyle Busch and Logano.
Yeah, as fast as they're closing, you know, if you lift this a little wee bit, the guy that I said, like, you don't know what he's doing. You just follow along blind. Let's see if we can tell if these 78 and the 27 do anything. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Now, Allmendinger spun. I'm not sure if there was any damage to the 43. Toyota's to the front now. Truex.
Whoa, no.
Newman saves it.
They all saved it. Murray's still on the apron.
Unbelievable.
I think Juan's got the most damage out of that.
No caution.
And Montoya.
Definitely a lot of damage on the right front of the 42 car.
How did Ryan Newman hold on to that race car? I don't believe he saves that race car thanks to Montoya.
You know why? You know why Ryan Newman can do that? Dirt track racing, man. That they get him that crossed up on dirt and save him all the time. Then 42 pounded into him and got him back up in the racetrack. But that is an amazing job of driving. That right there, most guys throw up their head and say, I'm done.
But watch Regan Smith in that black 78 turn straight up the hill. That's why he lost some time, but he's glad he didn't lose a race car.
Around goes a car in the back straightaway, and it's Newman.
Can he save it again?
Yeah,
he did.
And we have no caution.
Oh, yeah, he's got to stop.
Now we'll have one.
Well, he's probably got 4 tires, and you can't drive that thing around that far on 4 flat tires.
Just got into him just a little bit wrong right there, and it doesn't take a whole lot of just. I know you can shove and push, but you get that wrong angle. I'm not. Maybe let's rethink that. That looked. I'd like to see that again. Maybe had a tire go down.
But that's definitely the same 2 that was pushing and shoving a couple of laps before when they got into Montoya.
190 miles an hour headed for the inside wall. Ryan Newman locks the brake, unlocks it, gasses it, keeps it off the wall.
Not sure about that left rear. You know, that all that damage down the left side, it could have knocked the valve stem off or cut a tire down.
Speaking of flats, that's Montoya's car. How does he keep this car out of the wall? Again.
I don't know. Juan had a right front tire. I really believe that in Newman's case, just like we saw Juan's right front blow right there, on Boyer's part, let me lead, I'm faster, you push.
And they did it early enough, they're able to recover from it.
And they're fighting back. Oh, a car around. And
around goes Blaney.
He saved it. He saved it.
No yellow.
Hey, another great dirt track racer and a great dirt track save.
But what a heartbreak. As Blaney will not win today, they come to the line. 3 laps to go. Boyer in front of Harvick.
Kurt Busch.
That is the 3rd car to spin off the front bumper of Kurt Busch today.
Got 2 best cars right there. Most of this race, they're just now showing it.
The bell lap, and the man who started up front leads it, Jeff Gordon.
But here comes the next two pair. These two cats right here, they may have timed it out too. Let's see what happened here in turn 3.
Don't forget Jimmy Johnson and Dale Jr., 5th and 6th. They are there. Which group will they go with? And will it help the Childress cars, or will it help Jeff Gordon to victory lane?
All bets are off. They get to the middle of the trough.
Watch out, down low.
Way down comes Johnson.
Good run.
He's got room. They're 3 wide. 3 by 3 to the line.
Johnson.
Maybe Jimmy Johnson.
I believe he got him by an inch.
2/1000ths of a second he beat Boyer.
Okay, a 1/16 of an inch.
Have you ever?
Oh, man. Oh, man.
No, we have
I have never seen anything like that. Woohoo!
Finish line here is 1,000 feet further. And look how close it is. 4 wide at the wire.
That is just a beautiful thing right there. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars.
So close, we can hardly capture it with our stop motion camera. There's a look at it, and there is the margin. Darrell, this so reminds me of 1981 when
you've got to find a place to go. Thought about the outside, but knew he couldn't do it. Right here, Mark Martin could have maybe saved the win for Jeff Gordon, but he didn't get down in front of Johnson quick enough. Johnson got to suck off of all those cars, beat everybody to the line first.
Look at Carl Edwards. He was 3 car lengths back exiting turn 4, and he almost gets to John. Finish at Darlington for the closest margin of victory since the advent of electronic scoring in the Sprint Cup Series.
We were there.
At Darlington, 2003. Rick Hendrick congratulates his driver. Here's Dick Berger in victory lane.
And Jimmy Johnson has just now pulled into victory lane. As it gets just a little wet down here, Jimmy walking.
Jr. and Jimmy Johnson. And we've got trouble. Baying around and into the wall.
Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Hold the brake here. Hold the brake. Let it roll right there. Still outside.
He had just hooked up with the 2 car.
And I think you heard Trevor say the 2 car just turned us.
Yeah. Let's just see what position they were in and where the cars were around them when this happened.
Okay, see the 2 dumps down to the left? That's the worst thing you can do in this situation, right, KP?
The very worst thing. I mean, Jeff Gordon said the same thing. He said if you're on the outside and you can really work the car from the outside.
If you're going to take care of the guy in front of you, you've got to hang to the right. You can't drop down to the left. And that was just a situation where as soon as he went down to the left, he just hooked a 21.
And boy, you're
trouble, Larry. 99 got turned.
Stay high, stay high, stay high. Keep coming. Good job. Keep coming there.
Thought he was going to stay off that one.
He came in leading the points, and Carl Edwards goes around early here at Daytona.
Biffle got in the wall pretty hard there too, but I mean Biffle it wasn't like he was in the right. The 99 may have had to check up just a little bit. He may have been pushing on for whatever, but
he was running 3rd at the time of the accident and had led 1 lap here tonight.
Looked like he even was a little bit loose getting up off that corner. He hit the wall pretty hard though. It doesn't look like it's that hard, but look at the right rear there. A lot of damage.
Now we ride on board with Regan Smith looking back at Carl Edwards. How about Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin driving right through unscathed?
We're going to go to the top here, go around the 78.
I'll tell you. Was that Carl speaking? Was that Carl on the mic saying we're going to go to the top and go around the 78?
We hit pretty hard. We got the race friends.
On the right rear of the car.
And now we got
actually physically got sick inside the car, and there's caution on the track, Adam.
Now Dave Blaney into the wall. Guy led 21 laps at Talladega. He brings out our 3rd caution of the night.
And guys, just to finish up, Carl Edwards will stay inside the car. He asked Bob Osborne to actually physically hose down the inside of the car. Bob Osborne said, we will not do that, but we will clean the inside of the car for you.
Brought out our second caution of the night, and it's Dave Blaney bringing out our third as you see the replay here.
Couldn't really tell from that angle what, obviously he was with somebody there, so he obviously got hooked because there's nobody else around him.
Nothing you can do now but keep your foot to the floor.
Oh, and look, man, these guys are starting to slide up in each other.
Oh,
watch out, watch out.
There they go.
Here it goes.
Gordon goes around.
Just got turned.
What a
great job.
Pretty great.
Caution's out.
And we get the caution.
Caution's out.
A lot of damage, but I'll tell you what, that was a good save.
I don't know who turned him, but it wasn't me.
Yeah. And that was Mark Martin saying, I don't know who turned him, but it wasn't me. And it wasn't. It was the 4 car that came up. Casey Kane. Those guys got together and worked up and just pinned Mark. Are there. The 83 hit him and knocked the 4 car up the racetrack. The 83 did not give, Brian Vickers didn't give the 4 car a chance to recover. Jeff did a great job right here. Mark did a great job of avoiding this, but this thing just slid sideways, and all these guys just avoiding the spinning car.
And it doesn't take any contact. If you watch, the car comes across Mark's, or the 24's nose, just a little bit. These cars are already on edge so much, it just doesn't take a whole lot.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the 18 car got into the outside wall pretty good. I think Joey tried to stay off of it, but the 18.
Oh, Martin got turned by Joey Logano on that one.
Look at him out there.
Several cars involved, and it all got started when Logano got Mark Martin.
Truex is in it. Mark Martin's in it. See the
Stewart's in it.
33.
Sorry, guys.
Like Castle's in it.
Wow.
We will get a second attempt at a green-white checker.
Half the field's gone.
See the damage for pole sitter Mark Martin. Let's go high above and watch the restart.
Just keep your eye on Logano in the 20 car. Got Mark Martin up beside him. And it ran out of room.
Regan Smith got a piece. See Travis Kvapil climbing in. David Rudiman.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, when you look at that, Mark's there and Logano's there. I don't know where Mark was going. Yeah, to be honest with you, you know what I mean? I mean, look, Joey couldn't really go anywhere. They all were trying to get to the same place on the racetrack for whatever reason. I don't know why Mark tried to jump off the back of the group he was in. But of course he doesn't have a partner anymore.
Tony Stewart.
2 wide middle 31. 2 wide middle 31. Keep digging her.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Logano was there.
I don't think he knew.
Low side.
Because
right there.
I don't think he felt Logano.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
He had a lot of. He was down there pretty low. I don't think he did.
Yeah. Checking up here. Watch him. Turn the bottom.
These are some hard hits.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Disregard.
Watch Kurt Busch in the 22. We were on board with him a moment ago. He took a couple of hits as well.
Yeah, he got hit hard in the door right there, and he was just about clear of the thing.
Boy, Kvapil got turned too and went straight up at the Truex in the 56.
But I think when you go back and look at it, Mark realized he was the odd man out. He was the 3rd car in line, in that outside line, and then just turned left. Right there. And left Joey all by himself on the inside right there.
Yep. But see how much time they lost by doing, even at that. See what I was talking about? They lost, you know, a couple of seconds there on the front 2 rows. Now they're going to have to get some steam and go.
But there's the 4 car pushing the 20, and the 20 has no partner now, and the 4 car has no partner.
Harvick and Menard lost some ground as well.
Joey Logano to the outside there with the 4 car of Casey Kane.
Larry called it. Logano to the outside and to the lead. Big shove by Casey Kane on the outside.
That was a huge shove. He got just enough off those guys.
They had to lift.
Shuffled out.
He got a little bit out of shape there. Newman had to get out of the gas, and that was it.
Here we come down to the white flag. 1 lap to go for David Reagan.
All clear. 1 back, double wide.
And look who's right behind Kenseth. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has joined the party.
Watch Harvick swing high here, though.
Kevin Harvick's been known to break hearts at Daytona. He did it to Mark Martin in 2007 in the Daytona 500. He won this race 1 year ago. David Reagan, a half a lap away from his first victory.
It's now time, isn't it, for the 20?
It's time for the 20 to do something, or...
One back there, right 10.
I think
they're wrecking behind him.
David Reagan.
Behind the race leader.
David Reagan.
No caution yet. David Reagan coming
Still
back
wrecking.
to the start-finish line.
They're wrecking again.
Everywhere now.
They're wrecking again.
Reagan with sweet redemption gets the victory at Daytona.
2 separate wrecks on the last lap.
Great job. Thank you a lot, Matt.
Oh, man, these guys are flying by Newman.
He was a sitting duck.
No kidding. That's the scariest part of it being in a wreck like this, is sitting in the racetrack when guys are coming at you 180 plus miles per hour. That was scary.
That's on the final lap.
Yeah, and it's hard to really say. You see the 9 car get turned, the 9 to 51 and the 00. It's hard to say right there because they're just in the corner of the screen. But in front of these guys, they're wrecking on around the corner here.
All this happened
you see
over
right here
in turn 3.
It looks like somebody got. It looks like Castle just slid up the racetrack and got into the left rear of Ambrose.
Yeah, and
he may have got shoved up. You know, by that angle, it's hard to see, but
it is hard. And the 00 had already been in an accident, and so had the 51 car of Landon Castle. These guys had already been in an accident, and there's Vickers getting in the middle of this one too, because he had already been in the other.
I think the one is going to get hooked by, or the one in the 88 got together.
Yeah, it's like the
and
one
then forget
came.
it. Yeah,
it's like McMurray came down on Junior. Junior got down on the flat, had to come back up on the racetrack, and then, I mean, and this is the second wreck, as you said, and these guys are still just hauling the mail through.
But this is kind of typical for here, for as far as the finish goes.
Look at those
this
guys.
is normally where it happens. Those guys are finishing wrecking up at 3 and 4.
And in the background, that's great.
The post
21. Yeah, he's motioning and he's coming to the pit. Woo! Logano didn't get slowed down. Look at this save. I mean, this car is sideways. So from that point, he didn't go to pit road.
Kyle Busch went all the way there working with Denny Spotter, Curtis Markham. We've got a crash, guys.
Ryan Newman spinning off the tri-oval. Caution flag. Got some damage on the left front of that car. See that front splitter all wrinkled up.
Yeah, the whole front end's tore off of it.
Looks like he may have gotten off in the trial of the grass. The lower half of the front end's gone.
And if he
drives that front right, it's all the way down.
Yeah, where I was going with that. If he drives that back around the racetrack too quickly, his right front fender is going to end up looking like Joey Logano's.
Now, he's got a lot of problems anyway, though. You can see right there in the trial of the grass.
That's just the air literally sucking that car around as he got up beside of David Rudeman when you're that close. Hard to tell from that angle if that 00 was coming down at all. Well, it just wasn't enough room there, and when you get this close to these cars, no. You can see, well, it's just that there's a lane there.
One of the things working against.
Oh, no, trouble. Allmendinger turned around. Kyle Busch makes contact. More cars involved. Harvick is in it, one of the championship drivers.
Lock it down there, AJ. Get it rolling here if you can.
McMurray involved. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick. Second in the championship, starting the day. Front end damage to that 29 car.
A lot of damage to Kyle Busch, too. You can see that right front looks like it's headed the wrong way, like it might have a toe-in issue.
And that looked like maybe a push that the 43 of A.J. Allmendinger got through the tri-oval, which is probably the most dangerous part of this racetrack. They were going extremely fast, but it's just literally the rear wheels start getting picked up, and then that turns you down the racetrack and into the other cars.
It goes back to the thing that the guy behind cannot see. And so Allmendinger was looked like he tried to check up a little bit because there wasn't quite enough room on the outside. And Ambrose just couldn't see that. Yeah, he right there.
Yeah, he was probably having to check up just a little bit to keep from running over Joey Logano and Tony Stewart right in front of him. But Marcus Ambrose having no idea, and it just takes a split second of cracking the throttle.
Rapids fast.
So Kyle Busch, 3, they were running in 3rd position. I say they, Kane was running in 3rd position. And somehow didn't hit anything.
You can see Casey started to the outside like they were going to try to make a pass for the lead from Robbie Gordon and Trevor Bayne. And Brian Vickers got just to the right side of Casey's rear bumper through that tri-oval where you still have a little bit of wheel in it. Sent him spinning. Luckily, didn't hit a thing.
See Matt Kenseth and Reagan again doing a good job. See Reagan immediately getting on the brakes and getting off the rear bumper.
Matt has been around a couple of things today, and David Reagan has really helped him out.
Yeah, watch Reagan right here. He gets off the rear bumper real quick, enough that Matt can slow down.
Wow. Trouble. 71 car and the 32 in trouble. Andy Lally in the 71 on the outside wall. 32 is Terry Labonte.
I think these two cars have been running together.
Stay low, stay low. 71 is wrecked there. Right up there, no pressure. Come on up there, Jimmy, if you need it.
Just behind Carl Edwards and Greg Biffle, and that's a hit on the right front of that 48 car.
Yeah, that's a pretty severe hit right there in the right front of the 48 car Jimmy Johnson.
It was a good job by
turn number 2. Labonte turned out of that big pack that was drafting all the way up into the outside wall and then collecting Kurt Busch on his way back down across the racetrack. We were just talking, a minute ago about him and Michael Waltrip running to the front there.
The intensity level was coming up. These guys were trying to position themselves for these last few laps. And pushing and shoving, it starts to take its toll, especially in the corners. You know, these cars have to be connected all the way around the track to make that speed.
Kurt Busch started the race 7th in the championship. Only 27 points, 27 positions off the lead. He's headed to the garage in the closing laps of this one. And that's an awful lot of damage to the front end of that 22 car. It's Michael Waltrip in the 15, behind Labonte in the 47.
Andy Castle got a piece of that also. See here, Kurt Busch.
Hard look for Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte.
It looked like that when we'd followed Michael Waltrip and Bobby Labonte that Bobby was really loose with his car. He wasn't able to turn it a lot of times and would have to chase it up the track. And you're right,
Wow.
that's really hard lick there at the end.
You just know where to go for Kurt Busch.
Wow, look at how high the back wheels of that car came off the ground in that hit. Just an indicator of how hard that collision was. For Kurt Busch.
You're Jeff Gordon.
Oh, trouble right there. Martin and Hamlin and Regan Smith with a hard crash.
In front of you there. Stay focused. It's coming down. Watch it coming down.
Caution is out, as you see. Contact in that pack in turn number 2 and a heavy, heavy crash. Regan Smith in that 78 car. Denny Hamlin involved, Mark Martin involved. and the safety workers there at Regan Smith's car. He had dropped the window net before the safety workers came up. His indication
there. He had to get out. Then Mark, as he tries to get back to Gordon, the 11 is there.
And another aspect of this racing, DJ, Joey Logano in that 20 can't see through Denny Hamlin's car. So even if Denny has lifted off the gas there, he's got no idea.
No. Wow, just look how close. I mean, he just skimmed the back bumper of Jeff Gordon's car. Marcus Ambrose coming by, gets a little bit of damage. Let's see, once again, Matt Kenseth and David Reagan sneaking by one more time.
Third or fourth one today.
You see this, you know, when Mark hits that right rear, it just, the angle that it sends Regan Smith into the wall is tremendous.
Yeah, and it looked like what happened was Jeff Gordon had to check up just a little bit. He was closing on Tony Stewart and 27 of Paul Menard a little too quickly.
Out of the final lap. Can anybody run up and catch Burton and Boyer? They've got some ground to make up if they're going to do it. Shuffling around in this pack.
8 of the last 12 races here have been decided on the last lap.
Dave Blaney first to break from the traffic with Brad Keselowski. Here come Brian Vickers and Casey Kane. Whole knot of cars behind him. But Jeff Burton is a half a lap for victory. This far clear of the pack. Does Boyer pull out and try and win?
There's a chance that Boyer might try to pull out and win when they get to the trial.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Does the pack have a chance to run him down?
Side over there, you and him. No
side by side in contact. The pack is not going to catch him. They still got a shot. Clint Boyer gets the win.
I don't know who won that. Good job, Clint.
Another frantic Talladega finish. We heard the radio conversation between Burton and Boyer about how quickly they
start overheating a lot quicker with the rule package that we have right now.
And they don't just start.
Treble turn 2.
No.
5, 6 cars in it. And more. The dreaded consequence of pack racing is the big one.
Yep.
Paul Menard, the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
I can't even tell whose car that is.
That's actually David Reagan in the 34.
And Michael Waltrip will not go to victory. Here's another look. Watch the inside lane. The 34 and 27 is the first contact.
Yeah, the 27 of Menard, he needed a break right there. But David Reagan was all over him, and when Menard went up the hill just a little bit, Reagan was on that left corner and turned him around.
Damage to Casey Kane in the 5 as well as Hamlin in the 11.
Tony Stewart slipping right through that mess on the bottom there, and here comes Jimmy Johnson slipping along.
Now on this next replay, watch the 24 of Jeff Gordon come into view here along with the 17 of Kenseth. Little bump. Kenseth contact with Burton. He is sideways. He's in it. And Gordon, bump, bump, and by.
I have seen Jeff Gordon do that so many times, and that's just experience and keeping your cool and driving through it and not trying to avoid it.
It's right along inside the Farmers Insurance car.
Check up. Get low if you can.
Oh, man.
Got up into the wall, Kenny. Got the right front corner.
But his teammate Carl Edwards in tow, then Clint Boyer. Whoa, Boyer around off the bumper of Martin Truex, and he's going for a ride.
I think he's all right. He's out through the grass.
Caution on the speedway.
See a little steam coming out of that thing too, Larry.
Boyer tried to change lanes and peek out, but Truex was right up against his bumper. That is Martin Truex. The 15 is Boyer. Catching Edwards.
There he goes to that left side.
And Darrell, no one knows this better than you. That was through the tri-oval. The tri-oval can be one of the most treacherous places on this racetrack.
The car is freer and looser right there than anywhere on the track because you don't have the banking. You're going 200 miles an hour, but you have not very much banking.
Well, let me ask Michael Waltrip, who owns both those cars. Michael, the drivers are not allowed to be in radio contact with each other. How could Martin Truex know that Bowyer was trying to change lanes to get around Edwards?
There's no way he could have known, Mike. Just like last night, Tony Stewart had no idea Kurt Busch was going to go up the hill to pass that slower car. Kurt moved up, Tony spun him out. That wreck is no one's fault. There's no way Martin knew what Clint was thinking, and Clint was like, I got to run, I got to go. Come on, Martin, follow me. Martin just couldn't react as fast as Clint did because he didn't know what was going on.
Third caution of the night. Clint Bowyer, you can hear race leader Greg Biffle as they try to close in on the front 10 with 21 laps. Trouble turn 2.
Dale Jr. is there. I see him. See the 29 car.
Kenseth in the
17.
Truex is in it.
That's a bunch of torn up cars right there.
Logano. Oh boy.
I don't know what happened here. We'll take a look. Logano is up on the outside of Jimmy Johnson there in the 48. He gets a little bit loose, and then it looks like Marcos gets into the 9 car. Marcos gets into the back of him, and it's on.
And when Logano got a little loose and lost that momentum, might that have carried Martin Truex into the back end of Ambrose and created one of those accordion-like collisions?
Remember how we said maybe in our practice show, maybe when this race started, with the 2-car tandem, we'd probably have a lot of little wrecks. But with this kind of racing, we're going to have a lot of big wrecks.
There's the contact that sent Logano around from Ambrose. And by now, Truex is fully up the back of Marcus Ambrose bumper.
And so far, every wreck we've had has been from a driver pushing another driver right in that left rear quarter panel.
Dale Jr. tried to miss it, couldn't. Kevin Harvick couldn't. And Matt Kenseth gets turned and goes hard into the wall.
I guess, Larry, that'll be the next project for NASCAR. Find out how we stop these cars from spinning out when they get pushed on the left-hand side.
That's definitely 4 to 5 drivers that I think had race team cars.
Well, he's driving really defensively right now. He's trying to keep Jeff Gordon behind him, and Jeff is working him over. Look at that. Jeff's going to move him up out of the groove and get by him.
Whoa, Busch is around. Can he save it this time?
Oh, there you go.
He does. He saves it. But there's a
Jeff Gordon's upside down. Jeff Gordon's upside down.
And Kurt Busch's car is destroyed.
Oh my gosh. Jimmy Johnson's car destroyed.
Track crew quickly on the scene to aid Jeff Gordon.
Out of the way.
Pushing on that left side again.
Yeah, he's just working on him, Michael. Kyle was blocking, and Jeff was trying to get him loose and get him up out of the way, and he just got on the left side and spun him out.
Look at the job Ambrose and Bowyer did coming through there. And there's our buddy old Brad Keselowski. We ain't seen him up front all night. He's fixing to restart with a chance to win this baby.
Yeah, I asked Larry, I said, is Brad Keselowski in this race?
Well, yeah. Jeff Gordon's car went about 1,000 feet on the driver's door before it barrel rolled to a stop.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski in that too. He's in that backup car.
You see Jeff down there. He just gets down on his left corner, and we've seen that time and time and time again.
You got to stay off the left side. What do we do about that, though, man? How do we fix it? The drivers just have to make the decision that they've got to lay off that left side.
Look at this long slide for Gordon. And that's Kurt Busch tangled up with him and Jimmy Johnson. And that car still hasn't lost much of its momentum as it goes side over side and comes to rest.
Michael
on its roof.
A really good point, though, Mike. These cars are so much bigger than the cars were 5 years ago.
Makes contact with the left rear corner of Kyle Busch's bumper. And by the way, Busch did a great job of saving that car from major damage. But look what happens in front of him.
What truly caused that was when Jeff Gordon got into Kyle Busch. Jeff Gordon moved up the racetrack, and there was just nowhere for most of these drivers to go.
Roof flaps deployed as the car was up on its side.
And look at Kurt Busch's car, shed momentum and sheet metal everywhere.
See another driver that we felt like had one of the fastest cars here tonight involved in that, Jamie McMurray in that one car.
Yes, sir.
Denny Hamlin snuck through another one. So did Montoya.
It's a rough ride right there. Wow. Thank God for the Hans device, the seats, the way you're bolted in these things today. He's able to handle something like that and walk away. Jeff was just really working hard on the back of that 18 car, trying to move him up the hill so he could get by.
Line of the Budweiser shootout. Tony Stewart or Kyle Busch, who's going to win it?
I don't know if Kyle's got it. Remember what happened the last time these two were coming to a start-finish line back in the July race?
Smoke versus Wild Thing to the line.
He got him! He got him!
Wild Thing wins!
He got him! I ain't believing it.
He timed it absolutely.
We can just ride around a little bit here. Stay in contact and let things shake out. Stay on the lead lap.
Suddenly shot to the outside wall and took 3 more with it. That's Paul Menard on the right, Montoya in the middle, and that's David Gilliland to the left. There was one other car involved, but one car, I believe Montoya's, took a huge hit to the outside wall.
Yeah, something happened. The car just shot up the banking. Let's see if we
Look
get
at
a
the
look
left
at it
lane
here.
to the inside. Gilliland.
Oh, he's loose. He's already sideways getting in, and he just comes right back up the hill.
Looked like Michael McDowell got David Gilliland in that left rear quarter panel, turning off in the corner. You were talking about that.
Yep.
Now, all 3 of these cars are in the race. You're going to look way to the right side of the screen.
Man, it came back up that hill in a hurry.
Yeah, Montoya in the 42, Menard in the 27, just victims, nowhere to go.
And the 4th car involved is Brad Keselowski in the 2, who has come to pit road for repairs. Here's another look. Trevor Bayne got a little damage, not much.
McDowell was real lucky he didn't get involved in that 98 car.
Danica Patrick scoots past. And all 3 of these drivers have climbed from their cars okay.
The 2 cars on pit road as well. He had some damage, got some right side damage.
Gosh. Easy. Slow down. You can go low. Clear all the way low to the apron. Get down to the apron. Let's go. Get through there. Good job.
Our Fox and Speed Exmo, extreme slow motion of what was Juan Pablo Montoya's car.
Look at that. I mean, just look at all the parts and pieces. The engine is moving. The radiator is falling out. Those bars that are all welded to the frame coming off. That thing is just it's just coming apart.
Well, when this wreck starts, these drivers are going off in the corner almost 200 miles an hour.
To finish the race to make it in. So that puts McDowell and Bayne.
Oh, Michael spun on the back.
And
Michael crashed down the back. Oh my gosh, what happened?
The caution is out.
With 8 laps to go.
That's a huge break for all of these drivers that needed fuel, a huge break for Denny Hamlin and Marcus Ambrose especially.
You know, I wonder if Michael cut a tire down or something after coming out of the pits.
He only took on fuel. He didn't change tires.
Yeah, he didn't change tires, or he picked up debris or something. Let's see what... He's down on the apron.
Keep digging there. Pack's just out near the pit road.
Whoa. When he came up on the racetrack, the thing just jumped around with him.
Darrell, did it look like maybe, again, we know he's desperate. He's trying to get back up to speed. Did he jump up on the apron too quick?
Well, I don't know about too quick, but that transition from the apron up on the racetrack, we know that's hard. I mean, that's hard.
Well, unsure. Can they make it the distance?
Burton slices top to bottom, passes 3 cars, and lines up third for this final lap.
Tony Stewart sitting out there right now. That is not a good place to be. He's a setting duck. They're going to come by him like he put on the brakes.
Yeah, watch the run these drivers get that are lined up. Here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. right there in the 88. Watch Burton.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, hard in the wall. And she's all right after a hard crash, and the caution flag is out.
The race is over. That's Tony Stewart will win the race. God, we got that camera in there with Danica and see she's fine.
Where is the contact?
Somebody's going to come down into her, I think.
Almirola.
Yeah, right there. He got on the bumper of it. Looked like McMurray's car, the one. Turned him a little bit to the left. Thank God for safer barriers.
That was a hard lick. It's almost that car didn't even look like it slowed down as it was going across there.
I'm so glad that all these racetracks have put safer barriers where we never had them before, and here's a perfect example of why we need them everywhere.
So Danica Patrick is okay after this.
Bottom. There you go. Keep digging. 3 wide.
Goodness gracious. Let's go on board.
Bottom. There you go. Keep digging. 3 wide.
Is that not? Did you see what she did with her hands?
Yeah, all that open wheel experience.
IndyCar, all that open wheel experience. She knew not to hold on to that steering wheel. That is amazing. I saw her do that here in the ARCA race a couple years ago.
If you hold on to the wheel there, you can break a wrist easily.
Yeah, but
when that wheel wrenches your hands.
Do you just have any idea when you're headed for that wall that fast that you got the time to think about letting go and putting your hands up like that?
Goes to victory lane, his third Gatorade dual win at Daytona. Here is our touch of gray moment at race's end. The final caution. Watch the orange number 1 of Jamie McMurray edge down the track into Eric Almirola.
Right in there.
Who heads right into Danica Patrick.
Look how light that car gets in the back as it skips across there. That's how fast that thing was going.
You could see how much that safer barrier wall moved, and that's the good thing.
Watch this thing skipping across there. Bam! Folks, that's at 180 miles an hour.
It didn't lose a lot of speed going across there at all.
No.
Down to victory lane, Gatorade victory lane, Steve Burns.
Kenseth and Carl Edwards, 3-4s. Hard already. The wall. Slams to the outside. It's 5-time champion Jim Jones. He collects Danica Patrick and the 34 of David Reagan.
Trevor Bayne, the 21 car, winner from last year. You see him involved?
Kurt Busch is involved.
I'm a little worried about Jimmy. He took a hard lick right in the door. And there's the HenryCar.com Chevrolet of Kurt Busch. He's got damage.
1 lap and 600 feet, and it's calamity.
Oh my gosh. Jimmy took a really hard lick, that second lick.
David Reagan's Ford, his first outing for Front Row Motorsports. Busch will make it back around to the pits.
Both of our winners from the Daytona races last year involved. Trevor Bayne won the 500. David Reagan won the July race.
When you see the replay of this and you see what Danica did, you won't believe it.
All right, let's keep an eye on Jimmy Johnson. He's right tucked up underneath the 78 of Regan Smith.
Ooh, just got a little tap in the back end.
I believe that might have been Elliott Sadler in 33.
Elliott Sadler gave him just a little tap. Right here's what I was talking about. Watch Danica. Right there, she gets some damage, but then watch her go down. Jimmy's car's total, but watch her right here. right between those two cars.
First caution of the night, lap 2. Here's another look. Back straight away. One car around sideways. It's Ryan Newman. Tony Stewart's teammate has brought out the second caution flag of the night on lap 12.
And I haven't even seen the read.
Casey Kane's view, that's Newman just ahead of him on the inside.
Check up here. Check up. Get around. Outside. Get outside. Get outside. You're clear. All clear.
Matt Yoakum.
And a great call by DW in the booth and Larry Mack. He said simply on the radio, Ryan.
Outside, that drafting tandem that worked so well before.
There he goes.
And around goes the bunny off the bumper of Marcus Ambrose, and caution is out.
He's going to save it.
Barely got him right in that left rear corner that we've been talking about.
You can see Marcus Ambrose right down there on the bumper of Terry Labonte, number 32, gets down on that left side. And
fortunately, that runoff area is paved, and Labonte, look at the car control as he tries to keep that thing away from the wall and ends up in the grass.
There's a number of things that have been done to these cars.
Daytona, David Stremme from South Bend, Indiana, and the little team that could make the 500. Something under the hood breaks. He slides up the racetrack.
Where was he going?
All that happened on lap 2. And now, under caution, Juan Pablo Montoya has crashed and gone aflame.
Holy cow, what happened?
We just got a report that he was complaining about a bad vibration in every gear.
No, Larry, he just slammed
into the jet dryer.
I think he slammed into the jet dryer.
They're trying to clear debris off the racetrack, and the car brakes, won't steer, and he slides up the track and into the back of that surplus helicopter jet engine on a trailer used to dry the racetrack.
Mike, I saw sparks coming out from the car as if it had a tire down or something. What an incredible turn of events. I've never in my life. Oh my gosh.
Up top.
I mean, it just exploded. When it hit it, it just exploded.
And he was traveling at a high rate of speed, trying to catch back up with the field.
Back of the field. There, and he did. He got in front of his team. Oh, there's a car off in the grass. More cars off in the grass.
3 cars sliding. Marcus Ambrose is 1.
It's Casey Mears, the 13 that they just had lapped.
Caution.
Those lap cars are so hard to get around when you're coming.
Stenhouse got into Almirola across the front of Mears and then Ambrose.
Well, Almirola just about.
I'm telling you.
He just barely slid through there after that happened.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble. Big trouble.
Mid-pack. Sliding and spinning into the infield. McMurray. And sliding up the racetrack. One car going to coast to the bottom. That's Eric Almirola. Regan Smith was in it. And Casey Kane. The left side of his car torn up. And we're back under caution for
Regan
the 9th
Smith.
time at lap 188.
Almirola, the one car there, McMurray's the one I saw. Man, he was spinning around like a top.
Carl Edwards has damage to the right front. Our pole sitter.
It's about mid-pack. You see McMurray right back here. He's the first guy I saw go around in the. Got a little wobble.
I believe he blew a left rear tire. That thing started wiggling around, and as he came into the tri-oval, it spun out, and when it came to a stop, you can see the left rear tire is completely torn apart. So I think he had a cut tire, and the thing just got away from him.
Yeah, he was wobbling through the tri-oval there, and finally went around with him.
Another driver involved, Brad Keselowski, right there.
Wonder if Brad twittered that.
Right
Probably
there is McMurray.
Yeah, Keselowski and the 2 just drove underneath Casey Kane in the 5. Just nowhere to go.
Watch Tony Stewart there. He just worked his way right back. Keselowski missed that wreck by inches.
Boy, Almirola came up the track right in front of Dave Blaney, who missed him. Watch that orange and black number 1.
Yeah, right
side of your screen.
Right here. He starts wobbling right here, and then the car starts goes around, and it looked like a top. I saw that orange car just spin around, and look at Tony Stewart right there getting right through that mess.
Well, Stewart did get some damage in the first part of that crash,
yes,
though, Darrell.
He did. Yes, he did.
And from Casey Kane.
Whoa, Keselowski almost went over.
We got let's see, where are we at?
And we'll ride with Regan
Three wide,
in the furniture
3 wide,
car.
43 still outside, right there, you see it.
I don't think he can see anything.
Carl Edwards, our pole sitter.
He almost made it through. Got some damage right there near the end of it.
Tony Stewart.
And there's Tony Stewart's teammate, Ryan Newman. Oh, Tony's going around. Another wreck to the tri-oval.
Kyle Busch. Hard slide through the grass. No contact. At least half a dozen cars involved in this one. Dave Blaney drives away. That's Kyle Busch. Caution flag number 10 with 4 laps to go. Landon Castle, or excuse me, David Rudiman.
You know, Tony.
2012.
I see what happened. There's Tony is right back here, and I see him all of a sudden. He gets a little push from behind, maybe from Joey Logano.
He and Stenhouse go around. Newman and Busch.
And Newman and Busch was actually in front of Tony a little bit when that started happening.
Have to take a couple more looks at that.
Kyle Busch went for a long, wild ride. Blaney involved.
Let's see here. Here's 39 up here. Right there. Stenhouse got into the side, and Stenhouse in the 6 got into Tony.
I'm not sure, though, that David Gilliland didn't get into the back of Stenhouse and push him up into Tony.
Could have to look at it again.
That's about the second or third wreck we've seen on the exit of the tri-oval. It just starts narrowing up right there.
Cars are really free and loose right through the tri-oval. I'm telling you, you're running 200 mile an hour through there. It's hard to hang on sometime.
You saw there where Kyle Busch in the 18 jumped down in front of Ricky Stenhouse in the 6.
I know Stenhouse hit Tony. I'm not sure if he got forced into him. Here's smoke right out here.
All right, there's Stenhouse with Gilliland behind him.
No, you know what? The 20 car and the 6 car make a little contact.
You're right. 3-car breakaway. Junior tucked up tight under the bumper of Biffle. Kenseth leads to turn 1. Final lap.
Denny Hamlin in the 11's there with no one to push him.
Actually, he might actually be hurting those 2 cars in front of him if he gets back too far. But here we go. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen pretty quick.
We've seen where the timing of where you do it is so critical.
Those 2 cars, the 16 and the 88, should be able to get by, but Kenseth, if Biffle elects to take the chance.
Ford Chevrolet off the final corner. Matt Kenseth trying to win it for the 2nd time. Here comes Junior to the outside. Side by side with Kenseth. He runs out of time. Matt Kenseth wins the Daytona 500. The same problem. Labonte.
They're running.
And Kenseth.
You know, they're running at such a fast pace. I mean, we're running 184 miles an hour.
Big crash, turn 3.
Behind you.
Tommy Baldwin gets piled up.
Yellow.
With the 42 of Montoya.
I think the 24's in there, too.
Landon Castle, Martin Truex, Carl Edwards are all involved as 1 car slowed in the top lane. Terry Labonte and everybody else piled in. Caution. Matt Kenseth onto pit road. Now, pit road is closed. They will take a look and see if he was on pit road prior to the caution.
Yeah, as long as he got by there before that caution came out, he'll be just fine.
Oh, and then Jeff Gordon gets pounded by Martin Truex Jr. He hit that wall hard, Jeff Gordon did.
Now, he drove away. Jeff Gordon is okay. Here's another look. Almirola way down inside, and it was not Castle, but Almirola and Blaney who trigger this.
It almost looks like there was something wrong with Almirola's car, either out of fuel or something.
We were seeing a lot of drivers that appeared had something going on that last lap before this.
Boy, watch Jeff right here. He gets turned up the hill.
Nowhere for Montoya and the 42 to go.
Right inside. Carl.
Not sure if Almirola was trying to come back up onto the racing surface or if perhaps he got hooked by Blaney there to start that. Truex came down and collected Jeff Gordon.
Bam! That's a hard hit.
It was a hard hit into the safer barrier outside turn 3.
Oh,
mirrors around. Caution waves. And he catches Trevor Bayne on the way down the banking. That is a tough break. Two talented young drivers who both had a chance at a great finish today. Caution at lap 176.
Not sure the 21 got a lot of damage, maybe a little bit to the rear of the car.
Joey Logano,
he already had wobbled a little bit right there as if he had a problem maybe, and Marcus Ambrose in the 9 got into him.
He got into him in that left rear, and we know that'll turn these drivers around.
Trevor Bayne in the 21 is trying to figure out where is he going, and I think he just kissed him when he went by.
And now here comes Logano in the yellow car, and he already had that damage on the right rear fender. Way for Ambrose to avoid it because that lost some momentum, and Ambrose is full throttle.
Yeah, no way did Marcus do anything wrong. You see the tire come off right there. That tire was definitely going down.
Riding with Casey Kane.
22, still 3 wide. Checking up. Stay it down low, down low, down low. There you go. All clear caution.
Boy,
Casey
lucky
Kane,
that wasn't a bigger pileup.
When we had the big wreck in turn 3, Casey Kane got right through it. It's been his kind of lucky day.
Pit road is open. Now they were coming up to lap. Around goes Kurt Busch. Big slide.
Roll out of it, all good. Roll out of it.
Misses the wall and then collects it further down. Oh, what a heartbreaker for Kurt Busch.
So good, so long.
But still on the lead lap.
Yeah, but and he made very slight contact, but that's all it takes on the right side pit road. We're about middle of the tri-oval. Now watch, here he goes. Down, I said, oh, he's got it, he's got it, he's got it. He missed it there. And then that last little bit.
Those boys were teammates over at Penske Racing for the last couple of years. Keselowski and Kurt Busch.
One moment you're in position to win. The next moment you're sliding sideways at 190 miles an hour.
But Darrell, I think you talked about it. When you get down to 10 laps to go, you're not worried about how hot it's running, not worried about anything but getting the checkered flag.
No, sir. And these caution flags, it's just ramping it up that much more.
Steve?
Mike, short comment.
In the race, I'm sure Kent is well aware of that.
He elects the outside lane and brings the field to speed under green. 4 laps to go.
Denny Hamlin.
Now another problem.
Hamlin got into Allmendinger, who gets away, but behind him, it's calamity.
Outside, stay.
Good grief.
That's what I say. Good grief. He moved over and tried to block Hamlin. Hamlin got into Allmendinger, and that started the whole mess.
Yeah, AJ tried to change lanes, and Hamlin was already there. Paul Menard in it, Kevin Harvick, Michael Waltrip.
I think it's a good shot right here, Mike. You see the 11s trying to make a hole down the middle right there. Allmendinger said, y'all have no part of that, and that really is what caused the problem. Look at Dale Jr. work through there, the 21 car. Harvick's torn up. Smoke goes around. Let's see where Mikey is. He was back in there. Well, you don't want to lead. You don't want to lead on the last lap, but I'm not sure that that's going to work out the way Matt thought it was. When this is the white flag lap.
Junior up the outside. Somebody steaming. In that pair, it's Kyle Busch. Casey Kane.
And the problem with Matt, he's got no help. He's all by himself.
But think about Kyle Busch. He lost the race yesterday by leading coming back to the checkered flag.
And also think about the movement of the triangle here. Right. Think about your...
It's a two-horse race. Clint Boyer's gone Stanley Steamer. Up in turn number 3.
Hey, boys.
A car length apart, Kyle Busch from Keselowski.
It ain't over yet. Remember that start-finish line.
I don't think he's close enough, Darrell. I don't think he's close enough.
Brad Keselowski pulling away. It's all happening behind him, and Keselowski for the second time will go to victory lane in Talladega.
Wow.
Back up. So then all of a sudden, the guys that were running with other guys are now it breaks the whole pack up. So then all of a sudden, the guys that were running with other guys are now forced to run with somebody else. And
First caution of the night, Sam Hornish Jr.
Looks like a tire's come apart in that thing. The way it's ripped the whole side of the car off. It's like he's had a flat tire. It doesn't appear that he's been hit. Yeah.
Sam Hornish Jr. in this race tonight.
10-4.
For A.J. Allmendinger, it was announced around 6 o'clock this evening by NASCAR that he had been suspended for violating the sport from Charlotte late this afternoon. Here's the substance abuse policy. Hornish had to fly in from Charlotte late this afternoon. Here's the replay.
See at the back of the screen here, at the back of the pack, you see Hornish, and you see that thing wiggle right there. It's coming apart. He chases it across the racetrack. And there, when he gets to the corner, he spins around, does a good job of keeping it out of the wall, because obviously as it...
Middle and said, to heck with this, let's go make it happen.
see how that car's
moving
around? There he goes.
We got trouble. Trevor Bayne into the wall. Kurt Busch trying to save it.
And you see these guys spinning behind is because they check up and somebody else doesn't check up. But everyone else has been hit.
That's Bobby Labonte in the 47 who went for a ride.
I told you, when you get in the middle of things, they waddle like porky. All of a sudden, you lose a lot of things. When you get there, you're okay right here. But when you get in the corner, all of a sudden, you lose a lot of downforce on these cars. Not to mention, I mean, he got right in the middle of those guys, and he just lost the front of the car. It slid up, and he caught Trevor Bayne.
We're lucky it wasn't bigger than what it was, because he's right in the middle of the group.
And watch this, that hole kind of closes up between the 43 and the 21. He snatches it.
Yeah, he turned off the 21, and that's what got him sideways.
Yes. As you watch it from this angle, you can see the 51 of Kurt Busch. He comes in, and we're going around this way, but you can't see. You see the thing already sideways. He goes up. They're really lucky that all these guys back here didn't get more into it. You see the 42 clip the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Denny did a great job.
Yeah, there wasn't any room to go three wide in that spot right there. That was pushing your luck. But those guys behind did an excellent job. Was that Denny Hamlin down there?
Yeah. The 11.
He did a really nice job.
Reminded me of Kyle Busch in the Bud Shootout, his teammate. It's right on board with Trevor Bayne here.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Watch the 51. He gets down underneath him. Actually got Trevor a little bit loose.
Yeah.
But that was just asking for a lot right there. Trying to go in the middle right there.
Yeah, right there. And at that point in time, that was asking for a lot.
Even though we're within the fuel window, or stretch it a little further on this run right here, even though we're within the fuel window, I think
we got trouble, Larry.
Coming to the tri-oval. A number of cars involved. Still spinning. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon on the grass, Regan Smith, Michael Waltrip back up through the groove, and there's Bill Elliott as well.
Yeah, and Jeff Gordon and those guys were up in the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. So this thing, obviously, it may have started back a little bit, but it carried its way all the way to the front.
Jimmy Johnson
line right here.
Above, we look at what happened.
See, the 24 car is 3rd in line right here, but you see him slowing down to come in pit road. Now he slows down.
Yeah, Johnson got tagged.
Is it Martin Truex Jr. maybe?
I couldn't tell, but he got tagged early though. I mean,
look at the 24 right here. The 24 is coming down pit road and gets wrecked. They run into him from the back right there, and you see these guys already on pit road. So it's really going to be interesting to see when the light comes on.
Watch how hard Jimmy Johnson hits this inside wall. I'm telling you what, those soft walls or whatever you want to call them, those things are incredible.
And we've not always had safer barrier on the inside.
I've hit walls on the inside when they weren't there. I'll tell you what, it's a shot.
Watch his tires.
Wow, when it picks up the rear wheels off the ground, that's a hit.
time tonight, and the reason why, Brad Keselowski racing, where we are under caution for the 4th time tonight, and the reason why, Brad Keselowski having a problem while running 13th on track.
Take a look. Yeah, he just gets loose right there, and that was. We saw him loose earlier in the race,
yes,
and it just got worse and worse and worse. But he was really fast on the straightaway. It's like you said, Kyle, that right rear being down, but that's what happened. He just right
turns,
there,
and when he turns to the left, it just turns out from under him right there. Good job of everybody else kind of avoiding. Look at that thing get up in the air a little bit, where it catches in that right rear quarter panel. Is so messed up. That thing does not have any side force in the rear. As you see that quarter panel, the way that thing's caved in, it's a totally different aero car than what he's driven all week long.
And when it's like that here, it's pretty terrifying.
Pretty terrible. Look how far that bumper's driven in, and how far. Look at that thing just lift up right there.
But how good has that team done tonight, based on what the difficulties they had early?
Yeah, what this team has done here.
Yeah, and if they clear Tony, it's going to be
move to get up there.
Yeah, and if they clear Tony, it's going to be over.
That was a good move by Tony.
Wow, who was that?
Denny Hamlin out of shape. Here's the big one. A number of drivers involved as they come down toward turn one.
Hold your brake there. Hold your brake. Oh, wow, that was a ton.
This is big.
Man, was that Ambrose? Somebody hit a ton up there.
That was big. Biffle got hit a little bit and got sent back across the racetrack into the 11 car, I think is what we'll see.
Trevor Bayne, one of the drivers involved.
And the second wreck of the night for him.
Window nip going
He's
down.
got caught in 2 of them.
That's a sign to safety workers that he is okay.
Gets a big run. Got tapped.
Yes.
And Hamlin just gets a big run. Got tapped. Did he get tapped by the 5?
It was close.
It's hard to say from that angle. It almost looks like he gets the 9. Look at the 9 car go back up the racetrack. Oh.
Yeah, David Gilliland,
impact.
Dave Blaney, Martin Truex Jr. Saw Hamlin was involved. The damage for Kyle Busch, Juan Pablo Montoya.
And that's one thing, too, when these cars don't change direction very good. I think he went to turn to the left. It almost looked like Biffle maybe went down a little bit. But regardless, when you turn these cars as hard like that to avoid something, it's hard to keep them straight.
Yeah, it almost looked like I couldn't tell where the 5 car was. But it's like Denny came down across the hood, and the 11 and the 18 really looked like they got together more so than the 5 car involved. That 9 car took a tough hit. And all these guys had no place to go because they're going. Some cars are.
The next flag will end it, whether it's the caution or the checker. Side by the white flag, the next flag will end it, whether it's the caution or the checker. Side by side with a lap to go at Daytona.
And these guys are going to run. They're going to be leaning on each other going down the backstretch.
Oh, my God.
We got somebody sideways. Wow, Burton did an unbelievable job saving that race car.
Amazing save by Jeff Burton.
Now we got the 14 out there all by himself, but he got a big push to get away from those guys.
Tony Stewart pulling down in front of Matt Kenseth. And Kane with a little charge in the outside lane.
That's the break that Tony needed right there.
This is going to be. They're
stacking up. They're stacking up.
Through turns 3 and 4
here we go.
for the final time. Big crash behind the race leader, Tony Stewart. That's going to allow Smoke to pull away. What's going to happen behind him? Can Burton get there? No, he can't. Tony Stewart wins it at Daytona.
Great finish. To go up. He goes up down in here. These guys are right on him. 17 wants to go up. He goes up. The 16's right there. He just. It looked like Matt comes down and gets into the 16 and knocks him down.
How many times have you seen it at Daytona? Someone's coming to the checker flag, and they're everywhere, scattering in the tri-oval behind them.
I tell you, Harvick did a good job, too, because Earnhardt was in the back of Harvick, actually turned Harvick down on the apron and just about had it saved.
Yes. Earnhardt took a hard lick to the outside wall. He got turned to the outside. You see him right in the middle of the race.
So did
Back
Harvick.
into the outside again.
Yeah, Harvick took a shot, too. See the 29 go down?
Yes.
And then the 16 gets hit by the 17 and gets into Harvick.
Wow. It just closes up.
Was that Newman on the bottom? No, that was
Eric
Almirola. He was just driving along, thought he had it missed.
Jamie McMurray, Kyle Busch, some of the other drivers involved. Travis Kvapil. There's Jeff Gordon driving through the grass.
Yep, there we go. Carl Edwards. Cole Witt.
Yeah, he got hit, I believe, by Casey Mears right there. There was contact between the two. He had been running 10th right before that happened.
Just make sure you got brakes. Got brakes. It knocks the toe. The toe's knocked a little bit. Change the...
He's got a lot of damage to that right rear quarter panel, too. I mean, most happened.
Yeah, there was a little contact on the entrance to the corner. They got the 33 loose, but then as he tried to get back in line, the 13, it kind of filled that spot, and then that's when things started happening.
Oh, look at Sam Hornish, just barely getting by. There's where you see Logano get in it.
You can see a little contact between the 13 of Mears and the 33, which moves him up. That's really a place and time at this point in time of the race that you could have given somebody a little bit of a break by just letting them back in line right there.
And you see Brad Keselowski coming through there. Wow, that was close.
Inside wall. Somehow again.
I'm out of fuel. I'm out of fuel and I got wrecked, guys.
He was.
God, what a shame.
Well, Kurt Busch said he was out of gas. Doc, is that what's wrong with the 5?
I don't know about Boyer not letting Kenseth be the man pushing him. That's one of the fastest cars out there.
Oh, trouble. McMurray goes for a spin. And somehow, no one else is involved. His car has kind of looked to the eye to be a little unstable at times during the day.
Yeah, and anytime you get hit going through the trial, well, you have a lot of wheel in the car right there. I mean, it's a normal turn that you're making through there. Any contact, as you can see, and wow.
Yeah, McDowell just barely missed him.
That's a shame for Jamie McMurray. He'd done a fantastic job with this car all day. It's going to be tied as to who was leading that lap there. And then what do they do strategy-wise here?
It really was kind of a big break for Hamlin and Kane and Truex because they're now able to close that gap.
Well, you know they'll be in getting fuel to make sure.
In front of him.
They should, yes. Those cars should make pit stops here.
Coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming.
The white flag. We're on the last lap. Will they make it back?
Wayne was massive fast when he's got the 29 pushing him here.
4 deep behind Stewart and Kenseth.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick's got some real help coming towards the front here.
Michael Waltrip in the 55. Into the picture. Pushed by Casey Mears. Kenseth with Harvick behind him. Oh, there's contact. Stewart into the middle of the pack and over.
Fortune's out.
And a huge wreck to end this race. Matt Kenseth is going to get to the finish line first. Is everybody okay? In the 14.
You can see Tony just a little bit late in making that move to get back down. Harvick and Kenseth on the outside had a run, so they were literally going to go by him on both sides.
Watch the 2. The championship leader somehow avoided getting really torn up in that.
See, it looked like Martin Truex was going to get through there. Bobby Labonte caught him right at the end.
They waited all day to do it, but it was big when it happened.
Yes, sir.
See, Michael Waltrip just barely catching the left rear quarter panel of Kevin Harvick. Get him involved. Stewart's car upside down. On top of Casey Kane's number 5.
Down here, Greg Biffle, Kyle Busch, both of them kind of describing amongst the laugh and probably a big sigh
coming to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and you know as a driver, Tony Stewart's leading this race. He's got no help. He tries to make a move that's going to get him some push and help. And you know as a driver, if you make that move, there's a chance that somebody's not going to lift on the last lap, and this is a situation that could happen. It's a product of this type of racing, and every driver knew that's the situation that you could find yourself in.
Just got to go straight. That's all I did. And once I was clear of all the stuff, I kept going to the start.
From Clint Boyer's seat.
Dig hard. Coming to the checker. Dig hard. Dig hard. Dig hard. 4 wide. You're on the bottom. Come. Get it right if you can get it. Get it right if you can get it.